prevention. So from your research, how do you see that impacting actually belonging and retention at work?
That's a great question. So at work, I always say if I do my job, people don't notice what I've done. It just works. People can flow through their work. They feel a sense of belonging to their spaces. They really find themselves at their highest level of productivity, connection, this kind of thing. So it should go very much unnoticed. I'm a biomedical engineer, so I deal with people's biology, not their rational choices and all of this. But I think what we see with workplace is there's so many spaces where women get signals that they don't belong there. And we also, work is not a natural thing, you know? Women are very natural. We're on a cycle, right? We have our times when we're extremely, extremely strong, both physically and mentally, times where we can do something incredible, and times where we are more reflective, more inside of ourselves. And that's also like nature, right? We're always on a cycle. But our workplace is supposed to be consistent when nothing, besides men, I always joke, are consistent. So I think when we talk about the workplace, the more that we can get into natural cycles, natural movements like that, then we can tap into the strength in our own biology.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. And it really shows that as a woman, we carry a lot of that physical and emotional weight when we go to work. So the support is very much needed. I want to move now to the barriers and taboos. Anna, many aspects of women's health are still taboos. So where do you see these taboos coming from?
Yeah, so these taboos date back to the creation of the Western medical system. So for centuries, women have been told that their symptoms are hysteria, or that they're, back in medieval times, things were blamed on things like a wandering uterus, or women were not allowed, menstruating women were not allowed around crops for fear of, poisoning the harvest. Yeah. So as long as we can remember, women have been told that our symptoms don't matter. And this taboo still exists today. It's getting better. We see a lot of change. We see now specialized doctors who are really listening to these symptoms, taking them seriously, wanting to make a change. But you can imagine after centuries of being told that your symptoms are not real or that they don't exist, that still feeds into how we live and work today. Yeah. So there's still a lot of work to be done, and I think it starts with creating safe spaces for these conversations, particularly at work as well. But yeah, this taboo, this stigma, it's been around for, for centuries.
Thank you. So these beliefs really runs deep, and it's not easy to break the stigma, as you said. And Anastasia, I want to ask you, because I think your personal experiences really help to break those patterns. Could you tell us a little bit more about?
Yeah, of course. Because I believe that personal experiences can really break the stigma and help shift the culture. Because once an employee or a leader shares a personal struggle, it immediately destigmatizes it and serves as an invitation for other women to share their stories, to speak up, and also to use the resources that are there available. So, for example, when our COO shared her personal struggle with a chronic condition while advocating for Floria, we actually saw that it not only invited other women to use the resource, but it also showed managers that these are some real professional conversations that can take place in companies and that can be handled with empathy and support. And also from my personal experience after having a baby and returning to work, it was not the most smooth experience, but so now we have a parents employee resource group, we have a parental support program at Fastnet, and it also then, us as HR team, made us look into the idea of creating a parent support program and implementing it into the manager awareness training. So a single story can break this taboo and shift the culture from one of secrecy towards one of transparency, which is critical for HR to be more proactive with policies and creating the culture.
Thank you so much. So sharing these stories kind of really allowing others to speak up, and then we can create more awareness and understanding for the issues. And Elisabeth, what the research says about the impact of stigma and silence at work?
The impact of stigma and silence. Yeah, so when we look at, well, I wanted to actually, can I answer the question? I was hoping that.
Oh, yes, yeah, please go ahead.
No, when she was talking about babies and connecting with other women, one of the things that I thought is some of my colleagues are researching different aspects of feminine and masculine spaces, or even just situational spaces. So one thing we were looking at is, what if we had kept the powder room in workplaces or other spaces and had this space for women to connect? So like, I remember I had this thought when my husband was sleeping through our newborn baby crying, and I said, how is he sleeping through our newborn baby crying? Like, if anything would wake you up. And I was like, oh, I just want to maybe just put the pillow over his face just a little bit so he's scared enough to sleep lighter. But I remember having this am I nuts conversation, and it was so amazing because other women go, of course, everybody wants to like suffocate their husband a little bit after they have a baby. That's just part of it. And when we do this, when we create spaces for people to cluster and discuss things, there's this freeing sense of you're not crazy, you have a community, you're with them. And this isn't just for women. When we talk about connection, one of the best tricks we can look at is for women, if you want them to connect, give them privacy. Give them a sense of safety that they can talk to each other. If you want men to connect, give them something to do. So even just throwing Legos in the room or something, do the men agree? Raise your hand if you kind of agree. Yeah. Yeah? You like intimacy too? See, it's a new... No, but I think we also need to give credit, like, the fact that there's so many women here, and some of the things I'm seeing from men are really astounding in the workplace. And the young men today are just absolutely blowing my mind in how they're not only understanding women, but also kind of integrating aspects of us. So I really think that we've made a lot of progress together. This hasn't been so much the fight of the two sides, and I love seeing that.
Thank you so much. And you are already touching a little bit on our next part, so on a practical solution. And just before we go there, is there anything we can add about what is the cost for business if we don't address the stigma and silence from the research perspective? I think you had a...
It's so much fucking bigger than we think.
Yeah, love that, the statement.
No, I mean, if you look at the economics, they've done a lot of calculations which are very, very conservative, looking at what happens to business growth, what happens to return on investment, which I'm always disappointed in how they calculate. But there's aspects of this that they're not calculating, which are huge. There are companies that are leaning into hiring lots of women, getting new innovations. Men and women have been working together a lot longer than we've been apart. We have hundreds of thousands of years of living together. We work differently but great together. And we see that there's just this amazing output. And one thing that they don't calculate, which I think is one of the biggest things, is when you are trying to hire women and she walks through an office that is all male or all white male, her internal flags go up. She's like, oh shit, this is a special historical situation going on here, versus walking through, seeing women, seeing people of different backgrounds, seeing people of different thoughts and differences. There's something that relaxes in women where we say, okay, I can fit in here. I don't have to be like that white male over there. I can be myself, and that's exciting.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing. And we will move now to the practical side of things, because all of you have a lot of great experience. Anna, starting with you. You work with a lot of companies. What do you think are the practices that kind of turns to be the most effective in embracing women in the workplace?
Yeah, so I think to Elizabeth's point, it's about our biggest goal at Floria is that women feel safe at work to be a woman. So it's about creating those safe spaces. So we do sessions with companies like Fastnet where we go in, we bring one of our medical experts, we talk about how hormonal fluctuations can impact productivity, what strengths does each phase of your cycle bring out versus, What parts of work are we better placed to wait for another part of our cycle? What we see is, and I think Anna can attest to this, a huge sort of outpouring of experiences being shared. And once you open up that conversation, you see how many women this is affecting. And companies do underestimate this problem because we also know that less than 20% of women actually report the real reason for absenteeism and sick leave. It's that fear of being judged, that fear of being seen as not good enough or not capable. So there are things that you can do in terms of, we're big advocates of manager-led training. So bring your managers into the room, coach them on how to have empathetic conversations with women, how to make it safe to say, it's not a migraine, it's actually, I'm having a fertility challenge, or I'm struggling with perimenopausal symptoms. Unlock that barrier to at least understand what the problem is. You can also, I think, create a lot of support by partnering with specialists. So we're not asking companies to solve this problem themselves. That's why people like us are here. There are platforms, there are benefits, there are teams that can connect women to specialised doctors that can help them. It's making that support available. That's what companies like Fastnet are doing such an amazing job of. So that women feel, at least, if I can't speak to my manager about this, I can speak with a doctor, someone that will listen, that will empathise, that will diagnose and will treat. So I think it's about creating a culture of safety and then backing that up with actionable steps, with support, with partners, things like that.
Could you please build up on that, Anna, from your HR perspective?
Yeah. So I think, especially in scaling companies, a phrase that we don't have the money or the time is often a great barrier to some really nice inclusion work. And you just have to be really agile and smart about how you use the resources that you already have. And I can share 3 strategies that were proving effective at Fastnet. So, and we start with number 1 is engaging your employee resource groups as your HR partners. And here you can think of, so if you have a women's CRG or a parent CRG, you shouldn't view them just as social clubs, but really use them as your early warning signals and design partners, because they can provide you with feedback, they can spot some policy gaps and really share some really great ideas that would take you a lot longer to collect via some engagement survey that you do. Number 2 is what Anna mentioned, is to partner with some specialists. So what we do at Fastnet, for us, the Floria partnership is really a non-negotiable, because it instantly brings in an expert help, and it signals to our women that the issue is big enough or valuable enough for us to bring in that expert help. And and it also shows the managers that they do have this trusted resource that they can direct their employees to. If they're obviously no experts themselves, but there is this partner that we have, and they can always reach out to them. And number 3, what I mentioned earlier about the shared experiences. So try to facilitate your employees to share those, and it can be something really simple as a dedicated Slack channel, or a live blog post, or live chat sessions, just something similar to this, where employees can come and share their struggles, their success stories, or just some ideas. And so that the goal of this is to use those hard-won experiences and turn them into company best practices. And I think this could really help shape that culture a little bit more towards something more inclusive for all.
Thank you. So I'm hearing kind of building that awareness in the company, taking the shame and guilt out of these conversations, and creating networks and systems with the support, with the expert support, to actually solve the challenges. Elizabeth, is there anything you would like to add to that from your perspective?
Well, one of the things that I got frustrated one time, a few times now, because I set up research studies and I set up these living labs to make these ideal scenarios for environment or to study. And what usually happens is I get a lot of visitors because it's something that that draws people in. But I got frustrated because they were bringing interviewees into my research space, but it ended up making the research go into the whole building. They accepted the design, they accepted what we were doing, because they got They got a lot more people accepting jobs. They got a lot more women accepting jobs. So some of the things where, if you look at kind of piloting these ideal places for women, starting small and getting in through different ways, showing your return on investment in more creative ways in that, and showing that hiring women is a very tricky thing to do. In this scenario, it was very educated women. It was highly high performers. It was PhD, masters, and engineers, which is a very tricky thing to get right now and to keep. We're losing a lot of women in science because of how the workplace works. And they're choosing to go out on their own. They're choosing to do smaller startups, places like this. So with the larger companies that I work with, making them feel comfortable from the get-go, even if it's one corner of the... They snuck them in. They literally snuck them in and didn't show them the rest of the office. So I think there's something to starting small and getting people to see the value of it.
Thank you so much. I think we still have some time. I don't see a timer there.
It's 7.5.
Yeah, that's okay. Perfect. Just to close it off, maybe one practical takeaway for the leaders and HR leaders. Is there anything that you would like to still add to the conversation?
I think just to Anna's point, look at the resources that you have and think about what can we do today and tomorrow as a first step to better support women in our workplace. It doesn't have to be a complete, in my opinion, organizational overhaul. There are actionable things that companies can start doing that are quite low effort but quite high impact, that can help women feel that sense of belonging, that sense of safety, and that feeling of support. Start small, to Elizabeth's point, and step by step, you make momentum and you grow. And that for me, I think...
So start, don't wait, but just
start. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, start the conversation. Thank you very much. Anastasia?
I think one of the biggest barriers to really inclusive workplaces is not just the lack of policy necessarily, but it's also lack of managerial confidence and literacy, because you can have the best policy on postpartum care or on menopause, but if if the direct manager is not comfortable with initiating those really deep and confidential conversations with the employee would probably will not use this policy just for the fear of a professional penalty. So I think the best policy is the one that the employee feels safe using, and that safety begins and ends with the manager.
Thank you. And Elizabeth?
I would say, so research looked into belonging in the workplace, and what they found was that the opposite of belonging was fitting in. So not being yourself, but getting into they were talking about this yesterday, the cultural fit, not the cultural add, right? So I would say the best thing that you can do is don't fit in. Be completely yourself. It allows other people to be themselves, and try to push your uniqueness, and that whether you're a manager or whether you're just a wild lone wolf doing your own thing, I think giving permission to belong and not to fit in is a huge motivator, because if you have all of these fantastic individuals trying to push this very narrow idea of culture, gets harder and harder, and also less interesting.
So we are really talking about changing the way we show up at work as well, and model that that it's okay to come with your full self. Thank you so much. I think we still have some time. I was wondering, maybe there's some question from the audience. We don't normally... Oh, perfect. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. And I will repeat the question for the audience. So the question to Anna is about the client. Are they usually men, women, or...
Yeah, great question.
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
when we look at companies, it can be men and women. A lot of times what we still see is that in leadership positions, budget holders, they are still men. That's not to say that that's a barrier. Actually, men live these experiences too. Men have wives, sisters, friends, daughters who also struggle with fertility, pregnancy loss, menopause, etc. So actually sometimes I see our biggest advocates can be men. sometimes on the flip side, I can also see women saying, well, I went through all of this and I didn't have you, so, you know, I'm fine. So we can also sometimes be our own biggest barrier. So yeah, I think it really depends. And I don't see any... and I also think when we find sort of what we call these male allies, I see a lot of men here actually now, so thank you for being here to learn about this topic. That is really encouraging for us as well. Yeah.
Fantastic. We have time for maybe one more question. And if there is no question, I think we can just wrap it up. Thank you so much for your insights today. Just to maybe one takeaway, I think support in women's health at work is not just about empathy, but it's really becoming about performance, your innovation, equity, and literally about the future of work. So thank you very much today.
Down here.
Thank you.
Absolutely fantastic. My goodness, I loved every moment of that. I mean, I think it really speaks to the power of diversity and diverse perspectives. It's like you learn something that never crossed your mind before. And this happens every time these amazing ladies are on the stage. I loved that point about the fact that, you know, we can go into spaces, but unless we have that diversity of perspective, helping to design those places in the right way, we don't know the scenarios that we need to design for. So, you know, again, that diversity, that 360 perspective is one of the most important unlocks in any business, in any scenario. So thank you again for joining us. That was just great. And thank you very much to Diverse Leaders in Tech for hosting our opening session. So listen, if you've just joined us, congratulations and well done. You've picked a great place to spend the next half hour because we've got a brilliant session for you. But I should remind you that the gateway to so much awesomeness is in the VDS app. Now, you can get the VDS app by pointing your smartphone at the QR code on the back of your badge, and then you can download the app, and the app allows you to network with other delegates, with other VIPs. You can see all of the schedules, all of the speakers' bios. It gives you all the Wi-Fi passwords, all the good stuff. It's all in the app. So if you don't have it, stick the app on your phone. Another brief ask for you. So I know some of us were possibly out last night and maybe having a beverage or two, you know, because it's thirsty work doing conferences. But regardless, you're all looking fresh-faced this morning. Absolutely not a single hangover in the room. I love to see it. So please do feel free to take photographs of yourself, of your friends, of the speakers, of the stage, of the surroundings, and share it with the hashtag VDS2025. Because this means, A, the organizers can see it with the hashtag and they're like, oh, this is great, we love it. There's so many people here all loving VDS. And B, you can make everybody outside jealous. You can make some real FOMO out there, yes. So you're here in the beautiful city of arts and sciences in Valencia, enjoying great speakers, and they are not. So let's create some FOMO and share the love for VDS 2025. Right now, we are going to move on for a session which is all about AI and content creation. What a can of worms this is, my goodness. And I ask a big question. Are we enhancing or replacing human creativity? Oh my goodness. Well, we have just the four people who are about to rock the Santander stage now to dive right into this. We are absolutely thrilled to be joined by the Managing Director at Work in Progress Capital, Ramsey Risk, my old buddy, by the CEO at FIDEX, John Enriquez, or Jon Enriquez, should I say, perdona, by the Publishing General Manager at Webedia Group, Javier Matallana, and by our wonderful moderator, who is a startup advisor and ecosystem connector at Future Founders, Josef Giermati. So my dear friends, let's make it a loud one. Give it up for Josef, Javier, Jon, and Ramsey. Thank you.
Javier, Jon, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm really thrilled to be here. Thank you for being here after last night's Sesame party. I'm not surprised that there's not so many people yet here. So thank you for our panelists also for coming. Let me start with a quick question for the audience. Please raise your hands if you created any kind of content by AI in the last month. Perfect. Please keep your hands up if you did it in the last week. Please keep your hands up if you did it today. Oh, wow. All right, so it's going to be very relevant for you. Sam Altman 2 weeks ago said that this is the best time to be a builder in history ever. Gentlemen, what do you think about that? What does it mean to be a builder on your areas? Ramsey, let's start with you, please.
What it means to be a builder. It means to create. It means to be able to express yourself using the tools of the day. So in that sense, it's a great time. It's better than any time before, but the future is going to be better. So moving goalpost.
Okay, moving with John. What do you think?
I do think that it's a great moment to create, to be a creative person, and the AI is giving you the power to create 10 more times the content that you can create or you could create in the past. So we are living a great moment. We have to be using all the tools that appear every day, and I think that we need to be there every day to stay in tune what is happening on the everyday new tools and use everything to create the best content that you could create.
I think that it's obvious that content creation is going to be more accessible than ever. AI is going to, lower the barriers for many people to create content, and that's amazing. Also, it's going to be hard for companies as us. We are going to see how our competition grows and grows, from many different jobs and landscapes and different ways, So yes, it's a very interesting moment for sure.
What do you feel if you talk about creativity in your work? Does AI replace you, or it just enhance your work and your job and your creativity? Because I feel like many times when I prompt, for example, ChatGPT, I got back the same answers, so I must stay creative. But I'm really curious about, on your field, how do you see it? Let's start with John, please.
I don't think that the AI is replacing us. It's just enhancing our work and making us more productive every day. So I don't see the AI as a competitive thing, just as an enhancer of what we can create and giving us the power to create more in less time. So I do think that it's an enhancer more than a replacer from ourselves.
I think that's the crux of the question, right? Maybe to be a bit philosophical, we need to ask ourselves, what is creativity? And how much of that is our ego? How much of it is AI putting up a mirror to our skills, what we're good at, what we're not good at? In that sense, as if we take a snapshot of today, I think AI is killing creativity. But I think that's a good thing. Because, if you go back 100 years ago, you look at all these old, beautiful museums, and they all had writing on top. And everyone looks at it today and is like, oh, that's beautiful, this writing. They were so creative. If you look at a building that says Trump Tower today, that's not really creative. So what changed, right? Our perspective changed. And I think what we tend to do quite a bit is we look at technology from the perspective of the past, or we look at it from kind of this, this chronocentric perspective. And we think, oh my God, I come up with creative tweets, and now AI can do these creative tweets, so I'm being replaced. And I think it's at the essence of what makes us human to keep learning and keep growing and keep developing. And things that we used to think were creative are no longer creative, and that's how we need to look at it. We need to question what is creativity and why does it even matter, right? Nobody has a panel that talks about how calculators are better than calculating than people, and we're debating, oh my God, are we not good calculators? So why does it matter, really? It's a tool.
I think for sure it's going to enhance creativity. I mean, sometimes creativity is also connected with technical skills. So before, if you hadn't those technical skills, maybe you couldn't be so creative. Now, you can use these amazing tools, and this open a lot of things. I think that's for sure. When we talk about my specialty, which is content, I think creativity will be replaced by AI. Depends. I mean, there are types of content that don't really need the added value of a human touch, and you can do it with AI, and that's going to be fine. Okay. But when you try to share a point of view, an idea, where you are going to analyze something, you are going to investigate about it, and you are going to try to give your vision of that, that's human, no? And I think that's the key for content producers as we are.
Yeah, thank you. Ramsey had a good point talking about and defining creativity, but I see that the uniqueness of people is kind of disappearing because of this kind of backing with the data from the AI. How do you see that? Is it better nowadays? Is it more unique? Or is it more colorful?
Again, I think it puts up a mirror to how much crap there is out there. You know, like if you have to read another article that says, oh my God, you won't believe what XYZ said, and then you scroll and they're talking about random stuff. And 5 years ago, it was humans writing this crap, and now it's a machine writing. Who cares? You know, my first company that I ever started was a photography company, and we were empowering mobile photographers to get discovered and get exhibited and so on and so forth. Digital photographers were all annoyed. Oh, mobile photography is not real photography. 10 years before that, analog photographers were all annoyed. Oh, digital photography is not real photography. If you look at programming, it's the exact same thing. When I studied computer science, we're working in object-oriented languages, and all of the gray-haired kind of OG programmers were like, that's not real programming because you don't understand exactly how the bits and bytes are being pushed around. It's a layer of abstraction, and I think what it will lead to at some point is there's going to be less crap because we are no longer that sensitive to it. So thankfully, right? Right now we're at this turning point. Give it a couple of years, nobody's going to be reading clickbait because now you understand this is all AI. Nobody's going to be looking at bad content because you understand this is now AI. And if you're a creative person, whatever that means, you will be able to rise above the noise by actually being creative and not by just spewing the exact same thing. Most people aren't creative, and most people and most of what they do isn't creative, unfortunately. But just our egos are so big that we can't deal with that. And what AI is doing is just literally exposing that weakness that we have, that ego that we have.
Javier, John, your thoughts on it?
No, I mean, it's true that AI boosts creativity because there are many inputs more to combine things that already exist, and you can create from that. I mean, creativity from scratch, it's something very unique. As he said, not many people is able to create from scratch. So when we create, you know, with all the influences that we have, with all the things that we have lived or we have seen, and now AI do that much faster, you know? So yes, it's gonna boost creativity, but again, it's not something that is, as John said, it's something that is not replacing human creativity. It's just adding more options to create things.
Can I ask everyone here something? Because you were doing the survey thing.
Oh, of course.
Who here thinks that they had a very unique thought that nobody else has ever had for the first time in the past month? I knew you were going to raise your hand. Okay, in the past week. There you go. It's fine. It's okay.
Okay, thank you. That was a good point to make from the audience, that maybe we are not that unique that we think, and maybe it's just the ego. Thank you for that, Ramsey. All right, so Jean, you just raised 6 million euros from Flashpoint with your text-to-video model. How do you, if you can share it with us, how do you train your model? Do you use your own models? And if you do that, how do you get the data there? Is it yours or you get it from somewhere else?
We don't use our own models. We don't think that using our own models is the best way to create the platform. What we think is that making the connections with different platforms and knowing which tools are working best is the best way to create our own platform and making our platform different and create the best content for our users. So we don't train data, we don't use external data, we use already LLMs that are on the market and that give us the power to create what we need to create. So we are letting the data or the ethical thing about the data to third parties because we don't think that it's going to make a change on our end, creating our own proprietary models.
What do you think that the final product that you're creating or a user is creating, do you handle it like it's yours, or who owns the legal, the ownership of this content?
They are the creators. They are the ones creating the content. So we are not the ones that create the final content, the final video that the user is doing. So they are the proprietary ones of the video. They are the proprietary ones of the content. We are just making like the channel to create the content easier and making things faster and better and 10 times better than what they can do right now. So for us, they are the proprietary ones. They are the ones with the idea, idea of what we want to create. So for us, they are the proprietary ones, not us.
Okay, thank you for that. And Javier, when you make a post at VBDA group or any kind of article, I'm asking you the same question. How do you handle the ownership of the content there?
Well, I have to say, AI came and it was shocking for us. I mean, we are not yet like with a strategic, defined strategic approach already. So we are like testing. We have been testing so many things to improve our content, to correct our content, to create images, to create video with our content, trying to give in the AI with a lot of specific information, and even the tone and everything that we want. We never found a great result yet. So let's say that we use AI to accelerate the process, to streamline production, okay? But we didn't find a way to create content, even with our inputs, but to have like, okay, this piece of content was created fully with AI, and it's great. We didn't find that yet. We didn't find it yet. Yeah.
Do you have to market? I'm just asking it out of curiosity that it's an AI content when we talk about written content?
Well, yes. I mean, we do a lot of written content. Like I was sharing this with John before. We were doing like 450 pieces of content a day. Okay, now we reduce that a bit, like 300 a day pieces of content. We are producing like 2 videos per day, let's say, more or less. Okay. Especially long-form videos, maybe short videos we produce more, but still the proportion is quite less. And we were discussing that. Okay, so you have all that written content, you have all that input, all that, let's say, like a prompts, and you can use that to create more audiovisual content that you are not doing yet. Well, we tried some things about it, but the result was not something which we see that that's the thing that we want to share with the audience, no? So we are in that path trying to make the best of it, but to be honest, we are at the very beginning.
Okay, and if we talk about monetization, and you do an A/B testing, for example, comparing human-created content and an AI-created content, what is your experience when it comes to impressions, reaching people, and not talk about more creativity, but let's talk about more money. Like, what's your experience when it comes to human versus AI?
If I can go with this also. Okay, I think that AI is gonna improve for sure the buy side of the advertising. Okay, they are going to be more efficient. They are going to interpret better the audience, and I mean, with all the data that they have, with the first-party data they have, the third-party data they have, they are gonna improve their spending, making more profitable for them, more ROI. No? From our side, when we use AI, okay, we have the content production improvements, and also we have the user experience improvements. So when we own and operate the platform, like the websites, for example, we can use the AI to know better the audience and try to personalize that experience. So advertising is going to be better, and we are going to make more money with that. Okay, but that happens when we own and operate the platform. And as you know, there are 2, 3, 5 huge platforms that really own 90% of the traffic of the world. So they are taking also advantage of that. And when we talk about content production with brands integrated, it's true that AI is going to help us integrate better the brands in the content. So we are going to find also positive aspects there, but it's not so obvious, not so direct how AI is going to impact advertising in the sell side, and more if you are in the content production side. Okay? So I will say this is better for the buy side.
Okay, thank you. Ramsey, John, any thoughts on it? All right. So if you talk about the monetization side still, you were talking about how you can make content better with it. But John, have you ever had any kind of experience with A/B testing human versus AI, which is the better one?
No, I think that you need to be, or you need to think about what type of content you are creating, and on which moment you need to create things with AI, on which moment you need to create things with human creativity. I think that we were talking later that I was creating a video for our LinkedIn site. It was me, it wasn't an AI of me. We could create an AI of me, but I think that sometimes you need to be more personal. I think that still the person side is going to be more easy to connect with people, and also that gives you the power to monetize better something sometimes, but in other ways, other times you need to create things with AI because it's going to give you faster creation, it's going to give you 10 times more things that if you do it by yourself. So I think that you need to think first if you need to create things with AI or by your creativity, by your side, by your personal thought or your personal talking, and you are going to monetize those things different because I can create 20, 100 videos with AI, but I can create 1 to 5 videos for myself. So it's going to be different. You have to monetize different, and the value is going to be also be different. But at the end, the creativity is going to be there, but it's going to be different type of content. So you need to think first which type of content you want to create.
Okay, thank you for that. If you have a piece of art, any kind, and then AI is using that to train data, for example, a platform, what do you think, Ramsey, who should get paid for that piece of art?
Nobody. Again, it kind of goes back to the same exact question, right? Who has had a unique thought? You know, we're all building on the shoulders of giants. Every artist has been inspired by artists before, right? The laws are there. They quite clearly define, you know, what is interpretation, what is inspiration, what is actual copyright, what is stealing, when do you know, how many words can you use from an article? You know, can you cut out half a photo and put it in your collage? And but if I tell so one of my absolute favorite clips on the internet, and it's hard obviously to talk about a funny clip, is this comedian that talks about Pachelbel and his canon in D minor. And it's this famous song that you probably have all heard, na 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 na, and he goes on a rant, 10 minutes, about how because at school he never got to play in the orchestra playing that song, wherever he goes, whatever he hears, it's always this exact same song. Like he's always hearing it in the background, if it's Bob Dylan, if it's Metallica, if it's whatever. And he's turning every single song into a Pachelbel song. Does Pachelbel need to get paid because Metallica used 4 similar notes? You know, Nirvana, everyone loves Nirvana, grunge, blah. They played 4 fucking notes. Like, where's the creativity, you know? So I think we need to calm down a little bit on this stuff. Stealing is one thing. Otherwise, we need to embrace that we're living in the greatest time where you can actually go and create. And this is all that we need to be doing. We need to be creating. We need to be leveraging these tools to explore this brave new world, because the rest of the world is, right? The rest of the world is creating. Sometimes they're destroying, and that's kind of the nature of things. And then here in Europe, we're kind of regulating and trying to figure out how to stop things. You know, we can't stick our head in the...
Fully disagree with you, man.
Excuse me?
I said, fully disagree with you.
Fantastic.
No.
I think we need to have more laws and regulate and have humans, who are the only thing that doesn't follow Moore's law, try to regulate AI, which is moving at the speed of light.
But that's why we are here to discuss this topic. So,
No,
what's your thought?
I think copyright is essential from my point of view. When you work on something and you create something and you generate value, you should be rewarded by that. No? And we've seen many regulations that are recognizing that. Different type of companies are paying content creators because they are using, because their technology is used to create copies or to to work on other things. And so there are laws that are making the people that use our content to do other work, other stuff, other things, or just make copy, or imagine if they make money with the pure content that we created, that's more important even, no? But, so, I think the technology is already here. And I think that sometimes it's a question of willing. Are we willing to share the fair reward with everybody? So if we are creating value, I think that, and somebody is using that value to create other things, other services, other options, okay, that's great. I think as more open the world is, it's a better world to live in, but I think it's important to recognize those efforts, those added values, and reward them. So we should. And you mentioned something about with some chords. No, you can use 4 chords, but that's creativity. I mean, with the same 4 chords, you can do a Metallica song, a Nirvana song, or the canon, or the Pachelbel canon. I don't know. So, but if you are able to do that with the same structure and create so amazing things, that's amazing. But I don't think that's not the same thing like using the same piece of art or the same piece of content and making a business around it. I think if you are going to do that and you are going to improve our lives, fantastic, but pay for it.
So it's funny, you mentioned earlier that you used to be at Axel Springer, and I actually lobbied against Article 13 back in the day, which was around this, right? So Axel Springer wanted essentially search providers to stop using a couple of sentences from a news article in the results to...
I was there at that time.
And I was lobbying against it because I do believe in a more open world. Now, the question there, we need to go a little bit deeper, right? On the one hand, if I read everything you publish and then I go and write something, do I need to pay you for reading it?
No, but if you are going...
If I'm going to quote you, if I'm going to take a page of that you wrote and republish it, fair enough, right? I'm taking your IP and I'm using it to generate revenue, I'll pay for that. But if I read and then I interpret, I mean, there's fair use laws that already define this. Interpretation, reconstructing, and so on. So why should I pay for that?
No, but in this case, I mean, if there is a AI solution that is training with our content or even using our content to provide answers, and so they are enriching their conversation with the user thanks to our content, what I say is at some point we should be rewarded by that, because it wasn't be possible to do that with content from digital media or other sources. I don't know. Okay, that's my point.
Yeah, but the devil is in the details, right? The devil is how.
Offshore.
Where do you draw the line? How do you track it? How do you keep track of it? And I think it's pretty much impossible unless you kind of just say, here, license my data. And everything that's in a walled garden, right, which has always been the issue every time we're at a turning point in the history of creativity and the internet, is big corporations come and they want to put up these walled gardens because they think that will protect the enemy from coming in or the data from going out. Inevitably, they fail, right? Inevitably, the beautiful thing of the internet and of technology is it opens you up. So we need to figure out how to create value instead of how to extract the last minimal cent. I mean, that's how I look at it, right? Because otherwise, it's on paper, theoretically, doable. In reality, very difficult.
I think you are in the same page, just time-wise, you're a bit, on a timeline, you're a bit far away from each other. So, John, what do you think? Where is the line between...
I think that I'm more in the Ramsey line.
Not nice.
Because it's really hard to define the line on... If Ramsey reads all the papers of him, he knows everything. He knows all the data. It's the same of what we are doing with the data on the LLMs and everything. So it's really hard to define if all the job done needs to be paid or not. So I think that I'm more on the Ramsey side right now. So that's my point right now. So the debate is coming from here.
Okay, and just one quick question back to the topic when it comes to content creation. If you would have to use only one tool that you would advise for the audience to use from now on when it comes to content creation with AI, what would you say? Let's start with John.
Bext.
Of course. One. Of course. Ramsey?
I'm going to do the trick of asking for 3 more wishes and say, use this, and then try to figure out what tool is the useful tool for whatever you're building at the moment.
I would say that in a company, it depends, because in Webedia we do like, let's say, digital media content, like legacy, let's say like legacy journalism, but we also work with talents, with creators, and we do also a lot of influencer stuff. But nowadays in our newsroom, those tools that help us to research and to organize all that information, like Notebook LLM and all stuff like that, is the kind of tools that are quite helpful for us right now.
Okay, I hope you enjoyed, as an audience, this content here, not created by AI, but real humans. Thank you for the panelists for being here with us, and hope to see you around at VDS. Wish you a nice day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias. That was fantastic. Thank you, one and all. What an energizing way. And listen, bonus points to all of you for being here. Standing room only at 10 a.m. That is a really good reflection on the high caliber of topics and VIP speakers that will get you out of bed, even with a hangover, allegedly, to join us here at the Santander stage. Lovely to see you, as always. So listen, this was, you know, a really eye-opening session. AI is the elephant in every single room. And of course, generative AI and the overlap between AI and creativity is a hot topic. So thank you again to Joseph, Javier, Jon, and Ramsey for absolutely having a great discussion there. Gracias, amigos. All right, my friends, we're going to move on with our next session. And we are going to open another can of worms. It's all about clean tech and the idea of clean tech without borders and scaling climate innovation from Iberia to Europe. So just a little reminder, we do need your support on social media, because the clue's in the name. Social media is social. Without the social, it's not media. So we invite you all to share your thoughts from our wonderful session. Take a nice photograph of our VVIP speakers as they join onto the stage. And all that we ask is please feel free to share and tag any of our wonderful speakers. And please do use the hashtag VDS2025. You are very welcome to post online, and if you use that hashtag, it means the organizers can also see your posts and maybe amplify them a bit. So if you hear any loud noises like this, it's just the wind. Don't worry, we're fine. The tent is not going to blow away. We got you in a nice, safe space here. So with that in mind, we are absolutely delighted and grateful and thankful and very glad to be in working with our dear friends at Zubi Labs. Again, what an amazing company. We love Zubi Labs. Thank you for your support. This next session is presented and hosted by Zubi Labs. And I'm absolutely delighted to tell you about the 4 VIP speakers that are going to be rocking the stage right now. We've got the Director of Clean Tech for UK, Sarah McIntosh. We have the head of the European Investment Bank office in Spain. That is a very important and not often represented organization. This is great. The EIB does such incredible work. The more you find out, the more impressive they get. So we've got the head of the European Investment Bank office in Spain, Maria Romano. We are thrilled to be joined by the corporate director at Matico, Carlos Sanz, and our wonderful moderator is the director at Cleantech for Iberia, the wonderful Bianca Dragomir. So my dear friends, let's make it a big welcome as we welcome to the stage Bianca, Carlos, Maria, and Sarah. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. So let's warm up the engine of this second day of the summit with a deep dive into clean tech and particularly clean tech scalability and what it entails. I'm Bianca Dragomir. I'm director at Clean Tech for Iberia, which is a coalition of the leading investors and innovators in clean technologies in the Iberian region. And our mission is to turn the region into Europe's clean tech industrial leader. So let me just, before we deep dive into clean tech without borders and clean tech scalability, let me just say or remind you that every year humanity emits 51 billion tons of CO2. Now, the technologies to cut these emissions have already been invented. But here's the catch. Roughly a third of these actually have not been commercialized at industrial scale. So that's our big bottleneck, but that's also our big opportunity nowadays. And we see across Europe, from Valencia to London to Oslo, a wave of new clean tech projects being turned into a reality. But the real question today and nowadays is, how can we scale fast enough in order to meet Europe's climate goals in a full-blown clean tech race? And how can we reach industrial scale? Because I guess industrial, this is the key. This is the key word. How can we expand the so much first-of-a-kind projects? How can we bridge that gap from lab to factory and really turn the first commercial demonstration of a new technology that has already been proven at smaller scale into industrial capacity fast? That's the big challenge at the moment. As I said, a full-blown clean tech race globally where Europe is trying to find its way. And it's not that Europe is staying still in this clean tech race, it's that others are moving faster. So our panel today will unpack how Europe can lead the charge in turning first-of-a-kind clean tech innovations into full-scale realities and do it fast. And I'm really pleased to share panel today with Carlos Sanz, Corporate Development Director at Mateco, a stellar green hydrogen innovator based here in Valencia, with Sarah McIntosh, Director Clean Tech for UK, a coalition of investors and innovators in clean technologies in the UK, and with Maria Romano, Head of EIB Group Office in Spain, with also a lot of leverage in terms of investing in clean technologies and scaling them up. So let's get started. I would like to propose to ignite this conversation maybe with a reality check on clean tech scalability, and just let's place our focus into made in Europe factories, because I think this is the key. This is in a buzz sentence already at European level in politicians' speeches. So I'd like to ask, maybe starting with Carlos, what's the biggest barrier today for first-of-a-kind clean tech projects, and how are you overcoming this?
Only one's going to be difficult to mention. I wrote yesterday an article written by you. You mentioned three things. You mentioned technology, execution, and market certainty. I like to focus on execution and market certainty because today, at least for us, we have the technology. It's over there. The key point is bridging the gap between the lab and the industry. That's where the Death Valley is today for companies like us. So we are making a huge effort translating what we proved in the lab in a higher capacity, creating new processes, making those processes cost efficient. It's a great challenge, and that's where we are focused. But on top of that, we have market uncertainty. This is something that our investors love. They love when we say that we don't know when the demand will come, so they are super happy about that. So we have to play around with this. So how to overcome that? In terms of bridging the challenge between the lab and the industry, I'm not saying that because part of the team is here today, but you need to create the best-in-class team you can create. So at Mateco, we have managed to put together a team that combines the best of entrepreneurship, because we have Iker Marcaidi, all the support of Subi Group, the best of academia, meaning tech, with Gonzalo Avellán and all the support that we get from the University of Valencia. and the best of industry as well, with a team that has been able to create a factory in such a short period of time. And to navigate uncertainty, you need two things. First, to bring partners, to bring investors that are committed with what you are doing, that are passionate, and of course collaborations like players like you guys, the European Investment Bank, LinkedIn for Iberia, that help us to get to the market, to give us a voice, to understand what we are doing and how important this is for Europe.
Thank you, Carlos. Let's go to UK now, and let's pick your brain on this. On what are the barriers? How do you see this from the UK, and how are you helping companies to overcome it? Sarah.
Yeah, sure. I think fundamentally it's so difficult because you need policy, finance, and market demand all to line up all at the same time, whilst you're crazily trying to develop a very difficult, potentially difficult, complex technology. So I think getting all of those to line up is really challenging. Government can play a really strong role, and I think what I would point to in the UK is we have a mechanism called Contracts for Difference, which really helped our offshore wind get sort of into a good position. But you really need all of those things, and trying to get everybody on the same page at the same time is difficult. So we have been working with government around this. We've been looking at public financing mechanisms. I've already mentioned the Contracts for Difference, but we're also thinking about how we can better use our National Wealth Fund and other public finance institutes to really try and line up the financiers behind some of these projects.
Fantastic, thanks. We come back to Spain. So, Maria, how is EIB seeing this? What are the barriers, and how are you helping to overcome them?
Yes, thank you. So actually, for the EIB, we are a mix between a bank and a public institution. So we ourselves are playing a key role in helping putting down those barriers. One of the biggest barriers we see at the end of the day is translating innovative ideas and innovation into actually bankable and scale-up technologies. And what we do is also to see how we can compete with the gray alternatives. But these ideas are great, but they are very often very risky. They are unfunded. They are capital intensive. So what we do at the EIB is that we provide a patient capital, alternative to traditional investors. And we do so by being backed by European programs like the InvestEU. And like this, we can provide instruments that are there to accompany entrepreneurs and founders in scaling up those technologies. One of the barriers we also see is not having the right composition of the team, the right mix. So we actually see that having a very good chief commercial officer, someone who understands the technology, but who can actually also understand the market and can help unlock the potential demand for those projects is very important. So at the EIB, what we do is, as I was saying, providing this patient capital to give the runway to founders to be able to have the time and patience to build those teams and those technologies.
Absolutely, and I think that you raise an important point on the patient capital, because we speak about clean technologies, which are hardware intensive, which have long development timelines, and definitely more risk than the software technologies often. So certainly patient capital is of absolute importance. And I'd like to stay maybe a little bit with you and deep dive on the scale-up challenge, and maybe with a focus on Spain, if you want. How is EIB supporting the scalability challenge in Spain and in Europe? And maybe you could give us some inspiring examples. But I know that EIB has been working on this over the last year. So I guess the audience would benefit from that.
Yes. Actually, being here in Spain, I can proudly, and being Spaniard, I can proudly say that Spain, we are championing this type of technology. Spain, and even broadly, Iberia has a very big potential to be the one leading the decarbonization of the decarbonization of industry. And why? So because of the potential, the enormous potential Spain and Iberia has with the renewable resources, with the industrial base, and with the very big innovation ecosystem that we have here in the peninsula. And this is very good, but we also need, potentials need something to be materialized, and this is where we need capital. And it's where I was saying that we need capital, and not capital for the sake of just having capital. We need to have capital, but also coordination between the different sources of capital, and as well credibility to be able to scale up. At the EIB, we have a different panoply of instruments. We have venture debt, we have guarantees, we have blended finance, all of these and backed by these European programs, I was saying, like the European Investment Fund. And not only we provide the capital, we also provide something else. We add value. Whenever we do our due diligence and we invest in projects, we also see the viability of the technology from an economic point of view. We see how these cost reduction trajectories, whether they are stable or not, the viability of the cost units, and the scalability on a market, on a commercial point of view. And then also we understand that green premiums are great, but they have a limited trajectory. At the end of the day, investors will end up requesting returns. And what we do with these programs, what I was saying, is we help de-risking structures and we help attract capitals. And something we have also seen is that maybe structures like joint ventures can also help. In Spain, actually, we're seeing this as being a viable solution, these joint ventures.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Maria. Let's stay in Spain and let's take the perspective of Carlos again from an innovator point of view. And looking a bit more at the regulation, because of course regulation is important. We blame regulation. We always say China is a clean tech factory nowadays and Europe is a factory of regulation, but still we need regulatory shifts, which are so much needed to accelerate particularly scalable clean tech projects and particularly first of a kind. So Carlos, from your perspective, what are these regulatory shifts that are mostly needed for Mateco today?
You know that's my favorite topic to talk about. So I'll focus on two things. First, my favorite word, speed, and then clarity. In terms of speed, first thing, we are facing an over-regulated world. Bureaucracy could kill innovation, and that's the tweet. That's the reality. And this is a system that works for very mature technologies. That's fine, but it's not fitting for companies like ours. In the panel before, they were saying there are technologies that we are regulating even before there is real traction in the market. It doesn't make sense. So in second part, permitting and administrative paperwork. We know that administrative process takes longer than innovation. We know that, but we must encourage fast-track process for strategic technologies. Otherwise, there are projects that could be at risk of dying, and we can talk about a lot of that in Mateco. And then the third point will be faster implementation of European regulation in local reality. It takes around 2 years from European debate to local reality. At innovation, we don't have 2 years. We don't have that. So yesterday, Ursula von der Leyen was saying that let's create this Made in Europe program. We don't have 2 years for that. It needs to happen tomorrow. So that's in terms of speed. So you know I love speed, and we need to move fast, otherwise we will die. And second, in terms of clarity, if a technology is strategic today, it's going to be strategic in 10 years' time. So we cannot be at risk of a political shift and changing the strategy. That will kill strategic investment like ours. But we have great examples in Europe, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel. There are examples of pilot-friendly states like Germany or Denmark, where trade regulation helped them to create first-of-a-kind projects. So we here in Spain, we need to copy that. Let's copy what is working in Germany, in Denmark, in the UK, to move faster.
Absolutely. So, Sarah, we painted a little bit the landscape of this clean tech scalability in Spain and situation of folk. What can we learn? What can Spain learn from the UK? I know you've done quite some work on this space. What would you say it's successful or it's working?
I think, as I mentioned earlier, the contracts for difference, and we're just bringing in a new market certainty mechanism for sustainable aviation fuels, which again is really helping the market. I think, so on that side, they're the really good things that we've done. We also, under this new government, have created a number of support mechanisms through our new National Wealth Fund to help some of these projects. But I think also there's something that you can learn from the UK as almost a cautionary tale. I mean, when we did the contracts for difference for offshore wind, we have the biggest offshore wind market outside of China, and yet we don't build a single turbine. So, you know, if you could rewind time, then I would say that's a massive opportunity that we missed out on. So we've got all this lovely offshore wind, and we don't get the benefit of building them and creating those jobs. So I think it's really important to make sure the system is in place so that everybody in the country can benefit from it and get good jobs from these types of technologies.
And if we look at the UK, could you give us some examples, for example, of companies that have reached the first of a kind and maybe even second of a kind to get some inspiration from that?
Yes, so there's a couple of ones I would point to. So first of all, we have a really good battery project in Manchester, which is called Highview Power, which are just building their first of a kind at the moment. I mean, that project had tenacity because it took them very many years to finally get it over the line. But eventually they got money from the National Wealth Fund to come in and just get them over the line to that cornerstone project. So now they're building that, which is really exciting. We've got a couple of very late-stage sustainable aviation fuel companies, such as Greenfly, and they are going to be benefiting from this new market certainty mechanism, and that's really helped to draw in the private investment for them.
That's fantastic. We do want to see these type of projects proliferate across Europe. If Ursula von der Leyen said yesterday, indeed, that clean tech is booming in Europe, but it's a matter of how fast we go. We certainly need to go really fast in accelerating this first of a kind, to accelerating factories, because otherwise it's our strategic autonomy is really endangered. And for that, one of the recent studies at Cleantech for Iberia on mobilizing cleantech investment also points at the fact that to get there, we do need to sophisticate our capital stack. We do need to have to rewire our financial system, and also we do need to boost the public and private collaboration. I would say, I always like to say that public and private financing are the new power couples, right, in cleantech. So that leads me again to the EIB as one of the main investors, and EIB is now playing, it's called to play even a more important role, I would say, in cleantech in Europe in the framework of the Clean Industrial Deal, right, with the public guarantees, with all the frameworks that are going to need to be put in place. So from an investor perspective this time, Maria, how can public and private capital de-risk early stage industrial scale-ups?
Yes, I was saying before that one of the roles that the EIB play is de-risking actually this type of technologies, the breakthrough technologies where we want to bring Europe to the next level and be able to compete with the biggest players. So the risking requires capital and quality capital. I was talking earlier about patient capital, but the capital has also to be of a quality. I was speaking before with Carlos, and he was praising the role that the EIB is doing. Why? So I guess Carlos can complement, but he was praising the fact that we are able to understand, we are able to be there. It's not only about the financing and the financial support, it's also about understanding the role that this technology plays in the day-to-day, the improvement of the day-to-day lives of citizens around Europe, and be able to have the right instruments to be able to support what founders in these clean tech technologies need. It's about not only understanding technology, but the market and the scale-up risks. I was saying before that we have a universe of instruments like the venture debt, the private equity investments as well, or venture capital funds that we support through a European Investment Fund, blended finance, guarantees. At the end of the day, all these instruments are there to absorb risk and to attract more private capital, which is very, very needed because we're talking about a huge amount of investment that it's needed. Our financing structures, thanks to the support of EU programs, I was mentioning before the Invest EU guarantee. You were talking, Bianca, as well about the push from the European Commission with the Clean Industrial Deal. That allows us to have longer tenors, subordinated debts, more flexible structures that can adapt to the actual needs of the company. Before in my intervention, I was saying that we need capital, but we also need collaboration and we need credibility. The collaboration, we do so by engaging with ecosystem players, like the national promotional banks in the several countries. I've seen there in a stand the logo of CDTI in Spain. For instance, we are engaging with this type of and EU coalitions as well, because what we think is that we need to be able to support the needs of companies throughout their career. So, and therefore, we need to ensure that there is a continuum support, that it's not only a startup or scale up or growth, but we are along the whole life of the company until we make it bankable and be able to access traditional sources of financing. And I was speaking about credibility, and this at the end of the day is boosting the confidence from users, from investors, from the ecosystem, that these technologies are there. So this is the role of the EIB, to make sure that we give enough breathing room to founders to be able to concentrate on what matters, which is scaling up these technologies.
Thank you, Maria, absolutely. Sarah, and then maybe Carlos, what's your take on this?
Sorry?
What's your take on this particular aspect of public and private funding to de-risk clean tech?
I think it's really important. I think that you know, in the UK, we have our new National Wealth Fund, which has been a recent thing. I think we miss sort of having the ability to work with the EIB, but we now have this new wealth fund that will hopefully help with things. But I think private investors alone can't tackle these huge projects. They need help. They need somebody to come in and share the risk with them, particularly when the market and the market demand is not as clear as it could be. So I think they're really important.
Carlos?
Yeah, just to add on what you mentioned, of course, passing capital, it's mandatory, and blended finance. It's important to mention that we are in the digital summit, but our financing roadmap is very different in the deep tech world. We need to build capacity far before we have the demand in place. So we've had patching capital thanks to Zubi Group and the other family office that joined our Series E, but they are investing not only for the return but for the impact, and this is strategic for the public sector as well. So they cannot be left alone. That's why blended finance with instruments like the EIB is providing are super important for other players to get, because we cannot get investment from infra funds. Our risk is much lower. The venture capitals do not understand because the return is slower. So we need this type of investment that works very well with the EIB, not only for the investment, but for the advice that they provide. So for us, just to summarize, it's a matter of aligning the mission, the strategy, the European strategy with the capital. So that way, together we will scale faster.
And I guess that this also is very much aligned to a narrative that I often hear from the clean tech innovators, which is we don't need subsidies, we just need de-risking mechanism, the fit for purpose de-risking mechanism to actually scale. And that's why the work of EIB is so important, and that's why the public, I think, support in order to increase, as you said, Maria, the investors' confidence in these hardware-intensive, capital-intensive technologies is so crucial. but we talk about financing, we talk about public-private interventions, about regulation, but the elephant in the room at the end is demand. This is also something that we often hear. So maybe what's your take on demand, Carlos, to scale up this type of projects? How important is it, particularly in green hydrogen?
Well, demand is key. As I ironically mentioned at the beginning, the investors without demand, it's very difficult to convince them, right? So as you mentioned just before, we don't ban subsidies. We want to encourage demand in our technologies to make them bankable, to make them grow, because in the lab everything works. We need them to be in the industry to prove that it can work and it could reinvent the world. So fostering demand from the public sector, incentivizing those first of a kind projects from the public sector, it's key for those technologies to move to the market as soon as possible. That's why it's very interesting, those programs that Ursula von der Leyen mentioned yesterday, because that way we will create a European local value chain, which is mandatory if we want to compete with other parts of the world that are doing today that.
Right. And is demand incentivized, or how is its demand supported to adopt this, or encouraged to adopt these clean technologies in the UK? Are there any programs?
Yeah, I think, so there are a few things. I mean, first of all, obviously, policy mandates and targets all help us to understand where the government is going and create some of that demand cycle. But I think what we're seeing very strongly now in the UK is that people, we're in a cost of living crisis. People are not willing to pay a green premium for some of these technologies. But what they are willing to do is to find ways to bring down their energy bills, use better technology. The previous panel talked about AI. So people are willing to adopt these technologies if it means better lifestyle, better cost effective. And actually, that's probably more demand, like growing the demand than perhaps some of the policy initiatives are.
Yeah, it's like a movement coming from within, from below, right? And then really expanding like a ripple effect, which is what we all need in order to make clean tech the norm, I would say. Thank you. And I assume that in the EIB evaluations for projects and in order to be funded, demand is also a key element, right?
Exactly. As I was saying, it's not just about the technology, but it's also about the commercial viability of the project. So this is something we actually look very carefully. And wherever we don't see it, we try to help the companies to make the steps. This is also what I was saying before, the importance of having, for instance, the right commercial team to complement the know-how and expertise on the technical side by unlocking demand.
Absolutely. And well, just let's use this last minute that we have to maybe ask you in one line, what would clean tech without borders, the title of this session, mean for Europe in 2030, in one sentence? Carlos?
I'll say borderless innovation, choosing the right battles and focus on them with the right mission.
Sarah?
It means us all being able to take advantages of the best technologies together and create a better world.
Maria?
And for us, as a public EU institution, to make sure that the EU is able to compete and be strategically autonomous from other countries, let's say.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for this wonderful conversation. I hope it was insightful. I guess it was timely to talk about first of a kind and in clean tech nowadays with everything that is happening in the world. Thank you very much for being here, and let's continue the conversation at the Business Lounge and Speaker's Point. Thank you.
Outstanding. I love that. That was brilliant, very inspiring. Great to see the overlaps, the collaborative mindset, everyone working towards the same North Star. Thank you all for everything you do. Great moderation as well. Muchísimas gracias. Okay, my friends, we got lots of people coming in. Make yourselves comfortable. May I congratulate you on your excellent choice of the next session. We have a really good one lined up. Just a little reminder, share the love, create some FOMO. Use the hashtag VDS2025. We would love to make all your friends, family, colleagues, and financial directors really jealous. You're here, it's sunny, it's Valencia. They're not. Let's do it. LFG, create some FOMO, use the hashtag VDS2025. Okay, so we are going to move immediately on. We have two brilliant speakers for you. We're going to go into a session about culture, strategy, and leading across borders with inclusion and impact. And we are absolutely thrilled to be, for this next session, to be hosted by our dear friends, Diverse Leaders in Tech. So thank you very much for hosting this session. And I'm thrilled to let you know who's going to join us very shortly. We've got the former VP of DEI at Hexaware and a global people and culture leader, Gwen Kollader. And she's going to be joined by our wonderful moderator, the founder at 7 People, Ingeborg van Harten. My dear friends, give it up from the heart for Gwen and Ingeborg. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you for the intro. I see some faces I also saw yesterday. Thanks for coming back. Sorry, it's me again. Welcome, Gwen, and welcome to the audience. You've chosen to join a session about leading across borders with inclusion and impact. I'm joined by Gwen, a global HR leader. She's worked across organizations that have offices in many locations in the world, so a lot of leaders who lead teams from different cultures. There's a few funny things I wanted to say, because beside being a global HR leader, she's also a room reader. She tends to see what no one sees before they see it, and she knows what they should know. And she's known for giving a lot of unsolicited advice. And today she's going to bring some of that advice to you. First question I had prepared. If culture is strategy, many founders and leaders unfortunately think culture is still the fluffy stuff. So they don't see it as strategy. There's rarely a company strategy that starts with culture. So how can we turn the view that culture is fluffy to culture is strategy?
Yeah, it's most of the time such a mistake that's being made in companies, because the value of your company is your people. And companies are a bunch of people wanting to do great work. And when you do great work, most probably it is because you're happy in an organization. And what is that? That is fluffy, of course. But if you think about it and you want to unravel it, you can look at it as following. If you look at yourself, you can keep yourself in mind. But if you think about what makes a diverse, high-performing team high-performing, is when there is a lot of trust in the organization and between people. So you do what you promise that we agreed upon. You give me the space to grow. I trust what you say, and you trust what I say. Trust is key to become happy in your role and therefore high-performing. Same is commitment, right? You have this goal that you plan to achieve as a team, as an organization. You need people in your team that are committed to the goal that you agreed upon. That also goes for accountability, right? People need to be accountable and responsible for whatever it is that they do in that team. And if there is no accountability, there will be hiccups and stagnations. So the high performing will decrease as well. Accountability is one of the things that's also incredibly important for high performing teams, and therefore for the growth of your organization. Another thing is conflict, and that is sort of a negative word, but conflict is sort of healthy debate, right? Challenging what has been said, sharing if you think you know a better solution or a different way of looking at a problem. So having healthy debate and healthy conflicts in teams is key to become a high-performing team. And at the end of the day, of course, we all want to see the results that we're striving for. So these 5 elements: trust, commitment, conflict or debate, accountability, and focus on results are 5 key elements to become a high-performing team. And a high-performing team is what makes your organization grow. So nothing fluffy about that. It's the key element for growth.
So people, if you want to know more about those 5 elements, I recommend you look up the Lencioni pyramid, because I love it. But it does say that trust leads to results. But if trust is the base of getting to results, but it looks differently in different countries, like you build trust differently with people from Spain, from Japan, from Brazil, from the Netherlands. how can you as a leader build trust? And like, what would be the tip if I have people in different locations? And how do I make sure that my people in China or India trust what is being said in the headquarters in Spain and vice versa?
Yeah, thanks for the great question, because taking a step back, I read somewhere, so don't pin me down on it, but I read somewhere that there are 4 million books on leadership written every year. 4 million, right? That is just absurd. So there are so many ways of looking at leadership, but most of those books are written with a Western lens. So they forget the cultural element when you talk about leadership. And I've been leading a lot of international international teams during my career, and what you say, building trust across cultures, is different. So in my last role, for instance, I was leading an international team, but mainly with Indian people. And I myself, and we are from the Netherlands, which is a country with a very direct communication style. You might know that. We're pretty in your face, thinking that we are very transparent, very open, very clear. But coming from a culture that is less direct, you might think, oh my goodness, she's so aggressive, or why does it have to be this way? You know, they want to have a different way of communication, which is a bit more packed, a bit more softer, a bit more warmer. So if you, for instance, with a communication style, don't understand that, you break trust, because people perceive you in a complete different way than that you want to come across. And building trust in international teams comes also with how you give feedback, for instance. So if I would have somebody in my team that is from a completely different culture, and me coming with my Dutch leadership style into the equation, giving feedback in front of everybody else, because that is what we do in the Netherlands, and we think it's all fine. Other people might think, oh my goodness, they have this huge argument, and I don't feel safe and I don't trust them anymore. So if you're not aware of these differences, these beautiful differences between cultures, you might unwillingly break the trust that you're so hard to try, which is hard to build in an organization.
Yeah, I learned with someone who's French in my team that the French always argue before they say okay. It's like they learn how to debate at school, and if you don't debate, you fail. And then she was always debating with me, and I'm like really annoyed. And then she's like, yeah, but I should do that. Like, it's in my core, in my DNA, that I should do that before I agree with you. So that was a really interesting lesson. I think when you look at people from different cultures, you could also think, I'm just going to choose the easy way. I'm just going to work in an organization with not too many cultures because it's difficult. But I read a really nice quote where you said, when you stop seeing people as difficult, but as different, then that really works for you. So what is the tip for people here that think it's difficult, and how do you get to the step from it's difficult to it's different? Like, what would you recommend them, besides reading maybe a few of those good books, are like first steps to take?
I think at the end of the day, we're all humans, right? And everybody wants to show up at work and doing great stuff together with great people. So one of the things that you really have to be aware of, that you bring yourself into the equation. Sorry, I forgot the question.
Is there something similar, something that everyone wants? Is it, if I work with 10 different cultures, is there one thing that everyone needs?
Yeah.
Which could be my starting point?
Yeah. So everybody wants to be seen, heard, valued, respected, and want to do a good job. So that's sort of universal. But the way to go about it is different. So what is being heard, seen, and valued? In the Netherlands, that might look different than in Japan, or in Spain, or in the US. So to build upon the example that I just gave about feedback, for instance, if I would receive feedback from an American manager, which I've had in the past, and this is generalizing because it's based on a report and a research, but of course, at the end of the day, you're also your own person. But if you think about the American culture, they tend to give feedback in a sandwich style. So they would say, oh, your hair looks lovely, but your blouse is dirty, but you have a lovely smile. Just very stupid example, but that's sort of the sandwich style. Then in the Dutch culture, you might
They
think...
call it a shit sandwich. The shit is in the middle.
Well, that's not, those are not my words, but yeah, well, it's a good... It's a good way of saying it, because if you are coming from a culture where you are used to very direct communication, you might think, oh, I'm doing pretty good. You know, I don't have, and the American manager, the person from a culture that is a bit less direct, might think, why is she not picking up on my feedback? Why is she not changing? And then there is this gap between understanding, and that is key to build trust and to build high-performing teams. So, yeah, one of the things that you could do is to be very aware of that and check yourself.
Yeah, I also have another tip on this, because we also work with a lot of different people in the team, and I think we have 7 or 8 nationalities in a team of only 20. So that is already quite a lot. And for those of you who are thinking, how can I use AI in a way that really works and makes it practical, put in all the nationalities of those people and describe a little bit what they do, and ask ChatGPT or whatever you use, give me the way that they prefer to receive feedback, give me the way that they prefer to be communicated to, give me the way, and then you create this really nice overview. And then I checked with them, and I said, well, ChatGPT says that the way that you want to receive praise is not in public, it is one-on-one. Is that also true for you? And then they're like, oh, I really love the fact that you looked that up. Yes, I prefer to receive praise one-on-one. I don't like it in a big group, it's really uncomfortable. So there was also a tip I got from someone else. I really like that. So understanding that individuals like different ways of receiving feedback, of receiving praise, of being asked to do something, either democratically or hierarchically. So in terms of building that trust, it's also understanding how they as a person want to receive instructions from a leader, or feedback, or praise.
Yeah, and it's a really good example, because I love the fact that you add to that you check with the person if it's true. Because at the end of the day, you are your own person, you bring your own style. Because nowadays we use AI as the thought leader for a lot of things, right? So looking it up and see what kind of style is being used in different cultures is a great step forward, but you never forget to check up on what is the actual situation here at hand. And also check your own drive for wanting to adopt, because sometimes people just go with the answer of AI, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they themselves really want to understand the other. It's not, a scratching the surface or an easy fix to create that trust in organizations and understandings. So yes, I completely agree with you, and I love the angle of really checking up on that.
So also I thought, if it's inclusion across borders, does that mean that I need to treat everyone differently? Because I just said that I do with individuals, but as a manager, when I have teams across borders, I can imagine you also need certain team rules or things that are the same for everyone. I can't go and study every single person and then nothing works across the whole team. So what would be a tip for someone that's starting to lead a team across borders or wants to do better?
Yeah, how I have always done it is to find the team values. So I would have a very open discussion in a way that people prefer to give input on, what makes our team strong and what it is that we want to achieve. So create the team values that you really live by as a team, and then translate that into very concrete behavior or very concrete actions. What does that mean? So for instance, one of the things is sharing fuck-ups, right? There's so much wisdom in failure and having people sharing that, and that is where trust is built as well. So one of the things that I always do in my team is part of trust building is that when you've made a mistake, share it, because we can learn from it and we can grow from it. And if you share it, nobody else, well, at least that's what we're striving for, that we don't make the same mistake again, or that others make the same mistake. The same as in team meetings, I always check if somebody else wants to say something. It's so easy to give the people with the loudest voice always the input, right? And that you forget the more silent people or the more introverted people. And always check with them on how they would love to give input, right? Maybe they don't want to speak up in meetings. Maybe they want to send an email. They prefer to send an email or to give you feedback one-on-one or give their input one-on-one. So those are very practical actions and behaviors that you can agree upon that are linked to the values that you set as a team and in a wider space in the organization.
Yeah, thanks. I remember one example with teams and meetings and how they do that differently. And some really want an agenda and be super prepared. And others come in 5 or 10 minutes late and they're happy with no agenda. And that was one of the things that as a team we agreed for the whole team to perform better with meetings. We need a really clear meeting rhythm and agreements on everyone is on time. We do have an agenda to make sure that for the people who need that it works. And it also worked for the people who used to do that differently, where you just explain the reason why we're doing it that way. You can't say we're doing meetings 5 different ways.
Yeah.
It's one way. And it was the same with communication, and emails always start this way. It's just because otherwise for everyone else you can't send different templates and different rules. So team rules, allowing people still to be themselves, but that you do explain to them it's otherwise too complicated. We need to set a certain standard.
Yeah.
And that links back to what we're trying to achieve as a team.
Yeah, and sometimes, you know, building trust in teams or building high-performance teams is seen as this huge mountain that you have to climb. But you can do such small but very impactful things to create that level of trust in your organizations. Yesterday we had a great talk about what you do at 7 people, and also the flexibility. That is the conclusion that we draw from the session. The flexibility is key also to create that trust in organizations. So make sure that you have an open mind, that you adapt, and you have these values that drive you. But be flexible around that to create that trust and high-performing teams.
And then one last takeaway or tip, because we're nearing the end of the session. That went really fast. What I take away from the session and also the discussions we had is that there was always this saying, treat others like you want to be treated. And that's actually flipped. And basically, you treat others like they want to be treated. So as a global leader, you should really be interested, and it comes down to deep listening and deep understanding of other people and other cultures. And you treat them as they want to be treated to build that trust and to be more successful. I'll allow you a final takeaway or tip for the audience to build that trust, or something small that they can start with doing tomorrow after listening to our session today.
Yeah, lots of tips and lots of things that you could do, of course. But I really like the fuck ups. I really feel and see the outcome of that amongst your people, specifically with the juniors in your team. And you can start that today, right? Definitely as leaders, to show the mistakes that you've made and how you go about that. And there is no punishment or any negativity coming from sharing those mistakes. But on top of that, what I also very much stimulated in the last organization that I worked in is that as leaders, drink a cup of coffee virtually or in person with a person that is different from you in any way. So that can be introverted, extroverted, different cultures, man, woman, whatever it is. At least go and reach out to a person every 2 weeks to have a cup of coffee and have a couple of open questions so that you build that understanding between people. That is something that I also saw that increased the reality of the culture. It becomes real, right? And that realness and that openness in that is what makes people stay in organizations. Yeah.
Nice one. So reach out to people that you don't know so well, that you might feel a little bit uncomfortable with, not the standard person that you would normally have a coffee with, and make that your action for the couple of coming days, weeks. Thanks everyone for joining. I hope there's something that you can take away. Have a good day.
Thank you for being here. Woo!
Absolutely superb, wonderful, muchísimas gracias. Yeah, that was great. Can we get another big round of applause? Honestly, that was brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. I love it. Oh my goodness. What can I say? Challenge accepted. That's great. I'm a huge believer in diversity. It's the most essential and brilliant unlock in any business. And I'm a great believer in cross-functional collaboration. Collaborate and meet and connect with people a bit different from you. You see the world X a huge perspective. So it's just a huge unlock. Speaking of which, my personal motto, ABC, always be connecting. My challenge to you, connect with somebody you've never met before. Exactly like she said, see how you can help each other, even if it's just getting some perspective. Right, my dear friends, we're going to move from culture to AI-powered health. Kind of a big deal, to put it mildly. And my goodness, we're now going to learn about moving from data to impact. Very important stuff, and we thank our dear friends at GoHub for hosting this next session. We've got a dynamic duo getting ready to rock the stage right now. We are absolutely thrilled to be joined by the head of investments at GoHub Ventures, Pablo Pereira, and the CEO and founder at Open Health Technologies, Gareth Glass. Please join me in giving a big welcome to Gareth and Pablo.
Hello. Okay. Well, thank you everyone for joining us today. It's a pleasure to have you all here. My name is Pablo. I'm the head of investments at GoHub Ventures. We're an early stage fund based in Valencia, but investing all throughout Europe, US, and LATAM. And digital health and AI are obviously two of the core theses that we're currently investing in. And we couldn't be happier to have here Gareth from Open Health Technologies, which is one of the most exciting companies that we have in the portfolio right now. So, Gareth, could we start with a brief intro on yourself and Open Health?
Hello, everyone. I'm Gareth, originally from Germany, Berlin, now living between Germany and Brazil, actually. I worked 12 years in the fintech space, built up open banking, digital banks in Europe. And 3 years ago, I started Open Health Technologies, a B2B software company focusing on harmonizing lab data and building a data infrastructure to enable health companies in working with this data. What it actually means in detail, I think we enter in more detail later.
Thank you for that. They're early stage companies still, but they're doing incredible work in the data space and enabling the AI infrastructure. As you know, right now in Europe, there's like all over the place, basically. There's a lot of formats, a lot of different types of data. There's a lot of countries, and interoperability is usually like a main pain point for just tech adoption as a whole. So, Gareth, how do you see the current landscape in general in terms of data and fragmentation?
So overall, also coming from the banking space, comparing banking, which is also very complex and high regulated market, banking is nothing compared to healthcare. So banking data is just transactional. You have a date, you have a number, you have maybe a reference text. If it's more complicated, you have an interest rate, but the standard is very similar. Healthcare, it's a totally different and way more complex things. You can basically measure everything. It's also, as biology is, everyone has a different format of measuring, and so much different data points, from diagnostic data from the lab up to behavior data, like from what you can measure in devices, sleep data, image data, also a lot of unstructured data, like how do you feel today? You cannot always put it in a very concrete explanation. So all these different topics up to medication and all the other stuff. So it's way more multidimensional complex. So the overall challenge is already so high that also compared to other industries, I think healthcare is in the very beginning. We see first activities, and also now the overall AI hype is helping a lot to increase the awareness that we need good quality data to create more AI solutions on top of it. But I would say we are still in the very beginning. So if we also look how fragmented the data is in so much silos, it's very complicated for the overall industry to access high quality data to build on top of it. And if we look into hospitals, they are still faxing information, they are still printing it out. So the baseline compared also to other industries is probably way behind. But on the other side, the impact of data in this industry is tremendous. So this is the reason why we really focus on it and see, besides making money, really the positive impact in creating insights out of this data is tremendous.
And obviously, AI is reshaping healthcare as a whole, but the backbone or the most fundamental part of this is having the data homogeneous and standardized between different parties in the health sector. So hospitals, labs, and any digital health innovator. How is, or what is the role of Open Health in that space?
So we specifically started focusing on laboratory data and diagnostic data. So 70% of all medical decisions depend on diagnostic data. But this is the most fragmented and isolated information. So probably every one of you did already some lab tests, and if you did it with one lab and then with the other lab, and you try to compare the data, the naming is frequently different. So one is calling it vitamin D, the next VT, the next vitamin hydroxy 25. Then you have different units. Sometimes it's a milligram per deciliter, some try a millimole per liter. So you also need to do a conversion of the molecular mass. You have different reference ranges. And this just like one data set. So we are, as it's the most important data point, on the other side, the most fragmented one, we started to build a solution to harmonize this data. So beside the technical harmonization, bringing it in the same structure, the way more complicated one is the medical interpretation of it. So obviously it's very complicated also from a chemistry perspective analysis, and we have a strong medical team that analyze the data, interprets it to make it actually also usable. So you cannot compare apples with peers, right? So therefore, also from a medical perspective, you also need to harmonize it from a content perspective that actually makes sense to compare it. And we can read the data from different sources, either connecting to the hospital, to the lab system, the EHR from the doctor, but also created our own AI solution to read on top of unstructured data like PDF, images. And the first step is the harmonization of the data to bring it in the same structure. And once we have it harmonized, we can enrich it with further information and then provide it as an API to other companies to consume this information, to either build their own AI solution on top or increasing the experience for the doctor and the patients. And on the other side, we have also built a very strong white label solution to empower the patient, understanding his healthcare better, or also making the doctor more efficient in working with the data to have more time for his patients.
And I think that was a great explanation, but could we jump into like a real use case from, let's say, an interesting client that you have, whether if it's like a lab or a hospital or even like a gym chain that you have as clients?
Yeah, so maybe let me bring 3 examples. One is we are working with a very big gym group. Like usually you train there, but these people are very proactive in terms of health, and usually new gyms also have like a bioimpedance. I don't know if you know it, like where you measure with magnets your muscle water composition in the body. You can also calculate your body mass index, and then people are crazy in tracking it, seeing to improve it. So now we integrated our solution in the gym app, where you can either upload your last lab results that you did over the last years, but you can also do a new lab test via our ecosystem, and then you can track your vitamins, testosterone, all your more important biomarkers exactly also in the app. So we are helping the gym group who have already access to people who are very open for prevention health, want to improve their health, being data-driven to track the data and improving their health. On the other side, we are also very deep into the real healthcare system. For instance, where we empower hospitals who want to have their own labs, but for instance, we have one big lab group, a hospital group, who has 70 different locations throughout the country, and every location have a bit different structure of the data. So even in the same company, so we're not talking about a national-wide standard or a global standard, even in the same company, they have not the same data structure of their lab data. So we are helping them in harmonizing the data to create a central data lake, to create more insights out of the data. And maybe the third example, we are also working very tightly with health tech startups to enable other tech companies consuming this data. So for instance, we have a company who creates, it's an AI company. They consume our API. We are reading unstructured bacteria results out of the lab in the hospital and providing it as an API. And they're using this data with AI to make a recommendation for the best antibiotica in the hospital. So we are not building the AI for giving the recommendation, but we are the infrastructure data provider to empower others, so they don't need to focus on harmonizing, accessing the data. They consume it very straightforward and put all focus on their best, their differentiation and creating this recommendation for antibiotica, for instance.
And I think you briefly touched on the preventive side of health and longevity as a whole. And obviously, preventive medicine is in the word of everyone. I think it's something that is not even trending. It's a momentum, and there's a lot of willingness towards the preventive movement. And we're both excited of the role of blood data and biomarkers as a whole, because they are probably the key enabler for this preventive type of medicine. And I'd like to understand, how do you see that playing in order to shift the reactive mode of medicine more towards a proactive one? which is what preventive medicine is moving towards too.
Yeah. As we are both like crazy biohackers, I actually started to build a company because I was super excited on improving my health. I did like every 3 months a new blood test. I didn't find a solution and basically started to build this company initiated by my own problem, but then focusing more on the infrastructure. But it's not just about biohacking and optimizing for crazy. Actually, also from a both financial and also from a good lifestyle perspective, you should prevent as early as possible to avoid risk, or if there's any risk or any problems, detect them as early as possible. And obviously, as always, the more data you have and the better they are prepared, you can take active action. So, and it's not only blood data. Of course, we are mainly focusing on it as it's a lot of ongoing data you can do on a maybe quarterly, half year, or every 2-year basis, and you see a progress on your hormones, on your vitamins and others. But also it starts in best case with a genetic test. So you do a genetic test to see how is your basic composition of your genes, where the bigger risks, so to avoiding like the big hallmarks of aging or of mortality, you need to better understand first your genetics, then you could do lab tests to see how it's today, and in best case also connecting it with some device data to measure the sleep, the activity, and so on. So combining all this data, I think, creates the best impact, and it's not looking every day, right? But it gives you an orientation. You see a trend, also like a heart rate variation if the risk is increasing. So, and now there are more and more companies who bring this data together to give personalized recommendation to make it easy. So not everyone needs to optimize on everything. So if you have your basics under control, you sleep well, you eat healthy, you not necessarily work out, but just moving, have some social interaction, and try to avoid like the big risks of diseases is probably the most healthy way, instead of like, taking too much supplements necessarily.
And more on the builder side, there's obviously like in AI and data, the application layer has blown up, obviously, and not only in health, in many verticals, but especially in health, and we briefly touched on fragmentation. That's the backbone, right? And now there's this initiative called the European Health Data Initiative, where there's a push for standardization and homogeneous data structures between countries and between hospitals and different players in the health ecosystem. And this could be, let's say, the more macro or market trend that could enable a faster adoption or faster innovation in this space. So from your builder's perspective, how do you see this momentum playing on in the next couple of years?
So overall on this initiative, I think it's very important, very good that also from a overall European view, we have, first they identified it as a problem and they want to solve it. I'm a bit afraid of having the government, and specifically on a EU level, doing something. First of all, it takes probably more than 10 additional years. And also what we saw in banking, we see open banking regulation. So the idea was good to open it. How it ended after 10 years, it's putting more regulation, making it more complicated, even instead of fostering innovation and helping startups to enter the space. They put so many, also due to the banking lobby, they put so many rules on top of it that make it even worse for startups to enter it. So, and I would never build a business just because of the regulation. So I think overall the idea is very well. Important is that it's on top of the agenda. If companies from, like the big companies at the end, it's pharma, it's the hospitals, it's the government, it's the insurance players, that they are aware of it, that they understand there's a problem in doing the data. We see that the more fragmented, the less efficient the industry is. So the more activities are happening, either from startups, from big companies, and from the politics, it's amazing. I wouldn't focus on or bet on like regulations to help business actually. This was at least what I saw the last 15 years in the digital space was, it's a bit, the less they interfere, the better probably in the sense. Of course, on the other side, it gives a bit protection on data and commitment of the people and somehow understanding, but I'm quite afraid of seeing what comes out after the idea.
But what could it look like in like 3 years' time if everything moves forward? Or what could be your wish list from your builder's perspective? Is it more on the national or health players, or more on the consumer side, or both of them playing together as a whole?
I think what is good that consumers are starting asking for it, right? So we also see in different countries, if one lab is already providing a digital solution and you want to bring the data together, you also expect it from other players. So what was the early expectation from consumers in the very beginning can turn a standard in the future. So the demand of clients, of patients, or people getting their data together, using with it, having it secure and usable, it's like a very good first step. And then I think the big companies are starting to it. So since the beginning, health insurance have to communicate with clinics or with hospitals, at least from a financial perspective, because they want to get paid. On the other side, now we see if you can make more impact, reduce the cost, and be more efficient in the treatment, there's at least a clear business case, which also enables everyone to participate. And how they execute it, and it's not only like on a political or technical perspective, right? Like as mentioned in the very beginning, this data is really, really complicated. So even if everyone wants to align on it, it will probably take 5 years until to find a standard just to harmonize blood data. So there's no standard. So of course there's an HL7 or FHIR interface, which says it's like a standard interface to communicate, but if you go in detail, you cannot compare one result from the other to the other. So in best case, there will be more activities, at least on a countrywide level, where health insurances, hospitals, doctor associations, and laboratories can collaborate together and find a way on using this data by involving the patient and creating actually positive impact for the patient and the doctor, and not just for the regulator.
Yeah, I fully agree with that, and I think what's clear on open health as the key enabler is that there's a key value proposition for both the end client or the user, but also the insurance companies, the labs, the hospitals, and also digital health innovators or companies here. I wanted to try to zoom in into what the digital health startups could be using open health for their product, whether if it's like an MRI enabling company, more imaging company, and how this digital health innovator could let's say, increase or improve the relationship with the end client on their end.
So we help them basically in focusing on their core business. So usually from health companies, it's creating a good relation with the patient, creating an important product that helps the patient, and we are the enabler instead to focus on it. It's a bit like analogy to the AWS, to a cloud solution. No big company needs to build necessarily their own cloud solution. They want to build a strong solution, and using a cloud solution to is there. So we want enabling to manage all the data, infrastructure, the communication, interoperability, and the medical knowledge, and using this data to provide to companies. So we are from supplementation to pharma to wellness to preventive, but also then actual health and the treatment perspective, integrating in EHR systems to enabling the doctor using the data. So we are providing the access to this data so they can in half an hour basically connect to our solution and already start working instead of focusing too much on getting this data prepared by themselves.
And we're briefly running out of time, but talking specifically about open health and how big you are now in the market, could you share a bit on your geographies? You're growing in LATAM, growing in Europe, starting to grow in Spain. Could you share a bit on that?
Yeah, so we actually, me as a German founder, I also have 2 German co-founders. We incorporated the company in Germany, and maybe as you know, Germany, even as a big market, is probably the slowest in terms of digital adoption, has more regulation, and not only the data protection is high, even the expectation of the end consumer and the doctors is so high. So we decided, looking into other markets, at least to validate our product in the first step, and due to good access and relation to Latin American market, we actually started launching in Brazil. From Brazil, we went to other Latin American markets up to Central Europe, Central America, and also now having clients from Germany, Czech Republic, Spain, England, so up to US. Everywhere. So that's a cool thing. Our first ambition or also hypothesis was we are having a global problem and we can solve it. We showed it in the first market, and it was actually really possible to scale now to more than 10 countries within 1.5 years without having like a big impact on the governance and organization, let's say.
Thank you, and obviously it's an exciting company building in a super exciting and fast-moving sector. And that's all in terms of time. I think we're done. If you want to have any questions afterwards, we'll be around as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Perfecto. Muchísimas gracias, amigos. Brilliant stuff. Some great biohacking insights there. It really is a big deal. I host a lot of biohacking summits as well. I think I'm the control group because everyone else looks younger every time I do it. And the technology really, really does work. Okay, my dear friends, we're going to move on from AI-powered health to quantum computing. Oh, yes, this is huge. I do a lot of cybersecurity events. And one of the hot topics is PQC, post-quantum encryption. Excuse me. And basically this means, when quantum computing kicks in and when quantum unpicks the locks of what we understand to be encryption, basically all bets are off. Quantum computing has such a big impact and, bad actors are harvesting now so they can decrypt later. This has huge implications for the future and we're about to get a deep dive onto what quantum computing means and what it means for startups. What are quantum computers? We have two amazing experts here joining us for this session, very kindly hosted by our friends at OVH Cloud. We're delighted to have the quantum lead at OVH Cloud herself, Fanny Bouton, joined by the senior sales EMEA at Pascal, Lina Alzate. My dear friends, give it up for Lina and Fanny. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Lina.
Hi, Fanny.
Okay, I just present myself. I'm Fanny Bouton. I'm quantum lead at OVH Cloud. OVH Cloud is a leader in Europe for the cloud, the classical cloud. Today I am with Lina Alzat. She's a sales director at EMEA at Pascal. Can you talk about your startup, Pascal, a bit? Explain what you do.
Yes, of course. Pascal is a quantum computing company, 5 years old. And actually, we are building computers of one of the technologies in quantum. So we are based in France, but we are an international company. We have 2 production facilities, one in Europe, one in America. And actually, we are one of the only industrial startups putting real computers in HPC centers.
Okay, thank you, Lina. Can you explain maybe a bit what is quantum computers? Because we know what we have every day now and on what we work, but what is a quantum computer?
Yeah. So it's kind of magic what's happening in quantum computers. So I will say it's the next revolution first. And second, actually, it's a computer that uses the principles of quantum physics. So entanglement and superposition. So our regular computer explores one state after the other, okay, but one by one. In quantum, all the states can be explored at once. So it's going to allow us to go and explore different solutions simultaneously. So this is going to be revolutionary because it's going to be very, very fast.
Yeah, what we can say is this is new mathematicals coming from the quantum physics and different comportment of the particles, and they can use it to do new type of chipset, and we can grow the simulation, calculation, and optimization.
Of course. So yeah, see, it's going to be very powerful, and we have what we call qubits instead of bits. So this is like the main difference, but of course, it's the speed of calculation.
Okay. Are they already exist, this quantum computer? Because we talk a lot about the future of quantum computing. Maybe it will be really useful in 10 or 20 years. But what are we have now?
Okay, so the science of quantum is very old. So it's from 50s, 60s, 70s. But it's in early 2000s that people start demonstrating actual physical experience with quantum. So quantum computers today exist. Maybe we couldn't say that 10 years ago, but today we have like 8 or 9 different technologies in quantum. So we have supraconductivity, we have trapped ions, we have spin, we have neutral atoms, photons. So there are many of them. We don't know which is the technology that is going to take the lead. Maybe many of them are going to take a lead for different applications. But Coming back to the question, yes, they exist. Today, for example, in our case, we have real industrial quantum computers that are installed in different cities, like in Paris, in Jülich in Germany, in Cineca in Italy, very soon in Saudi Arabia, in US, Canada. So the quantum computers exist today, and they are, the technology is growing very, very fast.
Yeah, what we can maybe say it's we dream to have a Formula One of quantum computing, but at this point we have cars. We can start to learn to drive these computers, and this is the beginning of the story.
Yes. So before answering this, or maybe I'm going to come back later, but yes, today we can access, all of you, you can access to quantum computers via the cloud. So a quantum computer is quite expensive and complicated, so maybe HPC centers, high performance calculation centers, have them. But for you or for me as regular people, we can access through the cloud. And for example, with OVH, we are going to open our quantum computer early November.
Yeah,
so
in 2 weeks it will be available.
Exactly. So, but in other clouds. So for regular people, actually, you can go in the websites of different quantum computers providers. They offer not only emulators, but they also offer open source code in order to help you understanding quantum algorithmics. Because the difference is that classical computers, you know how to program them, okay? Quantum is a little bit different, so you need to understand a little bit of the particularity, and then you can start learning how to program these computers. So tutorials are available. In the case of OVH, you are going to have emulators. So anyone who has the need can start using quantum computers today. And actually, it's very, very important to start learning right away, because it's going to be revolutionary maybe in the next 2 years.
Yeah, maybe we can go back on emulators. Emulators are software who simulate the comportment of quantum computer, but running on classical CPUs or GPUs, classical infrastructure. And it's nice to start really cheaper to learn how to program quantum computers.
Exactly. We were discussing how cheap accessing to emulators are. So it's a great way to learn quantum without expending money. The thing is, maybe in the next 2 years, emulators are going to be completely
disappear.
Or quantum computers are going to be way, way faster than emulators, maybe in 2 years. But of course, it's a great way to start learning and testing problems.
Yeah, and for the difference of price, maybe we can give an input. It's less than €1 to work on emulators. It's more than €3,000 per hour for access to a quantum computer. But you can have a pay-as-you-go as a second, if it can re-answer you. What are the use cases that we can use on quantum computer? Maybe now with the small quantum computer, and in the future with the biggest.
Yes. So just as a context, today, the best quantum computers in analog are going to have 200 qubits. And so we can do amazing things with that, but just to know, in 10 years or in 5 years, we are going to have 10,000 qubits. So just to get this ratio. So today, we can start working on optimization. In 2 years, 3 years, we can start working in simulation, and I'm going to dig deeper on this, and maybe in the future in quantum machine learning. So optimization can be anything like logistics, or in banking can be portfolio optimization, or any type of optimization of how to place objects in a surface could be a very good, could be treated right away. Regarding simulation, we are going to be able to simulate molecules, materials, biological systems, because we can represent with qubits, for for example, different atoms and interactions between atoms. So this is going to be in the next 3 years, I will say. We can simulate batteries, as we were talking yesterday, new materials, drugs discovery, interactions between molecules, and so on. And then we are going to have quantum machine learning, is using quantum to train models, LLMs and so on, that is going to be way more performant than today.
Maybe you can talk about one or two use cases you're doing now with your clients.
Yes, of course. So, for example, we have one of our biggest customers is a bank, and we are doing portfolio optimization, but also risk management. So with quantum, we can predict, for example, the failure way faster than with a classical computer. So today, the actual result is that we are the same than classical computers, but we use maybe 1,000 less energy than the classical. So just on this, same result, but way more green, is already for them a good result. But I think in the 6 months, we are going to be beyond classical.
Okay. If I am a startup or a big company and I would like to start my journey on quantum, I'm working on AI, but I see possibilities of use cases in quantum, how can I start my journey?
Okay, so first you need to identify the use case, and this is not easy. One clue is where you are putting money in HPC centers, so high performance calculation, and you are paying a lot or hiring mathematicians, physicians to improve the models and to get like 1% improvement and so on. These kinds of use cases are very good in quantum, in generally. Then the second thing is, so identify the use cases. Second, you need to write the model of your use case in a way that quantum can eat, so can digest. And in this way, you need to put the formulation maybe in a quadratic way, or like we call cube and so on. So it's very mathematic, but you need to write your problem in a way that can be digested by computer. And this is something that mathematicians can help in many of the companies. And third, you need to write an algorithm and test it on emulators. So like that, you don't spend money, you test, you try, and when the algorithm is correct, then you spend money and you go in a quantum computer.
Okay, I think we can tell also you have two things. It's to create a R&D team to working on quantum topics, or you can start to work with startups who doing specialization about to put your use case in an algorithms, and you don't care, you just pay them to do that. There is few startups in France, for example, like Qubitsoft.
Exactly. So there are few startups building quantum algorithms, or what they call quantum apps. So you can go, say, I have this problem, this app exists already, and you can just translate to your problem. But also in Spain, we work a lot with multiverse computing. That is a company that is a specialist in artificial intelligence. But today we are working together to enhance artificial intelligence models through quantum. And there are many, there is Qubit Pharma in pharmaceuticals. And actually for startups, this is a great opportunity because, of course, developing a quantum computer can be difficult and expensive. Coding on quantum is going to be more accessible. And this is a great business opportunity just to start proposing quantum apps.
Yeah, I think there is also a real business opportunities with the patent to depose for the algorithms and software that you can do, because this is just the beginning, nothing is existing.
Exactly. So it's like the iPhone and the apps is exactly the same. The quantum apps are, I think, are going to be the next thing.
Yeah. You talk about Multiverse. This is a Spanish company. Yeah. What is and how is the ecosystem in Spain on quantum?
So in general, in Europe is very rich. We have a lot of startups building computers and applications. In Spain, actually, before 2030, it has been announced to spend 800 million euros in the quantum ecosystem. So Spain actually is very innovative in the way you are shaping the HPC centers. So there is one in Galicia that is partnering with IBM Quantum. There is the Barcelona one, Madrid, and all of them are proposing quantum as a service today. So yeah, I think Spain is growing very fast regarding quantum, as well as Europe in general.
Okay, maybe we have time for a few questions in the room. Do you have questions about quantum? It was clear, because sometimes it's a topic a bit hush. There is no silly question. Yes, there is a question here.
Something there.
I'm going to move in the room. I don't know if it's allowed, but it's okay. I'm doing.
Thank you. My question is, we have like a lot of people today because of the internet, all the SaaS we had, many people doing computer science and going to the market. But with quantum, it's different because you have a lot of physics there too, because it's completely different. So my question is, how can someone today prepare to, for example, a student, someone who's entering the market, how can he prepare to enter the market if he's interested in quantum computing instead of the traditional computing?
Okay, so I categorize companies in three. Like I call newbies. They are not doing about quantum, but they are curious. Amateurs, they have problems identified that can be solved by quantum, and experts, they have already teams. So newbies become amateurs, and amateurs become experts. But basically, you need to understand what kind of problems your industry have that could be translated in quantum. This is the first way to get prepared. Second, and this is nothing to do with quantum yet. Second, you need to write the formulation. Again, not quantum yet. You haven't touched a quantum computer, but it's absolutely necessary. This is the stage that takes more time. And finally, you inject this in a quantum computer. But how to get prepared is to identifying how quantum can have an impact in your industry. And then you don't need to hire. That will be amazing, because it's going to be very difficult to hire in the future in quantum. But you can work with consultancy firms or startups providing these services right now. How we do money? Okay, so we have actually real customers paying 3,000 euros per hour of calculation. So this is one of the ways. The second way, we are selling computers. So next year, we are delivering what computer in Saudi Arabia for Saudi Aramco. So actually, they are going to have one real computer in their company that is going to be the first private company having in their possession a computer.
And in other way, it's opening in the cloud in 2 weeks the access to everyone who wants to play. And we have a few contracts already signed with a big company who want to start the journey. It's small proof of concept about R&D, but they are starting the journey, and it's really interesting to see that even before they are available, we have demand. Just the beginning. Okay, I think we can close. Where we can find you and contact you if we want to start the journey on quantum?
So LinkedIn, maybe.
LinkedIn?
So, yeah.
Lina has that on LinkedIn.
Or we can discuss right away after. But yeah, and Pascal website is proposing many resources also to help understand.
Yeah, and if you want to talk about cloud and quantum, you can find us also on the booth on the exhibitor site for OVH Cloud. Thank you very much for your attention.
Fantastic. Merci beaucoup. Absolutely wonderful. And what a great invitation. Please do take advantage of these stellar technology leaders who are gathered here at VDS in beautiful Valencia. They're inviting you to their booth. They're inviting you to connect. Take advantage of this now, because you never know when you might need their services. Quantum computing is a big deal. It is barreling towards us. The future moves fast, but quantum moves faster, and it's moving in multiple parallel states all at once. So it is absolutely a big deal. Okay, my dear friends, we are now going to welcome 5 absolutely brilliant people to the stage. If you're coming in, make yourself comfortable. Just a little reminder, we want to share the love. We want to create some FOMO. Make all your friends, family, relatives, colleagues and financial directors really jealous, feel free to share photographs of our incredibly photogenic speakers on the stage. Use any filters you like. If I'm in the photograph, the more filters, the better with me. Todos los filtros, por favor. And do share it with the hashtag VDS2025. This is so the organizers can see it and maybe they can even amplify it through their enormous social media channels. Right, my dear friends, we're going to learn about moving beyond roads and about shaping urban futures with vertiports and next generation mobility. And we really do have an all-star panel for you now. I'll tell you who they are first, and then when they come on stage after, give them all a big round of applause all at once, okay? So, we're delighted. We're going to be joined shortly by the Vice President for EU and LATAM at EHang, Ricardo Ortega, by the CEO at Vertiport's network, Mariano de Diego, by the Deputy Mayor on Entrepreneurship, Innovation and Circularity at the City of Tallinn, one of my favorite places in the world, bar none. I love it. We're delighted and honored to have Margot Rosa. We're delighted to be joined as well by the Investment Manager at Angels Capital, Tony Viunedas, and by our wonderful moderator, Sabine Schur, the Head of Ecosystem Partnerships at Diverse Leaders in Tech. So now it's time for the applause. Give it up for Sabine, Tony, Margot, Mariano, and Ricardo. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here. And please welcome Tony Viunedas. You're not on the slide, unfortunately.
I sneaked out here.
Yes, but you're from Angels Capital, the investor here in Valencia for the startup ecosystem. So we talk about beyond roads and urban air mobility. So what does urban air mobility actually look like? So what is an eVTOL? And for how many people is it? What are the ranges? Maybe you can start off, Ricardo, because you're the expert here.
Yeah, thank you, Sabine. So I'm part of EHang. EHang is the world leader in urban air mobility. So I will try to explain briefly what is urban air mobility. Urban air mobility is a new paradigm of transportation, of mobility, and it is within the cities, in urban environments, with population and urbanized, and it is enabled by a new generation of aerial vehicles like eVTOL,
What is the abbreviation of eVTOL?
eVTOL, it is an electric vertical takeoff and landing aircraft. It is, in our case, is fully electric and fully automated, okay? For urban air mobility, it is not necessarily that has to be automated. Could be piloted or automated. But it has to be considered that the flights will be made within the very first layer of the aerospace, okay? So...
how high is that?
It is between, between the ground and 200 meters, okay? Which is an infra-utilized aerospace layer. So this is important because it is taking place in this very first layer, okay? And urban air mobility, it is named in different countries different. They have different concepts, but they are, let's say, it is mainly the same. For example, in United States, it is advanced air mobility. But for example, in China, it is called low altitude economy. And the low altitude economy are all the different business models and services that have been developed and deployed under this very first layer of the aerospace, okay?
Maybe you have seen the thing that's standing in the front of the middle of the entrance, the drone, where you can sit in. So it's with two people, right? This drone?
Yeah, in our case, are different architectures, okay, for the different manufacturers. In our case, it is a two-seater aircraft, eVTOL aircraft, totally automated and fully electric, but there are other configurations. Ours is a multicopter, but there are others like lift and cruise, the next generation of eVTOLs that we presented 10 days ago, this kind of lift and cruise configuration with an extended range, and an hybrid between them, which is the tilt rotor configuration. Okay?
So the thing in the front, what is it called? A drone or eVTOL?
No, it is a multicopter eVTOL.
A multicopter, okay. So what is the range that the thing can fly?
this one that we are talking about, it is for 30 kilometers, 21. It is totally focused for urban air mobility, urban environments.
Within the city?
Within the city.
Okay.
And the next generation that we have developed and already presented, it is for intercity, or for intracity, sorry.
Okay. And Mariano, what is the biggest misconception of this urban air mobility?
Thank you very much. The main misconception is to understand that there's a different, as Ricardo mentioned, it's a new paradigm. It's not an evolution of the drones, but a new type of aircrafts that will help us to deploy different kinds of services that right now are not available in the cities. We have different challenges as well. It's not only the aircraft by itself, but also everything related to the infrastructure and how we're going to adapt the cities to this new type of services.
Yeah, and talking about that, Margot, you are responsible for the innovation of the city of Tallinn, right? How do you think you can integrate such a new form of mobility via air in the current layer of infrastructure in your city?
I'm all for innovation and would love to say that we are dying to do it, but I have a lot of questions like you do and like all the audience does. So I think I'm going to be this devil's advocate here today and ask those questions. But I do see that, of course, cities are growing, the congestion is a big problem. But I don't see how this solves it. But I hope you can explain me, because roads were built because cars appeared. So now we have a new vehicle that appeared, but and the sky is there. But how do we make it work? It requires landing and takeoff space. I understand that's one of the challenges. But for me, politicians always ask first, what do people need, and do they need this? I don't know.
That's interesting what you say, because I think it's not a competition for the bus. It's a competition for something else, or it maybe solves a problem. For what is the target audience who's going to use those flying eVTOLs?
There's one important data that we as Europeans, we spend more than 90 minutes a day just commuting. That's it's about 15 complete days just commuting a year, which is a huge amount of time. A huge amount of only going in bus or by car to getting inside and outside the city. So that's the point. From our perspective, we are in a startup working on this kind of infrastructure, and we are talking to cities to let them understand first of all, how can we help the citizen in order to save them that huge amount of time? And also, what are the infrastructure requirements that we need to implement it? Yeah. And that's the main challenge right now, actually.
You need so many of them to solve the congestion problem that I'm afraid the sky is going to be very full.
I have a question for the audience. So, who thinks, yes, I would love to fly with an autonomous drone to bring me faster within a city, or maybe to fly from Valencia to Madrid or from Valencia to Barcelona, much faster than a plane can do, because you have waiting times, etc., and much faster than a train can do or a bus. Who would fly, I think, in 5 years from now? Okay, cool, whoa. Depends on the price point. So what is the price going to be? What is the competition?
Really good question. That's also a change in the paradigms related to how traditional airports worked. First of all, depending on the type of aircraft, but in the case of IHAN, they are autonomous, so they don't have pilot, which does a reduction cost on that. And for sure, as the technology related to the aircraft itself, they are electric, they are simpler than a helicopter. The acquisition cost of the fleets are also cheaper. So in our case, it depends on the model of the infrastructure or the service company. But in our case, our model can support a price for a passenger around 150 euros per flight in the very beginning. And the idea is to down it to around 50 euros by 2030.
So it's cheaper than a helicopter flight, if you imagine that.
And it is electric, so that's also
Electric,
something to take into consideration, right?
Yeah, just adding something to what Mariano said. We have experience already because we are in a commercial stage in China. We are commercializing the services. And the estimated ticket is around $55 US for a trip of 15 minutes. We are deploying these services.
But in 15 minutes?
Yeah, we are deploying these services at this very beginning for real tourism, providing new experience to the citizens. But next stage, we will increase in the risk of operations, just connecting different nodes in a kind of mini airline and mini airports, which are the Vertiports that Mariano is developing, that will be connecting this network for the same price. Okay, so
what distance can you do in 15 minutes?
you can do this 30 kilometers, 25 kilometers.
25 kilometers.
Yeah.
But take into consideration that those 50 minutes, if you were going by car, it will be maybe 40, 50 minutes. And therefore, you are saving time with that, with the transport in that sense.
Yeah, and it is important to note what Mariano said, that being an automated aircraft, the operating costs are very low. Also, the maintenance costs are very low. So at the end, the operational expenditure it is very low. And the acquisition cost, being, let's say, a simple aircraft, but robust and reliable, it is also helping to develop the business model.
Currently, the main economic challenge that we have is the capex-intensive implementation. Yeah, but the certification, like regarding the aircraft, there are a lot of companies, and they are already certifying the aircrafts. Like Ihan is already. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, the cost is higher in Europe because we don't have the network yet.
Yeah, it's some kind of chicken and egg problem in which, from one side, the regulators are asking for the aircraft certification. They are already flying in Europe to get the experience and the hours in order to get certified. But also, on the other side, the local governments are looking for projects in order to start working on the urban regulations and on the, for sure, aerospace regulation as well.
And Tony, Angels Capital is one of the investors in Mariano's startup, right? So what kind of capital and what kind of investor do these kind of innovations need? Because it's capital intensive, you started small, but the network effect to lower the prices and to have more routes to travel is very important. Right? Yeah. And so what kind of capital or investor do they need?
They need different kinds of investors in a sense. For example, in the case of Mariano, and our case in that sense, we're focused on him because of the people, and for example, in him, because we invest in people rather than the actual idea, because we believe that, in this case, Mariano is the person that's going to make this happen here in Spain, and we are completely and 100% for sure that he's going to make it. And we invested a little amount. I mean, if you can imagine, these kind of investments require millions and millions of euros to do so, and we've only made a ticket of around 50K right now, because they're in a point where we see that this is going to go farther, it's going to stand in the future in a couple of years, but they need someone to start and put the first stone so they can start doing things, because here in Spain, at least, many of the investors that say themselves that are risk takers and that invest in risky companies are not trying or willing right now to do so. And the good thing about us is that as we are one of the most important investors in Spain, by doing this kind of investment, we think that we are going to open the doors for other investors that are going to come, see what they're doing, see the value that they're going to bring in the future, because we think and we know that this is going to happen in the future. We like it or not. You can then choose if you want to go up into the Verti or not. But the thing is that we are trying to help with this with our network effort for them to get access to other kinds of investments that if he went alone, maybe he will find it, but I think it will be harder for him in that sense.
And Mariano, so Vertiports, the software solution that you have, is the missing physical and digital link in this ecosystem. And what should cities design around them to get this network effect to grow the network?
Yeah, that's for sure. It's 100% related to the digitalization of the cities, that's for sure. And also that's the opportunity. From the regulation perspective, the unmanned traffic management regulation is open right now. It's already in place. In Europe, it's called US Space, and it's going to help. To help companies like our company to manage unmanned traffic operations. It 100% related to the city because that management on the airspace for these kinds of aircrafts will help on different verticals, from logistics to emergency, for sure, air taxis as well. So it must be, that's our approach, to have an end-to-end solution in which not only the physical infrastructure is required, but also how we connect the digital part with the city itself.
And can you explain a bit on the landing places? Because when you call it an air taxi, you can land everywhere on the rooftops, or how does it work?
Well, it's already mentioned here, the infrastructure needs to be certified as well regarding air taxi services, because there are passengers getting inside, so you need security, access, fire management, everything related to that. So the infrastructure needs to be certified as well. But our approach is to install small modules that can be industrialized to be adapted onto the top of the rooftops. Because in the case of Europe, we are not prepared to that. We are not used to helipads. We are not very used to helicopter operations. So the idea is, our approach was, okay, how can we adapt the city with this lower layer or the lower impact on the buildings, but to allow this type of operation to happen. Yeah.
And Margot, Tallinn is, we can call it a smart city, right? And I think what Mariana says, so smart cities are front-running regulations, etc. How is that in Tallinn? Because is this because you work with test beds for innovations in a smarter city? Do you think how easy or how difficult is it to create these regulations around this new form of mobility?
Well, we depend on the EU legislation in a bigger part, so it depends what Brussels decide, I think. And this is where we can all help and push. But when I talked about this Vertiport panel to some of my colleagues from other cities past few weeks, a lot of them had to Google what it means. So I think this is the reality of city leaderships. Okay, in Valencia, you have the vehicle here and people know, but in many cities, we still talk about tram, bus lines, and how to fix the street holes. So this is the biggest problem. I think you need a lot of awareness raising when it comes to city managers. And if I think of this new solution, cities mostly own public transport systems, bus lines, tram lines. In Tallinn, public transport is free of charge to all the citizens. So for us to invest as a city, it's a very long way to go, because I think it almost sounds like we are investing in a limousine service for the wealthy people, which doesn't go down too well. But in the future, I think if it develops, I can see that we invest into those landing spaces and, of course, into partnership to work together.
Yeah, and this is an important thing, and I would like to bring to the stage at the end, having Mariano here, and the investor side and the cities. Okay, that because Sabine already asked this question: what is required to deploy this, and Margot also, and I can talk from my personal experience. I already traveled last year to China, business travel. So I had the opportunity to see all this infrastructure and these eVTOLs that we are developing. And I ask myself the same question: what is required? And I see two things that are important things for deploying and launching this kind of technology. First one, it is the governmental support, the central administration that, for example, in China, it is betting strong for this technology. So this help through policies and in coordination with the regulation to deploy the necessary regulation and policies that helps to launch this technology. And in the other hand, for sure, it is the technology readiness level of the country. I mean, we have in China, through EHAN, we have the technology ready, we have the infrastructure. So a combination of both, I mean, working together through the administration, the public bodies, also the private investors, which helps financially to deploy this, but not only financially, as I said, with strong policies, betting strong with this technology or any other, that makes or that helps to deploy. And this is the reason why in China you can take a eVTOL aircraft and not here in Europe, because of this combination that has to be integrated, these three things, administration or public bodies, regional, local, investors, regulation, and the manufacturers.
Yeah. So I think you have to be a city with a lot of traffic congestion, with a lot of CO2 emissions that you want to lower, right? But when you think of, a lot of cities are talking about 15-minute cities, yeah? So that everybody is walkable or bikeable within 15 minutes because of the heavy urbanization speed. But I can imagine if you have electric vertical air transport, that means that you can have 5-minute cities, or you can live further away from the city center, and that means a lot for real estate and real estate values. So if we're going to get denser cities, people can move out of the city center. That would be could also be maybe interesting reason to have these kind of solutions, right, for the city. What do you think of that?
Well, we are trying to tighten the city and not do the opposite, so that wouldn't work. And another comment, I think, guys, you need to think of a better name, because nobody can pronounce this vertical takeoff landing vehicle. Just advise.
Well, it is commonly used as an air taxi. It is not the right concept. It is more popular or something like that, but the technical name.
A flying car.
A flying car.
This is even worse, I would say.
Oh.
Yeah, but you're right on, well, the naming is just something that it depends on the sector. I mean, it's very technical. This is very technical names, for sure. But although the cities are trying to be tightened, and this is completely normal, we cannot move on opposite directions in which actually the cities are getting bigger and bigger. We are, in this case of Spain, there are a lot of empty space because there are just a few nodes. One example is Valencia, one example is Madrid, Barcelona. They are getting a lot of citizens from the rest of the country. And in the end, when we are on the cities, we are expanding it themselves. We are moving apart from the city center. And actually, to get inside the city is quite complex in the end.
Yeah. And it has to be considered that urban air mobility, it is not about having our flying cars for personal use. I mean, there will not be thousands of flying cars, let's say, flying over the city and so on. At the early stage, will be a very few, okay, of them. There will be increasing the operations, and you have to imagine like a kind of a network, a Vertiport's network, or nodes that are connected and linked for, let's say, commuting, but not for personal use. I mean, I have my flying car in the backyard, and I take it for going to work. It is part of a private or public service included in a multimodal transport. It is another layer. It will be not, let's say, replacing the current means of transport by road or also by air. It is complementary at the end. So I don't know if finally it will be the case that cities will be, let's say...
It's not the solution, but it's another option.
No, in the end, it's not a commodity. It's what we call the investors. It's a must-have, not a nice-to-have. It's not for everyone to use on a daily basis, but more focused on helping people that really need this kind of service to go. For example, when I talked with Moreno a couple of months ago, something that we were seeing is, for example, just to give you a practical example, here in Castellón, which is a city north from Valencia, there are a lot of ceramic factories that make a lot of ceramic, and we have an airport right next to them where they usually use that airport, like the airport of Castellón, to fly when they have, for example, business flights. Thing is that from the factory to the airport is like a 20, 30 minute away. But with the eVTOLs, it's going to be like a 2-3 minute away flight. For those kind of executive directors that have to do that travel, they're saving time, and therefore that means more money for their companies.
Then, yes, Margot.
I just wanted to ask, do you think at some point there is an option that this vehicle can land pretty much everywhere? Because I could see a lot of business case or use case for like emergency situations, police, the ambulance. I mean, this would be, justifiable.
Yeah, there are many applications. There are use cases, as many as you can imagine at the end, but mainly can be summarized in transporting people in the ways just commuting, daily commuting. Also for, let's say, new innovative experiences, as we said, as aerial tourism or sightseeing. Okay, and for sure, that use case you mentioned for emergency, it is one of the most demanded use cases because of the benefits it generates for the society.
So for Europe, it's still a bit a futuristic view, right? But what do you think, which city will lead in the world of this Vertiport integration by 2030?
Well, if I have to mention one, it is Hefei in China. In China already it's taking place. You can take this. So there are already infrastructure, the physical infrastructure, the Vertiport, the digital infrastructure, and for sure the technology in terms of eVTOL. So it is already happening.
With how many are flying already there?
Yeah, well, there are, I would say, around 100,000 deployed across China, okay, with different...
100,000?
Yeah, sorry, 100. Sorry,
100, okay.
In this city, okay, with an expanding network, building this kind of infrastructure. There are already 3 vertiports with a plans for 20 that will be connected by the air, okay? So, and the next region, I would say, that will be Middle East, that is betting strong with
They're already in Middle East working on some of the vertiports and other companies. And in the end, depends on the city itself. We have the example here in Valencia of the sandbox. They have a framework in which this kind of pilot programs can be tested or implemented. But also in Spain, Madrid as well, we have worked with them in order to develop this first framework in which they place a roadmap for the next 10 years, and it was presented this week. So in the end, it depends on the actual urban regulators to understand the technology and to place the frameworks to start implementing it.
And these 100 vehicles in China, how many flights a day do they do?
Yeah, we are increasing the operations, because our main motto is safety first. So we are testing all the facilities, all the operations, and increasing and escalating the operation step by step. First, as I said, as a taking off and landing from the same point, just aerial tourism, just for, let's say, social acceptance and people get familiar with this technology. So then, in the next stage, is connecting this Vertiport, these nodes for transporting people from point A to point B.
And so corporate companies are now using those flights for their
citizens,
their employees.
Yeah.
And so how do they pay for it? Is that a subscription model that you have?
Yeah, you can buy your ticket. Also, the same
way. Ticket via.
Yes, but that's our side of the software side.
Yeah.
It depends on the company. The companies are applying different economics and different revenue models. In our case, the idea is to be just as the same as other mobility companies, in which are an app. You can buy the ticket.
Yeah, but you have to imagine urban air mobility as let's say aviation as a service. Innovative aviation as a service. Okay, so that's the reason why you have.
And time is money, so that's the ROI for your solution, right? Yep. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, everyone, for being here. If you want to know everything about this, go to these people here. And Margot, thank you very much to present your view on it.
Yeah, just wanted to add, now you mentioned tourism, and I'm in for that right away. So this is, I think,
another use case. Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Absolutely wonderful. Some great invitations there. And listen, you know, you can probably tell this by looking at me, but I used to be the music editor at a fashion magazine. I know, ironic, I know nothing about fashion whatsoever, but I did go to Tallinn and write a guide to Tallinn, which is great. I stayed up all night at a techno nightclub called Hall. It's a converted library for folks who worked in the submarine factories. Tallinn is a gem of a city. If you would like this guide to Tallinn, including the Depeche Mode bar, drop me a line on LinkedIn. I'm easy to find, and just send me a note, I'll send you the guide to Tallinn. If you haven't been there, I can recommend it wholeheartedly. I've been there like 3 or 4 times now. It is the best. Okay, my dear friends, we're going to move on to our next session, from moving beyond roads to actually moving to inclusivity by design. Now, you've heard me say this if you've been here today. I think diversity is the greatest unlock for any business, for any sector. It is absolutely blindingly obvious that it can only make things better. And we are now going to learn how Just Eat Takeaway actually embeds DEI into product, platform, and people. And I'd like to thank our dear friends at Diverse Leaders in Tech for hosting this excellent session and so many great sessions here on the Santander stage at VDS 2025. A little reminder, let's share the love, create some FOMO. Just use the hashtag VDS 2025 so the organizers can see it and they get that warm feeling when you share your amazing social media posts. Okay, let me tell you who's joining us on the stage, and then we're going to welcome them with one big massive round of applause, because that's how we roll here at the Santander stage. So we're absolutely thrilled to be joined once again by the Global Director of Culture, Wellbeing, Inclusion, Diversity and Belonging at Just Eat Takeaway, Terence Gaimo, by the Senior Group Manager at Just Eat Takeaway, Damien Senga, and by our wonderful moderator who is the CEO at Diverse Leaders in Tech, Ingrid Tappin. So my dear friends, give it up for Ingrid, Damien, and...
Oh, Oysen, thank you for this wonderful, amazing rock star introduction. Well, welcome everybody. If you're sitting in the back, feel welcome to come closer. We are not scary, we just decided that we're going to have fun here, right?
Definitely.
So, good afternoon. Welcome to this round table at Valencia Digital Summit Day 2 on inclusivity, how Just Eat Takeaway embeds DEI from people all the way to product. It's something, this topic, that too often gets treated as a side initiative. But at JET, it's part of the core business strategy, inclusion. From how their platforms are designed to how their teams are led, diversity, equity, and inclusion at JET isn't a campaign. It's embedded in the product, in leadership accountability, and in how they serve millions of customers globally. I'm really delighted to have you, Terence, the Global Director of Culture, Wellbeing, Inclusion, Diversity, and Belonging. I mean, I think this is the guy with the longest job title ever. Congratulations. And Damien, who is the product leader in charge of customer platforms. Let's dive in. So, Terence, you've spent over a decade embedding culture and inclusion into strategy. What does it really mean when you say that inclusion isn't a silo at JET?
Yeah, and the job title is actually also an important thing, because we're looking, of course, for opportunities to shorten it, but I just want to be very explicit, because you can change it to something like cultural development or whatever, but then it doesn't include inclusion especially anymore. But just to be a little bit more clear on which company I'm working for, Just Eat Takeaway, a company that delivers food, or actually everything that you can deliver on a bike, and that can be delivered within 30 minutes, warm, cold, whatever. And how I actually look at the topic and how it becomes something very strategic for our organization, multiple things, because one, it starts indeed with the fact that it's part of the strategy of the organization, which wasn't an easy part. I started in 2021, and when I started saying it needs to be part of the strategy of the organization, people were looking at me like, but it's not one of our, yeah, and also it's not one of our biggest priorities. We just need to have more orders. That's our focus. We're also a growth company. But I am completely convinced that everything that we do is connected to inclusion. So if you want to improve the orders, that's inclusion also, because we need to step in the world of our customers. And that also means it's not only a people topic, it's also a business topic. And what I mean with that, in a lot of organizations, inclusion, diversity, and belonging is something that is related to hiring, promotion, those kind of things. But it's also connected to our platform or app. But that's all to Damien in a bit. And then also, a lot of times I see that we do these things more from an event-driven thing. We organize a women's event. It's Black History Month. But I think it's so important to approach it from a data perspective, focus on leadership, and embed it in processes and policies.
It's really integrated into everything that you do and makes it, of course, natural that it's integrated into the most important thing that you are delivering, no pun intended. Damien, Jet serves a global, very diverse customer base. How does inclusion show up in the product itself, especially in areas like accessibility and design? Because your function has a very, I mean, it's unique what you do. How did it come to exist?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question, because when we're looking at Just Eat, basically, we're delivering food, which is a basic need for anybody. Anybody in this room at some point will, sooner rather than later, have a really big hunger that will need to be satisfied. And that's how we started the discussion, basically, about inclusion, because, well, it's something that we're all doing it differently. We have different needs, we have different preferences, and what is the case for food is also the case for the way we're using our devices. I'm seeing so many people on their phone right now, and you are using it in different ways, different needs, different font sizes, and all this kind of situation. So for us, empowering every food convenient moments was about how do we make sure that we can actually deliver it to everybody. Whether it's about what are your food preferences, what are the needs that you have in order to access it, and that's how the conversation started. So accessibility was the first step into this equation. How do we make sure that anybody can take the app, can take the website, and go through it without barrier? And we started from a position
where...
To
go through it without a problem?
Without any barrier.
Without any barrier,
Like removing barriers to be able to order. So making it a business problem, basically, which is, on my side, how do I make sure that all of us can actually use the application, and for my bosses, how to make sure that every single order can actually be passed and fulfilled.
Because what kind of barriers do exist when people want to order food on a platform?
I mean, it can take a lot of different forms. First, you might not be able to see. So you might not be able to use the application from a sighted perspective. So how do we make sure that, especially when we're talking about food, which is really visual, where there is a lot of colors, where you're getting hungry looking at it, how do we make sure that we can convey this? But also, like, there is the question of how do we deliver it to you? Like, if you just had a baby, for example, and it is constantly attached to you, and you need to get the food being delivered to your place, how do you take care of
Walk down the stairs and get to the person and get your package of food?
So inclusion from an end-to-end perspective. The product is central to gather the needs, to make sure that we know what we need to know to deliver it to you. But thinking about it from an end-to-end perspective, which doesn't stop with the application, but starts there.
Okay. This is very interesting because it sounds really logical, right? You want every customer to buy or use your product. But we do often think, yes, it's not so important if they are women or if they have children or if they have maybe a physical disability. And now you're explaining it and you're saying, oh, inclusion becomes really a priority. But Terence, moving to you, to build this as a capability in an organization that has on their mind growth, 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 and even the word sometimes inclusion and diversity is like, oh no, not another holiday. How did you make this happen?
Yeah, it's let's be honest, it's a challenge. You need to be very determined, and I always say it comes with a lot of passion and fire. And I don't easily take no for an answer. I keep knocking on doors, trying to open doors, and if the door opens just a little bit, I push myself in. Just to make sure you won't forget that I'm here and that I'm trying to achieve something, because I'm on a mission.
What's your mission, Terence?
My mission is really for everybody in our company to understand that we need to step in the world of our customers, to step in the world of each other, because I really want to build our talent pool, build products that will be able to connect with everybody, and that we're able to really approach everybody that would like to use our product. And you know, I think that's the basic of what you can do. And that's also something that, for instance, our CEO is constantly saying. And I would say I helped him a little bit with how do you translate that. He always says something around, we need to be customer focused, customer focused. And we recently launched new behaviors. And one of the new behaviors is step into the world of, step into each other's shoes. And that is step into the shoes of our customers. And what he also says is, if it's not good for the customer, it's not good for us. And actually, I like that. Yeah. Because that means we really understand that's the mindset that we need to have before we create something.
I'm hearing you say two things, because you as a person are very passionate about inclusion, and you use words like, I want everybody to join. Yeah. You're a people person, right? Community, everybody should have fair opportunity. But on the other hand, you have a CEO who speaks a very different language. And we talked about this in preparation of this talk. Language is so key. I guess there's people here sitting, how do I get my product team on board of inclusion? Can you give us a few examples?
Yeah,
now?
Because I think that language part is crucial. Because what I see quite often is a lot of people are super passionate about IDMB, DEI, and that comes because you're a person who experienced something, you have somebody next to you who experienced something, and you just want to change the world, actually, right? Because let's be honest, the world is a better place if there's more love, if they're more and better connected to each other. So easy. But in reality,
not a lot of people think that that's their day job.
Exactly. And to really build this, you need to understand the language of the business. And my simple way of doing that is constantly thinking, what is your biggest issue today? And I'm 100% sure that your biggest issue is connected to inclusion. Yep. And I will help you to understand that and to solve it.
Let's bridge that to you, Damien, because you are building this team of product developers with this mindset.
Yeah, like it's such an interesting point, because ultimately we are passionate by this topic, but like I like to define myself as I'm an activist in the streets, but I'm still a product leader at work. So the only thing that actually matters is how do we translate this in a language that works for people, and that's the same for the team, which is we have experts, and we started by looking at this as an expertise problem. How do we bring accessibility as an expertise? How do we bring food inclusivity as an expertise? But rapidly we were blocked by the fact that they wanted to do a lot of things in the team that would be extremely good for our customers, but if we don't manage to convince the business of the actual values in order volume, it does not matter, because it will always lose the trade-off in order to access resources, to prioritize the right question for the business. And we only managed to get those successes when we started using the same language, which is, let's be honest, 20% of the global population has some form of permanent or temporary disabilities. 20%. It's not a number like completely out of the hat. It's the United Nations that come with that as part of the World Health Organization. So there is a huge business case here. And the interesting part is that for part of this 20%, the actual frequency, especially when we're discussing food delivery, for people that might have impairment, for example, that might not be able to go to restaurants, that might not be able to carry bottles of water.
It's a really important service.
Exactly, like it is a service that is almost vital in some way. So there is a higher order frequency, there is a higher potential of order volume, and there is a really, I hate this term, but a captive audience in some way, that if you need a screen reader and the app completely works for you, you know how to use it. You create fidelity for your customers. And those are the discussions that were important to have to explain that it is not just about making the world a better place. I'm doing this outside of my work. But at work, it's about how do we translate this in a way that works for the business. And just on the top of that, that's also what helped us transforming entirely the way we think about this topic, not just as how do we have experts, but how do we embed it within our platform setups.
Okay, and what does that look like?
It means that we try to move away a bit the focus on, oh, look at the amazing things that we're doing in isolation on those topics, and to be like, hey, we're building our Android, iOS, and web platforms. What can we do at all time to make it work for everybody? And bringing these questions supported by the specialists, but into the mind of every single product managers, designers, and engineers.
You introduced something called inclusion metrics, something very tangible. Maybe you can explain to the audience what they are and how they improve your design and product.
Yeah, like we basically took the power of one of the product that was in my control at the time, which is called our design system, where we have all the guidelines on how do we use the colors, what are the different font sizes, all these kind of elements, and try to be like, okay, how can we not be the police, but give the keys, give the tools for every single one person in the business when they are working on the project to understand not what they should do, but why they should do it. For example, we're using orange. I mean, it's a Dutch company, right? So we're loving our orange. But orange is a really terrible color for accessibility. So one of the first fight that we had to have is
with the branding department.
Exactly, exactly. Like the brand team was definitely not my best friends into this fight, but ultimately it is about doing what's best for the business. And when we move away the discussion from it is about 10% of the population, 5% of the population, to it is about what's right for the business, people get aligned. And then you just need to give tools to people. Why do you use when do you use one of the orange above the other? Why do you do it? What is the benefit for it? And running experimentation.
Okay. Maybe a quick thing to add there, because I can imagine that a lot of people maybe, I hope you can understand that, touching a brand color is the craziest thing you can do, right? And what we just did, we said this color is not accessible for people with color blindness and seeing impairments. So we need to change that color to a different orange to make it more accessible. So just to understand how difficult sometimes these things are, but how crucial they are, because you exclude a big part of your customer base.
Yeah. And also tying it back to numbers, because the 20% in business context, that's a very large number, right? And that's a lot of turnover.
And that's where the question is often less about what do we need to do to be fully accessible. Full accessibility doesn't exist. To the same logic that we would use for risk management. For the color and the brand, that was a huge question. Can we change the color of the brand entirely? Absolutely no. Like it's on literally every single jacket on the back of every single queer. Changing this would be an economical and environmental disaster. So where do you find the middle point into that? By changing it where it matters. When we're using orange text, this orange is different because we need the contrast to be done. When we're using it for the brand as a background, yeah, that matters a bit less because you can still empower people to be able to read. So making the right smart choices. But for that, you need a team that understands. And I think that's the big question also on building up the team.
That was what I was trying to move to, because you need to have experts in product design, product development, developers, coders. Maybe I'm making an assumption, but in my head now, they look a certain way, they have a certain background. How do you make sure that you have a diverse perspectives in this team so that you can be the best design team as possible?
I mean, it's always a challenge, right? Because I'll be honest, like being a specialist requires having some privilege in your life. Like being able to grow as a specialist, to invest time in it. You have to feel comfortable with your future employment, even if you are going into a niche. So we definitely have, at times, potential challenges with diversity hiring when we are looking for specialists. But at the same time, most of the specialists on those topics are women, which in the topic of engineering is not always systematically the case. And I think there is expertise by practice and by learnings, but there is also expertise by living your own life. I mean, I'm a non-binary queer person. When someone a couple of years ago told me to use Uber, my first instinct was, wait.
To use Uber?
Yeah,
Yes.
Uber, like to get a taxi at night. Like, I was like, wait, it's 11 at night. I'm an assigned male at birth wearing a skirt right now. You tell me that someone will have my phone number, my name, and my address, that I don't know who they are. I will go in their car, and I just need to hope that I will arrive to destination without being bitten in any different way. And I'm like, that's the kind of situation where I'm like, nobody was part of a minority group when they were in the room designing the products. And that's where expertise takes a lot of different forms. And for me, what was really important is we have an absolutely expert in accessibility technically. But ultimately then, we just build the team in a way where we are making sure that there is a diverse representation of the society. Non-binary people like me, neurodiverse people, people with specific backgrounds, and just making sure that also they can be empowered to raise their voice, which is often the issue. Like, you need to make sure that they don't feel like they will risk their job if they raise a challenge.
This ties back to you, Terence, in your vision on, well, all the titles behind your role name, right? Because it is part of business, but it's also part of talent attraction. I mean, having Damien here, speaking so vocally about his identity, speaking about his role at Jet, saying that it's safe to come and work for us, even though we're a high-growth company. You can speak up and you can contribute in a special way next to your technical expertise. How do you, from your tying talent and the business side and the belonging side, look at what Damien's just sharing?
Yeah, I think multiple things because, well, in all honesty, when I joined Jet in 2021, I could feel already in the culture of the organization, it's a special organization and it's something that everybody mentions, the people are the most amazing thing of this organization. And that's also what I feel compared to my previous jobs. So there was already a lot possible in our organization, which I really love. But on the other hand, do we always set the right environment for everybody to really strive and be themselves and be the best of themselves? And I think that's the part where I try to intervene, you know. How do we make sure that our leaders understand what their role is to play over there? And I always talk about sponsorship as well, how crucial it is to sponsor these kind of topics. And maybe that's the reason, one of the big reasons why all those titles are those words are in my title and interconnected. Because in the end, you're trying to create a culture in an organization, and that's one of the most hardest things. And on the one hand, it starts with leadership. On the other hand, each one of us have a role to play there. And that also means we need to correct each other. If something is not going right. And I think a lot of us know the term, hopefully, bystander effect. When you're there, you have the possibility to do something and intervene. And that's an important part as well. And that's also why one part is about trainings, but the other part is also how do you embed it in the processes. So for instance, in our hiring processes, how do we make sure that those are really inclusive?
Because you want to attract
absolutely
people with so many different combinations of skill sets to be able to do what you're doing. It's a whole new type of, I'm just making it really simple, developer or development team that you are putting together.
Because if you take that simple thing about the color of the accessible orange, if you would have people in that team, you would already have seen that this is not a smart thing to do. Yeah. And it's also about thinking differently, because you can change that orange everywhere when you're putting white letters in it, or you can avoid that you use that specific orange on the platform. And that's also what we've done. We've changed that a lot and used more white rather than the orange as the background.
Damien, what's the design decision you're most proud of that came directly from inclusion?
That's like it's a bit linked to this. It's like there is a multiplicity of decisions that we took. We discussed the orange and so on, but I think what I would highlight is not an actual change in the product. It's a change of processes. And I'm like, because we can always discuss about like the importance of all the different specialists that we're hiring, but ultimately if they do not have the actual leadership support that they have, and not just like at director level or not just at C level, but at every single step of leadership, it's about how do we bring those topics on the table. And
so when you say it's also about processes, it's about what are the rules within a team to address certain things? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, and like it's for us, for example, we looked at the question of accessibility on really the metric side. So we embedded into our dashboards the numbers about how many of our customers are using accessibility features in our products. So when we are running an experimentation, like a change of colors, like a new feature on the platform, like a change of the way we are communicating about a product, we actually can get numbers, not just of how does it perform for conversion rate, reorder rate, and the average order value, but we also know exactly for people with accessibility features enabled, whether it is performing better or not for them. So making it part of the picture, and not just for the specialists, but for every single team in their health metrics. Because if it's there, they have to report
They have to report. Okay, so this is really when you're saying make inclusion part of your infrastructure.
Yeah, and this example shows exactly that we're missing out customers because of this. So it's so tangible, and it's literally orders that we're missing. So easy.
I mean, we have really ambitious growth targets at the moment for the next couple of years. So every order matters. And the question is, if you don't make it tangible, if you cannot see it in dashboards, if you cannot put it in numbers, you can like have the most inaccessible and non-inclusive product on the platform, on the planet. Because you're like, oh yeah, but I'm getting like 15% more orders. But if you have a segmentation, if you are going the route of personalization, which is important nowadays for any of our applications, you're able to see that, yeah, we might have growth in general, but we have a percentage of our targets, like 10% of our targets, where it's actually going down in order frequency, and there are high retention targets that we want to keep. And you cannot have the discussion otherwise.
No, it's great. I feel how enthusiastic you're about it. But just to make it clear, because this is what I think is so amazing, the word accessibility might sound, that's not really our core thing. But when you talk about we want hyper-personalization, and that's what a lot of people in tech are now after, accessibility becomes your number one metric, of improvement. Okay, so we have a few more minutes left. If you have a question, raise your hand. In the meantime, Damien and Terence, what are your number one tips, Damien, for you, for people working in the product design team to improve inclusion?
I mean, I would say what happened to us, which is find a product manager that is outspoken on the topics. Because your specialist will only be enabled if they have someone, like me, that is able to do those business cases.
Find your Damien. Okay.
Yes.
Terence, I know I see a few familiar faces. Also people here who do not necessarily work in the product, but maybe in the people department, but are looking for ways to improve inclusion in the business/product. What is your tip for them?
So quite often I'm being approached by people who are in an organization, excited about the topic and really want to drive it. The number one that I always tell to people, make sure you have a direct connection with your CEO. Because the more layers there are to translate this, the more difficult it will be. If you can't go straight to the CEO to tell them, this is what I think is important, try to explain it to them, try to convince them, that will help you to speed up things and make them your sponsor.
Okay. I like that. Make sure that you have a direct line with the CEO. But for some people, especially in large-scale companies where they're very busy, that is a challenge. And I know you are passionate and can make it happen. But what do I do if it's difficult for me to just get a call with the CEO?
Yeah, exactly. Because on your side, it's important to be connected to the CEO, but the question is, how are you connected to the decision maker?
How are you connected to the decision maker? That's what you're saying.
In the product side, for example, for us, the way we made it successful is that since the beginning, whether I was a product manager at the time or now like a product leader with a large team, I was always connected to a senior director, meaning that I was like 2 lines from our C-levels, like actually 1 line from our C-level. But, and that's how you get the decision being made, because the more layers you have, the more diluted the discussion will be. So connection to the C-level for you, and for the specialist, connections to director or exec level that can make decisions.
Okay. Yeah, because an important conversation for me was a conversation with our chief product officer.
Exactly.
Because they can really open up things for me. So it depends a little bit on indeed the decision that you need to make. For me, I'm trying to build it in the strategy of the organization, so I need to connect with the CEO.
Yeah.
But it depends a little bit on the direction.
Amazing. Takeaways. Accessibility is part of personalization. Speak the language of the business. And find your Damien. Thank you very much, Damien and Terence.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for joining.
Muy bien, muy bien. Well, maybe you need to find your Damien, your Terence, and your Ingrid all at once. Thank you so much. That was great. Great, great, great. But I was expecting nothing less, to be honest. Okay, my friends, remember, share the love. Hashtag VDS 2025, 2025. Let's share the love, create some FOMO. If you're coming into the room, we got lots of seats in the front. Come and make yourselves comfortable. And kudos for your excellent choice of where to spend the next half hour of your lives. You will not regret it, because we have a fantastic session now, which is all about the role of AI in the future of advertising and brand engagement. Now, a few weeks ago, I was over in Cologne at DMXCO, and I interviewed a young man called Sir Martin Sorrell. You might know him as the founder of WPP, the 24 billion pound agency that was really a powerhouse in the world of advertising. And my dear friends, what he wanted to talk about was AI, Gen AI. He showed adverts being made by for Cadillac, for FMCG, for cosmetics, being made by agencies with agentic AI. It is a huge deal, and we are absolutely thrilled to be joined by a power trio to discuss it on the stage right now. So I'll tell you who they are, and then we'll welcome them all at once with a big round of applause, because that's how we roll on the Santander stage, my friends. Bienvenidos. If you're just arriving, more. We got seats up here. If you see somebody trying to get in, please help them get in or move in yourselves. Make some space and share the love. Right, the power trio is the CEO at Zenith, Abelardo Ibanez, the Senior Product Manager at the Esports World Cup, Johannes Fundmeyer, and our wonderful moderator is the Head of Innovation at Ogilvy, Lorenzo Spadoni. My dear friends, let's give it up for Lorenzo, Johannes, and Abelardo. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you very much for being here. This amazing stage hovering on top of water. And I was just commenting with the guys here. It's so nice to be outside. We're in a conference, but we're not inside a dungy, dark little thing. So I'm really happy to be here, really honored to be with you today and having these 2 beautiful minds with us. I'm head of innovation at Ogilvy, and I look after the AI implementation. Let me know if you hear me okay, or if it's better. So I'm moderating this chat today. It's about the role of AI in the future of advertising and brand engagement. We have Abelardo. I think it's a key figure on the...
Yeah, you can keep it simple with Abe. It's simpler.
Right, I'll go with Abe. Key figure in the world of media strategy and advertising, and as well as Joanne, or JJ, as I found out. I think he's going to bring a really interesting angle on the topic, on the perspective, let's say, on the dynamic universe of esports and brand engagement, digital engagement that it is. So, may I let you introduce yourself just in a couple of minutes?
Absolutely. Thanks so much for having me. It's really a great honor to be on stage here with Abe and with Lorenzo. I really enjoyed those kind of panels. Also see a great turnout here, so it seems like everyone's interested in this topic, so I really like to see that as well. Wanted to quickly thank as well the organizers and a little shout out to the people making this event happen. For me, I'm from Germany, I live in Austria. It's amazing to see, first of all, it's not 1 degree here, but a little summer feeling still late in the year for me. The venue is amazing, and yeah, I mean, I work in the event space, so I know that it requires a lot of people working behind what you see here. So I wanted to acknowledge that quickly as well. Yeah, I'm Johannes. You can say JJ, as it gets this a little easier. I am working in the esports industry. I am senior product manager at the ESL Faceit Group. My main project is the Esports World Cup, which is taking place every year in Saudi Arabia. Maybe or certainly the biggest esports event in the world with 25 game titles running back-to-back over a span of 8 weeks. Before that, I worked 4 years here in beautiful Spain in Madrid at Electronic Arts in localization and marketing.
So, good to know you. So again, as DJ was saying, thanks everyone on the organization for giving us the chance to share a little bit our thinking. I'm Abelardo Ibáñez, Abe. I'm the CEO of Zenith Media in Spain, and I'm also inside the international squad of the Publicis Group organization pushing forward the implementation of AI and different technologies related to the way we operate and the way we work.
Thank you. So, I would say let's go and explore a little bit more about this topic. I think it's really relevant, and it's going to redesign how we work with brands. So, to kick off our discussion, I want to dive onto the practical application of AI. They're already transforming our industry. So we're seeing incredible advancement on generative models. And my first question for our panelists is, how are generative models currently being used in the creation of copy, visual, and multi-channel strategies within your organization and the broader industry? Also, crucially, how much control or autonomy is typically delegated to this AI system in the creative process?
So, if you don't mind, for us, the way we perceive AI, especially in the ideation and creation, and then all of the production in the advertising chain, is mostly perceived as a perfect companion. It's someone who supercharges, empowers, and amplifies the capability of our teams. I don't think there is any brand out there eager to let their positioning, messaging, tone, values in the hands of a cold algorithm that has no understanding of society. I don't know if that's going to happen ever in the future, but if we talk today, I think the tandem between the human and the AI is what's making the big impact into what we are delivering today. And it's huge. I mean, the transformation is huge because you are superpowering people and having the ability to upscale brilliant minds that are ideating, that are thinking out of the box, how to tackle problems, brand problems, society problems, whatever it is, and finding ways, different ways, and have the ability to do it fast and scale and iterate through the processes many, many more times than we used to do before. That's awesome. And I think that's truly what we are, what we believe it's the core of our value by merging human talent with AI.
Yeah, great points. On our end, I would say, or industry-wide, I think there is a lot of expertise, knowledge already around AI, but I think we're still like in the first step of the development of everything of it. So on our end, it's more like implementing it, still implementation stage. So enabling this companion that you mentioned on like helping the talent that is currently within the company, I think that's a crucial step, like giving them the tools to be more efficient, to get it on board. But I think there is two main pillars that I see, which is on the esports side, like how can it enhance the broadcasts? So everything that goes out, for example, on Twitch, how can you have real-time data, faster integrated? How do you catch the audience sentiment to react on that and display something that's more matching or like catches the vibe? And on games, specifically in a wider sense, the generative aspect is, I think, already a lot bigger. Give you one example, maybe a few people know it. There was Fortnite and Lucasfilm. So there was a Darth Vader AI. Just a question around, who has heard or seen about the Darth Vader AI NPC in Fortnite? No one, that's great. Oh, a few.
There's one.
A few, sorry. So just to give a little bit more background around this one, because I think it's foreshadowing a little bit what is enabled by this new technology, is in the game, where you normally encounter NPCs or you can speak with them, and normally they have pre-programmed like 1, 2, 3 lines that they respond to you. What Lucasfilm did is they brought Darth Vader, so the figure that I think everyone knows here, into the game. So, and as a player, you could encounter that figure and you could interact with them like with every other human being that you will meet. So it's no longer those 3 predefined lines that this character can respond to you. It can talk with you about your morning routine, about which car you want to buy. And it's done with the voice of Darth Vader, right? So you're interacting like in real life with Darth Vader. So very immersive, very authentic brand engagement, which is the topic, right? So super fascinating. And yeah, this is like one of the many examples on what this can enable in terms of entertainment, in terms of games, in terms of also brand inclusion into the platform of games.
That's really interesting. I love I haven't played Fortnite for a long time, so I haven't seen the Darth Vader. Because I find it very interesting on the usage, because we begin often using AI on the more like mundane tasks of creating assets, creating your imagery, helping you upscaling. But then we're moving towards agentic, where agents are able to actually autonomously carry out tasks. And I think this is where I've heard so many times about agent in human in the loop, because it's how important it is, because of the amount of agents we've been creating and the importance of having a feedback from a human. Because as we know, LLMs especially, they tend to go off and do things their own ways. So I'm now covering this part a little bit more of on the operational side of AI. And I mean, it's clear the technology and the advancement are promising a lot of things. But the main one that I've seen is the efficiency. So everybody seems to be implementing it first because it's more efficient, right? So now let's talk a little bit more about the tangible benefits, right? I mean, and so I'll make this question. Let me see if it resonates. But what measurable impact is AI having on the cost, speed, and overall effectiveness of advertising campaigns today? Are we seeing significant shift in ROI, or just operational models due to AI integration?
That's the top one. So the first thing to mention is there's a lot of hype. AI is able to do everything overnight with no training, with no impact on the process. The first thing you have to take care of is the culture, is who is using it and for what. And you are going to have agents talking to agents, but those agents needs to be built and needs to be controlled and trained. Coming into our world, I mean, I clearly see 2 layers. The first one is where it's very obvious. I mean, when you have such tools in creative teams, in production, you can do variations, and depends on the time, but you can save from 20 to 80% of time. Time comes to money, but not always, because the question is, what are you doing with that time? Are you reshaping the idea? Are you going beyond the limit? Or are you just producing the cheapest? And that's where it comes. You were talking ROI. ROI, it's a bit different because then you have many other pieces, but from our side, we we can confidently say that between 10 and 25% uplift in ROI is delivered. However, sometimes you're cheating because you're not taking into account the cost of training the models. So it's just because I plug the AI, yeah, but AI is not free. So sometimes you have that balance, but that's a bit where we stand.
Yeah, in terms of return, and I would be curious what you think, what is the most valuable return you would get from AI, but we can discuss it later.
Let's get it.
So what I see, I think there is the biggest points of what we are getting out of it is speed and agility. So the time span from generating data to processing and using it is just shrinking fundamentally, right? From the moment like a player enacts or competition is happening to like how you display that in real time on a stream. How do you take that data, give it to betting markets? Like all of this is like shrinking to a very, very minimal window now, which obviously unlocks a field of opportunities, right? And that is a super significant return because you do not need less resources to act on it because they just come at a later point. So I think it's just the production process is changing rather than like vanishing in certain parts. So you become way more agile by saving time, which is what you mentioned, and using that like at the end of the chain to like either act on it, become more matching to your community, more relative to your audiences and that kind of stuff. So I think speed and agility is the biggest one for us.
That's really interesting because it allows us almost to create infinite versions of something, of an idea. So while before we would create an ad for a product, now we can create and hyper-personalize depending on the amount of persona, depending on the amount of customers and audiences we have. And this is kind of leads me on the second, when we talk about creating and delivering messages, it kind of alters a little bit how we talk to people as brands, to audiences. The nature of the engagement seems to be evolving. So in this AI-mediated environment, how is the concept of engagement being defined today? And what new metrics or indicators are emerging that truly capture the value and depth of those AI-driven interactions?
That's a very good question. If I step a bit back, I think engagement is not anymore about clicks or video consumption or forms completion. I think thanks to the massive transformation of the way we can create things, what we need to understand is that engagement is related to experiences. So what's the experience your audience is having with your game, with your product, with your brand? And I think the new metrics that are required and that we're starting to see in the market are related to how did the experience go? So it's mostly coming into NPS and things like that. And what were the tasks that were fulfilled on what time? So when you take engagement and you translate it into satisfactional experience completion, that's where new metrics and new ways of saying things arise. I don't think we should continue talking engagement like, okay, I got so many clicks or people just saw my post on my video, my 10 seconds pre-roll was seen, but what happened at the experience level with the consumer? And I think on your field, it's crucial, right?
Yeah, 100%. And I think the topic is so interesting because it shows the shift just over the last 10 years, right, with the rise of social media, and everyone's like, that is the new big thing, and like all the metrics and engagement was focused on that, right? Getting the clicks, getting the likes, getting the shares, all of that. Those were the KPIs that everyone was measuring, right? And now it's shifting again. And it's interesting because like industries have always managed a way to develop into it, right? Whether that's then viewboarding or other things to just boost your numbers, like all of this reality. But looking forward with AI, like how will you measure your impact, right? And this will be relevant, will become relevant to everyone, I have no doubt. Just because it's like in every reporting, in every KPI report, in every measurement of your success, this will be the relevant question that you're asking here. And I see it very, very similar. It will no longer be like the same metrics that we currently have. I think what we, for example, see is more hours watched, like the depth on how people engage with your brand, with your offering in the market. Especially in the entertainment industry, it's like how much time do people spend with your product in whatever shape that form that is, right? It's not like how many clicks or how many actions, but what is the depth of the engagement that you can reach? Is it like, do people take your content and create something else out of it, right? If we go back, for example, to that Darth Vader example, it's like, is the interaction just like, is the KPI just how many people interacted with that character, or is it like what happened next, right? Is there like a community building around it, building a mini game, or is there like content being pulled and someone makes a nice YouTube show with that AI, or is there comedic content created, so that it goes way more into that on what people do with your offering, and I think that will be more the measurement than just like small numbers.
So the term engagement is becoming a lot more fluid, more adaptable, and there's no silver bullets anymore. There's no like click-through rates, or so it's all depending on the experience you're offering at the end of the day, right?
Yeah, I think it's exactly what JJ was saying. I mean, if you take it into the entertainment sector, it's not even licensing the product. It's not even buying the license, or it's how long are you staying, talking to me, paying attention to my products and to my services, and that's where AI can come and help us enlarge that experience. And again, it's experience. It's how are you relating to the different products, principles, or values that our products and brands have.
I found when we were talking about earlier the hyper-personalization, it kind of opened up a question, a bigger question on the definition of brands and brand identity. Because at the moment, we are reaching a point where we can actually target every single user based on their likes, based on their profile, with a different message. Do you feel the brand identity is getting diluted with this, or it's just simply the brand is evolving, brand identity is evolving, is becoming something more fluid, more adaptable?
Yeah, I think it will become more fluid, just because like with the new technology, you have the opportunity to cater to every individual, individualized, right, and situative. So that is obviously a big chance that you want to encompass on, because like if I have the chance to reach you or you like on a more personal basis, then why would I not take that, right? At the same time, I think it's a fair point to say I don't want to dilute my brand, and for you, my brand is something completely different than for you, and it's like 1,000 different versions of my own picture that I have. So I think there still needs to be some core identity, maybe you can call it, that you still have rooted. And then you have like ways to cater that played out in like 100,000 different ways. But it needs to be like a very hardcore foundation of what you are, what you stand for, what your product is.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think, I mean, at different scale with global brands, that happens already. Okay, so Santander, our host here, I mean, is a global brand, but probably has different angles or is understood a bit differently according to the geography or the region or whatever, right? What's happening here is that now we have the ability to adapt those perceptions or the message we're delivering at the individual level. And then I totally agree with JJ's approach, which is, am I the same? I'm consistent? Because if I'm not consistent, I'm dead. If I'm not able to identify my brand with values, with a positioning, with a motivation, I'm done. But if you're able to keep the essence, the flavor, the taste of what your brand means, what it's defending, what's in the world for, what they stand for, and then decline properly at certain grade to our personal affinities, I think that's where the magic can happen. And I agree with you. Brands, they need to be more liquid, but in the end, they need an essence. And without a soul, a brand will not last.
I totally agree on the thinking about it. My problem with a lot of times hyper-personalized, there's been talks about shows made on the spot for you, depending on what you like, so you don't have a show that is for everyone. So it's made for you. The problem with this, although it sounds great, I find it sounds dividing, because suddenly we don't have anything to talk about. Right? It becomes very unique and creates echo chambers that are so small that it's only you inside. So I think it's having a brand core and following a brand core is essential, because otherwise you dilute yourself so much that suddenly you're nothing, right?
I think it's this. I mean, we can put an example, which is going, I guess, to illustrate this. If you change a brand for a TV show, for a series. So imagine, given to the capacity that technology brings today, that we order at the individual level 5 next chapters of Game of Thrones, okay? And because they know us so well, they're going to have one single final for each of us. That's not Game of Thrones. We can disrupt the principle of the series. So having the capability doesn't mean that you have to fully blast it. You need to balance it.
Yeah, and I'll go. There's one other point I really want to touch, is the path of, and I think it's something that might resonate with a lot of people here. It is about we're harnessing the power of AI that is incredible, but we have a profound ethical implication, right? We are able to personalize experiences to an incredible point. But also, the problem is, are we turning them into a little bit too much of a manipulative tactics? We've seen it with machine learning algorithms that was in Cambridge Analytica scandals. So where do we as an industry draw the ethical line between highly effective personalization and potentially manipulative tactics? And what specific regulation or self-regulation do you believe is necessary to protect users and maintain trust in this rapidly evolving AI landscape?
What I think we will see is first, before the regulation, is the Wild West normally. So first, like, you will see all of the bad things as well, right? So I think it's just part of the game and how it's played, as you saw it with all the other internet revolutions or whatever there was. You always take the good with the bad, right? And it's a very fair point. But I think before you can regulate, I think it still needs to grow, even in bad and good areas. And I think manipulation in whatever sense or form, I believe it will be there, it will be used, similar to in other media psychology or advertisement strategies where you aim to have a little aspect at least of manipulation, right? That's why you do certain things. And it just unlocks another level on that, right? Which is, to some part, I agree, it can be concerning, but I also don't think there is already the blueprint to regulate it. You could go with a political level, like, is there a European regulation? Is that in a local regulation? Is it different per country? How is that in the global context again, right? Especially as we're in a digital realm, it's like, how is that regulated, right? It's a super tricky question. I think it's valid, but I think it will take more time to get to the answer of that.
I think I'm totally agree with you. I would like to make a reflection on this. Technology is not good or bad, okay? So nuclear reaction can be used to kill people or to power cities. So it's not on its foundational definition that it's willing to be good or willing to be bad. It's us on the usage that makes things right or makes things wrong. I totally agree that we need to put order. I wouldn't say limits, but I would say order on what should be done and how transparent this is. But most of the times we fall directly into regulation and we've totally forgot about education. So we are not teaching society to understand the impact of AI, what a generated content by AI is, how can you identify it, how should you identify it, and why you're seeing that. And I think before jumping into, once again, the European Union entering into, we're going to regulate everything and we're going to have a competitive disadvantage and blah, blah. And this is a startup forum, which they're aiming at shooting the moon. So before that, I don't hear anyone talking about let's educate our people. Let's educate our countries on how to identify, use for good, and get the most out of these magnificent technologies. So that's my reflection.
That's great to hear, and I think it resonates with probably most of the people on the kind of grey area we are sitting. I wanted to go finally the last one. This is because I don't know if you heard yesterday news, but there was a leaked document from Amazon that revealed they plan to replace more than 500,000 humans with robots, and they will bring a cost saving of 30 cents per product. So this brings me to the paradigm shift that we're seeing, because some people might be retrained, but what's going to happen? Is AI going to help us, or the seconds are finishing? But I think this is an interesting one. That I wanted only one for 30 seconds. Okay. There is, what do you think it is? It's about reskilling people, or it's going to be displacement, or is it going to help us and sit like a nice little dog on our side and help us fetch whatever we need?
I'll keep it very short. Maybe Arvin knows a little bit more. I think there is two groups on that question right now. There is like the doomer group that says like, well, all of the jobs will be wiped out in the next 2 years. Like, there's no chance, everything's lost. And we will go down to like all sitting at home, playing video games, might be good, or just being the consumer in the end, and like the machines do all the work, and we are entering down a path with like becoming hybrids with machines and all of that kind of stuff. And the second part is like what I hinted a little bit more in the beginning, is just that the structures and the roles are changing a little bit more. Is right. You still need some human oversight about the creative process, for example, and being involved in those processes, handling the machines, prompting all of that, and I go with Abe.
No, I totally agree. I mean, you have the black and white approach, like all in, all out. So I don't think it's going to be ever one of the two. I think it will be a gray area where there will be people that we will have to retrain and give opportunities to find ways to onboard into this revolution, and there will be people that will not. But that happened before in history. I mean, my grandfather's, he doesn't know how to use a mobile phone. When print came, there was people who knew how to read and people who didn't. So our effort, and that's where I link with my past, is education is crucial. We need to educate people.
Thank you very much. It's been great.
Oh my goodness, thank you so much. Grazie mille, Orlando, Johannes and Lorenzo. That was fantastic. Like all great conversations, you feel that could have gone on for like another hour. So maybe next time we'll take you on for longer. Thank you, that was great. Grazie mille, thank you. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Wow, what can I say? AI, it's the elephant in every room. Can open, worms everywhere. Oh yes, my friends. So listen, we are going to keep things moving here on the Santander stage at VDS 2025. Just a little reminder for you, share the love, create some FOMO, share your photographs and thoughts about our brilliant speakers, tag them, tag VDS, just use the hashtag VDS 2025. We have one more grand finale of our morning here before lunch, before we say buen provecho indeed. And we are now going to meet some visionary founders solving climate challenges across different fronts. I mean, here we are. It's a beautiful day. There's a lot of wind. You know, climate knows no borders. The climate is changing, and this is, to put it mildly, kind of a big deal. So my dear friends, I'm going to tell you who's going to join us on the stage, and then we're going to give them a big welcome all at once. So I'm thrilled to tell you that we're shortly going to be joined by the CEO of Cargo Kite, Amelie Binder, by the co-founder and director at Penguin, Nicholas Leck, and by our wonderful moderator. She is the CEO at Agile Impacts, Adriana Mata. My dear friends, please welcome to the stage Adriana, Nicholas, and Amelie. Yes. Muy bien, muy bien. Gracias, gracias a ti.
Hello. Well, welcome to Valencia. You flew today from Germany. right? No, you.
I came yesterday, but.
Oh, yesterday,
but yes.
great. Okay, thank you for being here. First, I want to ask the audience, who in this room have ever buy any cryptocurrency? Great, thank you. And who of you have ever tried to learn how to windsurf or kite surf? Okay, well, you too. Great. So one of the things that I admire most from these two founders is their stories and how they connect their personal stories with this. But instead of I reading their bios, I would like for you to present yourself, your company, and what you're building right now.
Hope this works. Yeah, works. Hi, I'm Emily. I'm co-founder of a company called Cargo Kite. The name kind of gives away what we do. We're developing a new type of ship that has a kite as propulsion instead of a conventional diesel engine. And it's supposed to be a sustainable way to transport cargo pretty much everywhere in the world on the ocean.
Hi, and thank you, first of all, for the kind invitation. So my name is Nicholas. I'm a German by birth. By heart, I'm Paraguayan by now. So I speak a little bit of Spanish. And for business, I've built a company that's called Penguin. Penguin today is one of the largest high-performance compute data center companies in South America. We run data centers for AI training, for Bitcoin mining purposes, and a little bit of conventional cloud capacity as well. And through that business, we are financing a second thing, and the second thing is schools, programming schools in developing nations such as Paraguay, and that's the idea of Penguin, transforming energy into human potential. That's how we call it.
Thank you. And I have to admit that it took me time to really understand what they're building. So we brought 2 videos to show you the solutions they're building. So if you can help me.
Shipping is the invisible force powering global trade. But behind this $400 billion industry lies fragility. Today's container vessels are threatened by localized problems that lead to global disruptions. At Cargo Kite, we're not just imagining cleaner vessels. We're designing a new class in shipping. Today's massive cargo ships are inflexible, limited to a handful of ports that can accommodate them. They rely on polluting fuel and manual labor, working with the same technology from 60 years ago. But what if today's technology meant smaller is smarter? Cargo Kite challenges the narrative with a small vessel holding a capacity of 300 containers. Reduced crew requirements and low fuel consumption make the vessel cost competitive. Conventional vessels risk becoming obsolete as restrictions tighten. Cargo Kite vessels are designed as an adaptable platform ready for autonomy, emission regulations, and alternative fuels. Our Kite launch system deploys fully automatically, climbing to an optimal wind height of 300 meters. The new vessel fits seamlessly into a digital supply chain. A digital twin combined with real weather data provides a reliable basis for fleet managers' investment decisions. An algorithm allocates customer orders intelligently across multiple Cargo Kite vessels. Each route is optimized to reduce transport time and maximize emission savings upon port approach or when required. The Kite system is safely and automatically recovered and stowed. In instances of severe weather or lack of wind, the vessel can draw upon its diesel-electric backup system. From containers to trailers, Cargo Kite loads fast and flexibly at any point around the world with no need for special infrastructure. With design optimized for mass production, the fleet is ready to set sail across the globe. Across continents, silently propelled by wind and innovation. Cargo Kite, a new wind in global shipping.
Woo! No, applause. Wow, it's amazing. So, we be the. Okay, great. Amelie.
Is there a second video?
No, I think it's just one. They couldn't play the second one. Amelie, can you tell us a little bit more? How did you come up with this idea? Like, I know you like kite surfing, but how did you see like an opportunity to bring that passion you have for kite surfing to something in a very old, like shipping business and industry?
I have to admit that the idea that you can use a kite to propel a ship is almost 20 years old. There is another company in Germany called SkySails that had the idea to just retrofit a kite, so add it later on a huge vessel. And what me and my co-founder did was just to say, well, if we optimize a ship for a kite, we can get a lot more force from the very same kite. And that was basically the idea. And what we also noticed is that we think very small ships would make a lot of sense for cargo shipping, because a single company, even like IKEA or Unilever, they transport a handful of containers on a single vessel. They don't need several thousand containers on a vessel. It's actually a huge hurdle for them. And that's the idea. We brought it both together and said a small ship can be economically feasible if you have a kite instead of a diesel engine.
So you're basically proposing, like, instead of, let's say, the analogy taking the bus, it's like taking the Uber for shipping industry.
100%.
Okay. And how do you think that will disrupt the industry? Do you think it will be easy, complicated? What's the hardest part of doing that?
It's complicated to convince the first one to try it out. But we're there now. We have companies that will try this out together with us, and then we hope that everyone sees that it works, and you can make money with it, and then you can build it like any other ship at a shipyard.
Okay. And Nicholas, in your case, how come from Switzerland, and I think you were related to the startup ecosystem there, did you come with the idea to go to Paraguay? You know, in Latin America, we have a joke that said that Paraguay doesn't exist. You know that? So how come?
I heard about that many times, and I think the people in Brazil, they just call the Paraguayans villagers, right? So it's a bit of a difficult case to make. You're right about that. And it actually started a bit coincidental, you could say, in my life as well. A friend of mine, who's today my co-founder, and myself, we had co-organized the first coding boot camps at our university, kind of by students, for students. Later on, that became a bit of a bigger project, and he brought it to various developing countries. And things go as they go, right? He tried in China at first. Second, he was in the Philippines, and it worked, let's say, a little bit, but not so well. And thirdly, he arrived in Paraguay, and because somebody invited him to a school there to teach a few girls in a girls' school in a very bit of Paraguayan forest, which is left. And apparently the girls were able to code better after 7 days than Swiss students after 14 days. I mean, I was not there back in the moment, so I cannot say if this story is 100% true, but it's the story, and I believe it's true, because I've heard it from various people. And ultimately he decided to stay, and a few years later, money was always difficult, because money in education is generally always difficult. Typically comes from the state. It's not so easy to build sustainable business models in education. And so the politicians always came to take photos, but they never gave any money, and especially in South America, that's how it happens. But ultimately, he found out that Paraguay has actually one of the highest excess amounts of renewable energy in the world. So it's essentially powered. The whole country is powered by 2 large hydroelectric dams. One of them is the second largest in the world, has a capacity of around 15 gigawatts, which equates to 15 modern nuclear power plants, roughly. And that's where we today, as a data center company, take our energy from, and that's the idea that came up back then, essentially. So he was looking for ways how to finance the programs, came to energy. How can somebody make money with energy? It was an opportunistic move, if you want so. And out of that realization, an idea was born, and that idea, funnily enough, in that case, happened later on. Yeah.
And I have 2 questions there. One, the idea was to take like this sustainability, like energy power plant, to create cloud computing servers. That was the idea.
So the idea, I think, in the very beginning, first and foremost, was to find a way how to put this idle resource to use. Because on a normal day, Paraguay consumes 30–40% of what it can actually generate alone in this one hydroelectric plant. So there's a huge amount of potential excess capacity. And it's very difficult to store energy, as many of you might know. You know, you can use batteries. And a dam itself is like a battery itself as well, right? Because you store water, somebody high up, and then it goes down, right? And it generates electricity, electric current. So it is a battery itself in a way, if you want so, and that can be put to use ultimately. And you can either run these dams on full capacity, or you can essentially let the water go on the side. And that's what typically happens. If you have too much water on the top, you just drain it on so-called spillways. And that's what's happening a lot in some of the large hydro dams in the world, because they just have too much potential for energy to be used. And so what we do today, essentially, we use excess energy to power highly electricity-intense data centers. Amongst them, as I said before, Bitcoin mining data centers. We have many clients in the Bitcoin mining sphere. Amongst them, one large project we're developing in AI training with a large US company as a client. And thirdly, we have a little bit of cloud, which you mentioned, but cloud doesn't need so much electricity. You can run conventional storage data centers with comparatively little electricity. They still use quite a bit of electricity compared to a home, of course, but it's nothing compared to what's coming in terms of artificial intelligence.
Yes. Actually, that's going to be my question. Like, one of the things that we say about AI and cryptocurrency is the amount of energy that consumes. Do you think this is the sustainable way to just create the AI and cryptocurrency industries for the future?
It's a good question. If that's sustainable, I suppose it's the only way. Progress in history has always needed electricity or electric power in some way. I think like when we look at industrialization itself, right, like a key factor was the availability of electric power in some way. Back then, there wasn't really electricity grids, but people were powering with steam engines or such things, right? But ultimately, it's always energy, and when you look at how wealth in the world is distributed, it's very much correlated to how much electric capacity a country has. So I think there's no way around building out more electric generation capacity that can be of any type. And I think we'd have to look into each individual option to consider that sustainable or not so sustainable. But for sure, renewable energies, if located at the right geographic location, I think are very sustainable. They're not only sustainable, they're also economically very viable, which is interesting. So for example, looking at solar, there's places in the world where solar makes a lot of sense, also from an economical standpoint, because there's a lot of sun, right? So simple equation. Then there's places in the world where people build a lot of solar, but there's actually not so much sun. Let's take Germany as an example from where I'm from. We actually have too much wind, too much solar in our grid. So we have to pay fees to export electricity when there's wind and sun. But most of the time we have to import electricity because we have too little base load in the grid. And yeah, for that reason, it's a bit of a question. I think sustainability depends on economic sustainability as well as on, let's say, nature's sustainability. And that means that we have to look upon each place to consider which generation of electricity would make sense.
Thanks. And Amelie, correct me if I'm wrong, but I read from someone on your webpage or something that chipping is it has like a 3% of the global emissions is CO2 emissions. So how your company will help, or how it's related to sustainability and this change in saving the planet?
It's quite simple. You replace a polluting ship with a not polluting ship, and you cut the emissions by up to 100% if you want.
But do you think, I mean, at the end you're saying, like, let's go like smaller, but that's kind of a chip. Like, is it really better to go smaller than bigger, and let's say somehow at some point like more efficient if you go bigger with bigger chips?
It depends on your definition of efficiency. More than 80% of the emissions come during the operation of a ship, not during the building of it. This is why, yes, just in terms of building enough vessels to transport the same capacity, you start with slightly more emissions, and you make up for it during the operation of the ship. But when you rely on a free and green source of energy, which is wind, that's already readily available on the ocean. And the thing that, shipping, yeah, it's 2%, and what we do has to do with sustainability, but not only. We also think it's a better business model, and like the global economy will benefit from smaller ships, starting things like if like an incident that happened in the Suez Canal in 2022 when a ship gets stuck and I cannot get banana anymore in a supermarket in Germany. That type of stuff doesn't happen anymore if you have smaller ships, where you can more flexibly react to the stuff that's going on in the US right now, where you have new tariffs and things stop, a ship doesn't sail, but for such a big vessel, it's you go or you don't, and that makes a difference of 20,000 containers. If you can more flexibly vary capacity, you can also more flexibly react to demand shifts, whether they're caused by the actual human being or by Donald Trump. But either way, once you need the goods again, they're available for you. And what shipping doesn't publicly say is that they just throw their waste and everything right into the ocean. That doesn't count as emission, but if you pour pure oil in the ocean, which regularly happens, it doesn't count in your emission balance, but it just still happens.
It's true. And actually, we were talking like 2 days later that we actually don't agree in measuring the impact only in CO2 emissions. So if you had to say what's your impact or how will you measure your impact, how would it be? To really incorporate all these things?
I think in our business's case, I think first and foremost we make a difference because we allow people opportunity, and opportunity means the possibility to think about much more than just getting by. I think that's one. Second, many data center companies, and funnily enough, even Bitcoin mining companies, I think they make a very positive difference when it comes to the foundation and construction of electric infrastructure. And not necessarily the generation itself, but what you need to bring generation to work. So another interesting example on Paraguay is they have this huge amount of power, but they could not even use it if they wanted to because they don't have the transmission lines that support it and bring all of that to the capital. Neither do they have the substation transformation infrastructure to bring all the energy to the right voltage level so it can be used by industry or by households or by factories, whatever you want to power with that. So what private companies like us are doing, we essentially build these things. Like we build partially lines ourselves. We do build substations. So for example, we built a 160 megawatts private substation which can power a city. It's as big as a medium to large size town in Paraguay. Let's say it's not a medium large size town in Spain, but it's a bit more industry here in Spain. But that makes a difference because that infrastructure, of course, will be put to use for other purposes afterwards. Be it other types of data centers, be it factories, be it, for example, like one big theme in South America is hydrogen, green hydrogen. Because there's a lot of water, there's a lot of electricity. Question is, how do you get the hydrogen to the markets where it's needed, right? But I think that actually makes a difference too. So construction of the assets that are actually most important. And electricity is extremely important for impact. Water is, we don't do anything with water really, but generally waterways are extremely important. Canals are extremely important to bring water to people. And lastly, food transport, which is streets, shipping, and so on and so forth. So it's like the base infrastructure is what needed to bring people actually out of poverty, right? To bring them to a level of where they could even care about nature or care about thinking a bit beyond getting by.
Yes. And in your case? Mm-hmm.
If I may, do the companies that you run the data centers for, do they care at all if it's renewable or not, or is that not one of their KPIs? Are they willing to pay anything for it extra?
Partially, yes. I think personally, partially, no. I think for some it's just nice to have, but for some it's a prerequisite to have, and that very much depends on where they get the financing from, I would say. So ultimately depends on the asset manager that owns these companies, or it depends on what KPIs those companies have, and if they have to comply to certain A regulation and B, like implicit needs of their investors. And yes, we've been asked that question many times. So most of our clients do want as much renewable energy as possible, and that means we are a good partner for them because our solution essentially is 100% renewable energy powered. Yeah, and oftentimes on average, they are like 60%, 70% renewable energy powered across their whole portfolio of compute, if you want so.
And in your case, if you could talk about your impact, what will be other than CO2?
Well, at least other greenhouse gases. LNG is the beautiful example in shipping, which is when you purely look at CO2, a better solution. When you look at everything, kind of the entire industry agrees it's not really better than fossil fuels. But yet it's marketed as something green.
How large is such a kite? Like to carry? Like, what's the percentage of, like can it fully carry a large container ship alone, one of these large kites?
Can. I'm looking at the ceiling. I would say at least twice the ceiling here is like for a small ship, the minimum you have to get a significant propulsion force. But it can go up to 1,000 square meters. So that's then more looking at the other building.
Like 20 to 50 meters, roughly, if you want so.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
And what's the hardest part of creating business like yours? Like they are disrupting the industry, or maybe not all the clients really care. What's the hardest part of creating a business model around that?
I would guess, like my first answer would be cost.
In your case, yes.
Cost, because on every, I think it's by now a thing of the past, but in the past, renewable energy sources were mostly more expensive than, I don't know, just burning oil or gas. But that's actually not the case anymore. And again, it depends a lot on what resources you have available. Because, you know, if you have once paid off a dam like Itaipu, like the Paraguay-Brazil hydroelectric dam, the actual generation cost of electricity is somewhere around a cent to 1.5. So if there's no capital cost to be paid for anymore, it becomes similarly cheap to taking free oil out of the ground and just burning it, which is essentially also free. Like, so the operational cost to generate that electricity will also be around 1 cent, I suppose, per kilowatt hour. So I think it has been cost. I think another main driver is talent, of course. Any business in developing nations is sometimes tricky because there's much less talent if you want to build a business fast and scale it. And lastly, in our case, I think what was very difficult was political navigation.
Difficult to understand, maybe.
Yeah, you need, I think most importantly, you need a strong cultural understanding, even more than political understanding, and also to navigate politics in markets where the public administration has a lot of influence, which energy typically is. In Paraguay, it's a state monopoly even. You need to know how to navigate, let's say, at least, if you want to do business in a proper way. And that's something we had to learn over time. You know, like who to ally with, who not to ally with, how to make sure that the local officials, the administration, that they have a good feeling first of all about the project, and then second that they consider it of value add to the country, because there is a lot of, let's say, Western people going to countries in South and Central America that are actually sometimes behaving a little bit like cowboys, and the people see that, of course. They feel it, they see it. And so I think you actually must credibly make a local difference to work and operate on a long-term basis. Yeah.
Thank you. And just for closing, what last message would you like to give to any founder here, like from your experience, both Amelie and Nicholas? Final message for any founder.
Always my favorite question.
Ron.
Do not start. No.
No, it has to be optimistic.
Be naive enough to start. No. Just hanging in.
Well, maybe you can connect it with your why. Why, you do this?
I think that's a good input. I mean, there's a great speech about it, right? I think the why is actually important. Like I see many founders that just do something, right? Like, so they look at the market like in this outside-in perspective. So what's the market? And they don't really look at themselves. At least for me, that has never led to any type of sustainable success, let's say. And the most tricky thing over time, I think, is to maintain motivated. And that means you have to find out what makes you motivated. In my case, it's for sure working with other people. I've once founded a company alone, didn't really get to anything. When I did it with friends, it became something. And second, for me personally, it also means that I must care about the matter. So, I mean, maybe you felt a little bit. Actually, I'm interested in electricity, so I like the topic. I think it's a very important topic for the world. So I can energize myself, and I'm interested in reading about it. And if I would be on some topic where I don't feel anything, I think I wouldn't be able to maintain the motivation over time.
Thank you. And you, Amelie?
I think I would echo the part of doing something with other people. For me, oftentimes I get lost in my rabbit hole, and that's actually how we kind of know each other, through a network of founders and just talking to other people and seeing, okay, they have the same problems, and me doubting myself is completely normal. Everyone does that, and it's kind of part of the process. Helps to feel okay.
Well, thank you very much for joining. Welcome to Valencia. Thank you for inspiring us, and thank you to the audience for being here. Have a good lunch and day. So that's it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adriana.
Thank you so much, Adriana, Nicholas, and Amelie. That was absolutely great. My goodness, the icing on the cake of a beautiful morning. Very inspiring words there. Find your North Star, find your Ikigai, and reach out to the others. Speaking of which, my personal motto, ABC, always be connecting. If the wonderful speakers and moderators resonated with you, reach out to them, come and speak to them now. Tell them how much they inspire you. If you want to help them, come up and get involved. Right, a good way to do this is with a little bit of lunch. So right now, we are indeed going to break for lunch until 3 o'clock. So you can find various food trucks in the lake area, along with a relax zone. If you would like to relax while you're networking, you're very welcome. You can enjoy your meal, the amazing Valencian weather, the sunshine, the beautiful views. Remember, use the hashtag VDS2025. Take lots of selfies. And what can I say but buen provecho, amigos. See you a las 3. Gracias. And leaders, speakers and delegates, welcome one and all back to the Santander stage here at VDS for the grand finale afternoon of our two-day spectacular program of content. My name is Oisín Lunny. I help great people, companies and organizations tell their best stories through podcasts, through media and through events like VDS. It is an absolute thrill and an honor to be here with you. I have a couple of reminders for you. Reminder number one, I'm sure you've installed the app by now. If you haven't, please do. It's great. It's got everything in it. You can connect with other people, make meetings, browse the schedule, get the Wi-Fi password. It's wonderful. You need the app in your life, trust me. Number two, please let's make everybody who's not here really jealous and sad and regretful that they missed the boat. They didn't make it to VDS this year. You did. Share some stuff on your socials. Use the hashtag VDS2025 and let's create some serious FOMO out there. And maybe all your friends will come next year, and it'll be an even bigger party. We'll have more than 12,000 people here. Imagine that. Okay, I hope I'm going to see each and every one of you. Join us for the drinks later on and the parties this evening, because it is thirsty work doing all this conference stuff. And, you know, there's nothing finer than to enjoy a nice glass of some beverage in the Valencian sunlight with some of the best people on the planet right here. Speaking of which, I am absolutely thrilled to tell you about our next session. Now, VR has been often called the empathy machine. I used to work in the third sector back in the UK, and I remember when this technology came out, and a lot of folks, a lot of charities and people doing amazing work all over the world, they spoke about the power of VR, because it could take you into a refugee camp. It would take you into, give you the viewpoint of like a young child who's growing up in a war zone. It's a way to step into other people's shoes in a way that is utterly compelling and very, very powerful. You know, of course, other technologies come and go. AI is the big one at the moment, but VR remains an incredibly powerful tool for empathy at scale. And right now, we're going to learn how VR is reshaping leadership and culture. And I would like to thank our dear friends at Diverse Leaders in Tech for hosting this session at VDS on the Santander stage. We appreciate your support very much. So I'm going to tell you who's going to join us now, and then they're all going to come up all together, and you give them a big round of applause all at once. I appreciate it's just after lunch, but we bring the energy here at the Santander stage, so I know I can count on you all. We're delighted to be joined by the founder and CEO at Enliven Empathy, Alex Tavasoli, by the Director of Customer Experience EMEA at Microsoft Luminous Leaders, Kimberly Fuquay, and by our wonderful moderator, the founder at Engaged Lab. Welcome back to the stage, Anya Hajdrovska. My dear friends, give it up for Anya, Kimberly, and Alex. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you for joining. For me, it's the last talk today, actually, but I'm very excited about this one. So we are going to talk today about the empathy at scale. For those of you who have not met me yet, my name is Ania Hajdrovska. I'm a founder of Engaged Lab. In my practice, I really focus on helping teams and leaders to optimize environments for innovation and for learning. My programs are very rooted in psychological safety, and I'm also actually leveraging virtual reality. And very happy about this talk because I'm one of the partners of Enliven, one of the practitioners. So I'm very happy that we'll be all able to share with you the insight. And it's really about how this immersive technology can help leaders to build teams, to build the deeper understanding in the teams, to navigate the tensions, to create more emotional, intelligent organization. So I'm very thrilled to have my two guests here today. I have Kimberly Fuquay, Director of Customer Experience for Microsoft EMEA, and founder of Luminous Leaders, a platform that helps executives and emerging leaders lead with inclusion. Oops. And Kim has 30 years of experience in tech. She advocates for innovation and inclusion to bridge the human connection. She's very passionate about empathy and, of course, about virtual reality, to use that as a, to challenge the bias and make workplace more human. Welcome. And we have, of course, Alex. Alex is a founder and CEO of Enliven Empathy. It's a company that offers virtual reality to help people to truly understand what does it feel and experience other perspectives of others people in the room. And actually, for him, it all started in the childhood. He experienced discrimination and domestic violence. And actually, when he was young, he found a refugee in gaming. And that passion turned into his today mission to bring more of, to actually help to introduce empathy into organization and help those organizations to change the culture. And the solution is already being leveraged by companies such as ASML, McKinsey, Microsoft, and Shimano. So the real transformation is on their way. And before we start, let's watch a short video.
Hey, there he is, Henry, my man, wearing his red sweater. Nice. Did your mom lay it out in your bed for you this morning?
We're having lunch with the whole team at Cafe Louis later this afternoon.
But we couldn't get you a seat, unfortunately. Bummer. You probably wouldn't have wanted to come anyway, right? Too busy with that paper you're writing.
Oh yeah, that paper. I read it. It was on the server, but I think I might have deleted it.
Oops. All those weeks of work for nothing. I wonder how Simon will react when he finds out you lost it.
And here come the waterworks again. Jeez, you literally can't handle anything, can you?
Oh, by the way, I'm in the mood for a coffee. Milk and sugar, please.
Thank you. And what you just saw is actually what empathy at scales looks like. It really bypasses the intellect and goes straight to the heart. And in the training, it allows the leaders and teams to feel what other feels. And once you feel it, you cannot unfeel it. So let's now dig deeper into what it is and what's the impact and how it works. So I will start with you, Kim. From your leadership experience, why empathy is becoming such a critical capability for tech leaders today?
Yeah, so empathy, and I'm glad you said, why is it becoming?
Yeah.
I think it already is, and it already has been. It is critical, and it's not new. If you are looking to be a good leader, or if you are a good leader, you already understand that empathy has to be a part of how you lead effectively. So, but I think if I look at what's happening at Microsoft and tech in general, AI, and I know we have to say that now about 100 times a day, right? AI is really driving the need for us to think more deeply about how we apply that empathy, because it's not just about productivity tools. AI is literally changing the way we work and live. And if we want to change the way we work and live in a positive way and keep humans at the center, you must be a leader that thinks every day, every time you're designing or developing or marketing a product, you must think about empathy and how we can keep humans at the center of that product. So, yeah, it's becoming, but it already has been. It's already been there.
Thank you. So it's really becoming this anchor. Yeah, it's been and becoming the anchor that keeps human connected.
Yes.
Very important. And Alex, when leader experience what it feels like to be in somebody else's shoes, so what we say that the virtual reality is able to do, what do you think changed in them in terms of these leadership behaviors?
Yeah, so what we see that changes is like our work started on domestic violence. We put parents in the perspective of children and have them experience that perspective, being small, experiencing domestic abuse, a situation going on. And what we saw there was the parents eventually forget that they too at some point were the child, and they have continued the cycle, and now they are the perpetrator. So putting them in that perspective, they understand, wow, someday I was the child and I was the one going through this. And that really opens their eyes and minds and hearts. I've seen a lot of offenders break down in tears because of this. And the same thing applies to leaders. When you grow out of that role and you become a leader, you forget what it's like for your team members in the team and what they go through on a daily basis. While you have gone through those things yourself, you tend to forget about it. So putting them back in that perspective and showing them what their team members go through on a weekly or daily basis. We measure that 47% in our sessions. So let's say for every 1,000 employees that we train, 470 share they experience harmful behavior on a monthly, weekly, or daily basis. And leaders tend to forget about that. So we go in these sessions, what the most powerful thing that we see is happening a lot, where leaders react with, wow, I had no idea that this is your reality. Let's have a conversation. And that is the start of true change.
Thank you. So it's really the testimony to what we said, that once you've seen it, you cannot unseen it. And then you kind of seen it everywhere, and you can act with empathy and understanding to support other employees. And just to follow up and build out on that one, what's the difference then that you see between traditional workshops, because there's a lot of them about empathy and unconscious bias, and the virtual reality impact? I will start with you, Alex, and then I will go to Kim. Yeah.
All right, I love this question. Traditional training, let me explain to you what the virtual reality experience actually is like. Because you saw it on the video, it's beautiful, it's impactful, but a real thing puts you in, it's game technology, it puts you in the shoes of someone else. You see yourself embodying a different person from a different color or a different gender, and you really go through experiences that otherwise would never be available to you. So you go through situations in a workplace as a woman, for instance, something that was not available to men. And a lot of men, for the first time, they've experienced what it's like to be smaller in a meeting, something that they had no idea could have such a power dynamic, to give you an example. And what it then leads to is, again, I think one of our partners at McKinsey, they put this as beautifully as one can put. And they say, traditionally in workshops, we speak to the mind, right? This is what it feels like. We talk about it. But we rarely manage to touch the heart. And between our mind and our hands, our feet, what is required for behavioral change is the heart. Mm-hmm. If we touch the heart, we manage to change behavior. And that is exactly what this experience does. It puts you in someone else's shoes and touches your heart, which is needed to get to behavioral change. And then we measure that, for instance, over 70%, over 75% share they have heard a personal story from a colleague for the first time that they describe as powerful or transformative. So that's how change is ignited.
So speaking to the heart. And Kim, I'm curious how it actually really happens in practice, because you went for the training, you also put your colleagues through the training. What was the experience of you and your colleagues?
Yeah, I'm going to share my personal experience because Alex knows that I'm very much a big fan of Enliven Empathy, but because I went through the training. Yep. When I went through, it was myself and several of my peers, management peers, and people who were direct reports. I think we had maybe about 15 people in the room. And it was really interesting. Afterwards, I reflected on this. So we got into the room, and everybody's excited because we enjoy learning new things, and especially because it's VR. We're excited because we're a tech company. And everybody just thought they knew what to expect. So we had the discussion about, what does privilege mean? And everybody's like, yeah. And they knew academically how to answer it. Oh, I know what that is. And what's bias? And everybody had their hand up and just really jazzed about being in the room. And then we walked to the place to have the VR, and we're like, yeah, what's going to be like to put this VR on? And they were more excited about the tech. So then we finished the simulation. We get back, as we're walking back to the room, complete quiet. We get in the room, complete quiet. So it went from this bubbly atmosphere of, I know what I'm doing, I know what to expect, to I did not expect that. And now I'm not sure how to relate to it and how to process it. So it was really good that we had a facilitator to take us through, what did you just experience? And like Alex said, you had many, especially the men, and I live in the Netherlands, working at Microsoft Netherlands, so a lot of the guys are pretty tall, and they're like, yeah, I've never felt that short before. Yeah. And then many of them were saying, Yeah, it was really like each moment in the VR where they recognized that bias was happening was impactful to them because they had probably been the perpetrators of that bias at one point and didn't realize what they were perpetrating was a microaggression. It was something that was causing someone trauma. And so I think what really touched me is that many of the gentlemen in the room, many of the men, were like, wow, that's something now I know actually hurts my colleagues. I'm going to stop doing that. So it was an immediate impact for them to understand what it means when I say this, or when I treat a person as if they're less than human or not equal to me. Now I know what that feels like because I went through the VR program. And I think lastly what it does is it also helps you to relate not just from the gender perspective, but now they can transfer that, oh, that's how it feels when I talk to my, my buddy or my employee of color. That's what it feels like when I may say something offhand joke or comment to somebody who has a different sexual orientation. So that transference of understanding what bias is on a broader basis is where it's really powerful.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. It resonates a lot. I also see a lot of the emotional kind of release during those sessions. And also those experiences when they are being shared, it really builds a connection in the team. And I think this is very valuable later. The people become really much more engaged, but also feel as a team. The feeling of the team increases. Thank you. And I have a question to both of you. So how do you take this one powerful moment during the session to actually really make a broader cultural shift in the organization? Maybe I'm going to start with, Kim, do you want to continue on?
Yeah, and as I mentioned, it was managers and their team. But at Microsoft, and I think many companies are like this, small, large, medium, doesn't matter the size of company, you work with more than just the people who are your peers. So the way you scale it is by now taking that same attitude, mindset, understanding, and talking to people maybe who are not on the same team, but are cross-team. They're virtual team members. Something we do at Microsoft is called rituals. And we have a way of, we've spread this all throughout the company and made announcements from management, top management on down. And now it's being a bottom-up reinforced. And some of these rituals are things like, if you walk into a room, like I said, I work at Microsoft Netherlands, so many of the employees there speak Dutch, but there are many who don't. So if you walk into a room and you don't speak Dutch, but there's 3 people that do, those 3 people, they understand, switch to English. Yeah. They don't have to announce that they're going to switch. They just switch to English because that's how you're inclusive.
Yes.
If you are scheduling or if you're in a meeting and you have a bunch of people talking, that's not effective. If one person is talking, you have something that you want to say, you make sure you don't interrupt them. If you do interrupt them, then one of your peers may tell you, hey, wait a minute, you just interrupted Kim. She was not finished with her thought. That is one of our rituals. Don't interrupt people when they're speaking. Be mindful. And many of these things, I mean, we kind of, when we say it, it's like, wow, that's just respect. Mm-hmm. But empathy and respect and integrity go hand in hand. And I think many times, because we're all so excited about what we want to get done, especially in the tech industry, we lose sight of the importance of respect, of empathy, of kindness, not necessarily being nice, because sometimes it might not be nice, or you might not feel that someone's being nice when they correct you because you just interrupted someone, but kindness. Being willing to make sure that every person in the room has their voice heard, has it valued, and that they feel seen.
Yes, thank you. So co-creating those rituals, introducing them so they can actually scale in the teams. And Alex, would you like to add something to that from your experience? How do we achieve the scale and the change?
Yeah, so Kim actually beautifully put it. We like simplicity. So there's basically once we have that awareness, once we have that impact, that aha, I want to be part of the change, we equip the participants with 3 simple strategies of the 3 most common experienced forms of bias or microaggression. So they know once this happens, what they can do to step in for a colleague. So we really create that bystandership, allyship first mentality, where we say, it's not up to you when you experience it, or you when you experience it, but it's up to us around you to step in and say something, because that is eventually what all of us want when something harmful happens to us. And by keeping it practical and simple, these 3 things are equipped. We measure that over 60% share a transformative change in their willingness to intervene in situations, and over 90% feel equipped to do so. So they start applying it, others will see it and experience the positive effect of it, and it will have a ripple effect throughout the entire organization. And to reach that ripple effect, studies show that you need to reach this mass of around 35 to 45% of your employees that change this behavior. So we aim to reach enough employees in a 3-year program to get that cultural change going.
Thank you. I love how you keep it very practical, and actually there are numbers that confirm that to bring change, you need to involve enough of the organization to get there. And I want to bring one more topic, because to bring any change, you obviously need healthy levels of psychological safety in the organization. And maybe, Kim, any just tips from your experience, how that is being nurtured at Microsoft to kind of keep the teams feel safe? And I think you already started talking about that, about kind of being respectful and kind. Is there anything you would like to add there?
Yeah, I believe that we start with leadership, but we also need to look across all areas of the company. So I work at Microsoft Netherlands, which is a sales organization, but Microsoft is a product company. So one of the ways that we build in what we're talking about, empathy and respect and kindness and understanding how to treat each other, is we look at what we want to design, and then we figure out who are we designing for. And so to give an example, with our accessibility features that are in Office and Windows and Teams, what we did was for that specifically, we need to do it across the board, but for that particular set of features, we invited people who had differences, who perhaps were hard of seeing or hard of hearing, things like that, brought them into the conversation about the design of the product, and to make sure that we knew what does it take to bridge the gap. So right now you're using the product and it doesn't have the accessibility features in there. What do you need for you to make the most use of it? And getting that information then changes the mindset of the developer, because then it's not so much about what the developer thinks is important, it's about what the people who are using it thinks is important. And we have these user experience teams and things like that, but are we making sure that the user experience teams have enough difference on those teams so that we're covering a broader area of customers that we want to pull into the conversation? So that's one big way that we do it. We do it from product design all the way to how the sales teams react and respond to each other, all the way to management saying this is how we need to respond to each other. So you need it in every part and every aspect of your organization.
Thank you. So really actually keeping it relevant. So whatever solution you provide, that is not just kind of maybe coming from the top, but people are involved in co-creation and it makes sense for those who really need it. Thank you. And when we look a little bit at the limits of virtual reality and AI while developing empathy, what are the limits, or maybe what is needed for this to be successful? And Alex, do you want to start maybe on this one?
Yes, it is you, Anya.
Thank you.
The human aspect of it, because once we make the impact through the virtual reality, the impact wouldn't turn to behavioral change without the expert facilitation of Anya and other wonderful facilitators in our network. So you will need to guide those conversations into behavioral change, and I sincerely, like, I'm a big fan of tech, but I sincerely hope that this human aspect of it remains, and that we always come together, have an experience, talk about it, and decide what we want to change.
Okay. I'm going to take the compliment. Thank you. Would you like to add anything to that, Kim?
Again,
it was like, what is needed for this virtual reality to really succeed? And we talk a bit about a human aspect. Is there anything that you see when you experience that? Is it only the technology, or there are other aspects that are important for this, for implementing?
Yeah, I'll go back to what I said before. I think that what I described when Microsoft brought in people of difference to help with the design, to me, if we want to make it succeed, we need to remove some of the risk of, first of all, not having the right people in the room. We should always be curious, asking whose ideas, whose perspectives may be left out, right? Who's important to this work? So that's one thing. You need to limit the risk by making sure you broaden it. And I also think, maybe we'll get there in a moment, we're going to talk about scale, right? At some point?
Let's talk about scale now.
Let's talk about scale? Can I mention this?
Yes, let's do that.
So I have, to me, what I think is a bold idea. Sometimes the boldest ideas are the simplest ideas.
Yeah.
We sometimes think, oh, it has to be something, mind-blowing. Yeah. But a bold idea to me is, especially when we're in a startup environment like this, every set of developer teams should embed people who are not necessarily developers and who are different from them and different in many ways across race, culture, gender, neurodiversion, sexual orientation. They should purposely look for those and make them a part of the design team. Not something that you do occasionally, not something that you do when your boss tells you, oh, think about it. It should just be a standard of how we develop products and services. So maybe that's too simple, but I think it's something that could happen. Hopefully it's simple enough for something that could happen today. And anybody that's a founder or running a startup, think about that. Your development teams should automatically include people of difference on different scales and different aspects.
Yeah, thank you. Love the bold idea. And Alex, do you want to add your bold idea about empathy at scale?
Yes, for sure. So when we talk about culture, we all know, the wind blowing from the United States about diversity, equity, inclusion, all the wrong things that are said, the misinformation about it. I want to leave you with an idea that if you replace these principles or the goals set around diversity, equity, and inclusion with empathy, with empathy infused into your company culture, you will be open to diverse backgrounds. You will be open to diverse talents. With empathy deeply rooted, you will want equality for everyone in the organization, and you will want inclusion for everyone to feel like they are a part of the company, it's their home, they feel supported and cared for. One of the beautiful things that we measure now is employees coming into our session. They report a great or transformative increase in their engagement with the company. So over 37% feel transformatively more engaged with the employer because they feel the employer now cares for them, cares for their reality, their perspective is shared with colleagues, and they matter. To quote them, the company cares more than for technology, it cares about its people.
Can I just quickly add on to that? Because what you said is so important, that the people who are doing the work, the employees, feel like their management, their leadership cares. And what that actually does is unlock potential, unlock productivity, unlock innovation, all of which are needed to be competitive, to have a competitive advantage in this very, very, let's just say, very highly competitive tech industry that we're in. And one thing I want to emphasize is that empathy, we think of it as a soft skill, which, by the way, I hate that term. Because it may be soft, but it's really hard for some people to actually operate in an empathetic way. It is not just a soft skill. It's a very, very important skill. And it is a business imperative. So people think, oh, it's a moral imperative. That's just the way. No, it's a business imperative, because the businesses that do just what you said unlock all of the things that I just said. And there is a statistic that says that for businesses who do that and are more inclusive, they are 35% more likely to have a stronger bottom line and to make more money and to make more revenue. So I just wanted to point that out. We're over time.
We are over time. Thank you so much. We just want you to walk away with that. You actually said it already very nicely, but empathy is not it is a superpower. It is a competitive advantage, and it's going to help you to lead better, connect better, and create those workplaces that are not just very innovative, but also very human. Thank you so much for your insights, and thank you for attending.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much. A wonderful session, very empathetic, very full of value. And listen, like everybody was saying, this is not fluffy. This is real nuts and bolts. This is bottom line. This is having a more profitable, more functional business where everyone has a better experience. You know, I really do believe that empathy is a superpower. I gave a little TEDx talk many moons ago. I'll post it under LinkedIn on this session, and I spoke about the importance of empathetic connections in a digital age. And I don't think I mentioned AI once. That's how long ago it was, ages ago. So I'm very, very on board with the whole concept of empathy being one of the biggest unlocks. And I think Anya had a great quote there. Once you feel it, you can't unfeel it. Feelings go to a place, you know, that kind of is deeper than academic knowledge. And VR can very much, and thank you again, thank you all of you for what you're doing. That was really informative and brilliant. Brilliant, brilliant. Okay, my goodness, we are continuing with the extremely high quality content here. And now we are going to move on to the topic du jour, should I say. Now, the elephant in every single room in 2025 is, of course, AI. It's enormous, it's everywhere, it's the future, but what happens when hype hits reality? We're going to get some real talk now from some really brilliant leaders. I'm going to tell you who they are first, and then we're going to give them a huge welcome, because that's how we roll on the Santander stage, right? So we are delighted to be joined by the CTO at Data Moran, Jérôme Badevant, by the Chief People Officer at Commerce Tools, Roxana Dobrescu, by the Global Head of Strategy at Process, Sebastian Vassen. Vassen does mean a nice word in Swedish, by the way. And former VP for DEI at Hexaware and a global people and culture leader, our dear friend Gwen Collider. And I would like to say thank you to the amazing people at Diverse Leaders in Tech for hosting this session. Let's bring on the applause and welcome to the stage Gwen, Sebastian, Roxana, and Jérôme.
Yeah, hi everyone. Thank you so much for joining one of the final sessions of this fantastic conference here in Valencia. Thank you so much for coming here, and you won't be disappointed because this is going to be a fantastic talk today. We're going to talk about AI when hype hits reality. So AI is the new shiny thing. Innovation is exploding and priorities are keep shifting. FOMO leads to conversation. But the real challenge is not to move faster, but to move smarter. So we're going to explore what really makes AI work for business and people. And we're going to do this with the 3 brilliant people that are sitting next to me. They have been introduced, but let me just share a little bit more about them. So Roxana is the CHRO of Commerce Tools, which powers modern omni-channel commerce for some of the world's biggest brands. And Roxana herself helps companies scale fast without losing what makes them human. Quite important. And then we have Seb. Seb is the global head of strategy at Prosus, one of the largest tech investors with holdings in companies like Tencent, Jet, Just Eat Takeaway, Delivery Hero, and he's the chairman of the board at Dealroom, the leading global startup and VC intelligence platform. That's a mouthful, as we would say in the Netherlands. And then we have Jerome, and Jerome heads the product, technology, and data science teams of the SaaS platform Datamaran. And he manages the Valencia office, so he's the boss here, and he's part of the executive board of Datamaran. So welcome, and let's get this party started. So Seb, let me start with you. So the topic of this session, the hype hitting reality. What's your view on this? You know, working at Prosus, you have a lot of companies in your portfolio. So what do you see happening around you and in the portfolio that you run?
Thank you very much, and welcome everybody. Indeed, Sebastian. My wife always says, Seb, what do you do in a job? Like, what is it being head of strategy? And my only translation is always, I get to have an opinion on everything without any responsibility. So this is a great job, I can highly recommend it, but it also means you should probably take whatever I say as a strong opinion, don't attach too much truth to it. That being said, look, AI, obviously, clearly also within our portfolio, a massive theme. And I think we're way up on the hype cycle, certainly when it comes to the models and the data centers. As an investor, we are avoiding that space. I think we're ready for a crash there or a correction. It will go up again, but it's the normal hype cycle that we're going through there. But where we are seeing, and where definitely us are doubling down massively, is on the AI agent side. I think we are across the board significantly underestimating the impact that we'll have. So we're doing a number of things. We've got now 6 months ago we had 4,000 agents running in our portfolio. Now it's 16,000 and we have a target to go to 30,000. We are investing heavily in AI companies that we find interesting and that we can sort of inject in the portfolio. We invest approximately in 1 per week. But where the reality hits, just to get back to your question, is the implementation side. Super hard. I'm not an HR person whatsoever. I just come up with grandiose ideas and then I hope other people will pick it up. But it's super hard to get people to adopt these things because you're basically asking them to disrupt their own jobs. And particularly when you're an investor, you cannot tell these people what to do. So we typically own 10, 20, 30% of the company, which is like we have no decisive say. We can only try and promote, try and get these people to take our suggestions. So we started to work with giving prizes. We started our own Prosus has AI Talent Prize, where we ask people to come up with the best AI agent that they could come up with. But I'm very keen to get the learnings from some of the people that really know how to do this, because I don't.
No, you say you stay away from AI with the companies in your portfolio, but Prosus itself, what about your focus on AI?
No, sorry, let me just clarify. We're definitely investing in AI, but it's more on the application layer, on the AI agents. We're staying away from all the models and the data centers.
Right.
That's the stuff where it's super asset intense, capital intensive, and I think things are being overbuilt there, ready for a crash.
Okay, thank you so much for that explanation. So Jerome, you're scaling at your company too and adopting AI there as well. What are your experiences in relation to AI being a hype or not?
Oh, yeah, AI and the hype. Yeah, so the funny thing, and thank you for asking that question, is that So at Datamaran, we started 11 years ago. And we started with AI. So it means that we were doing AI before it was hip and cool. And at that time, if some of you remember, AI was in the realm of the data scientists. They were in their room, they were doing their stuff. And now it seems that since ChatGPT came about, everyone is an expert in AI. And that's a real big change. And I can make a couple of comments around our journey there. So the first thing, what did we realize through that and living the hype and thing is that, well, first, even AI company got disrupted by AI. That's the thing. We really freaked out initially when ChatGPT and the likes came out, and we really had to do a lot of introspection to try to understand, is what we're doing still, does it still matter? And, where is our play to win? And it forces us to redefine our strategy and to have some uncomfortable focus there. But, that was an interesting piece. And ultimately, so this new AI, Gen AI, ChatGPT, Copilot, etc., they just democratize, the good enough AI, not the perfect one. But at the same time, it opens up, I think, a lot of opportunity for the AI that we do that is really bringing more value, that is really tailored to specific business case, etc. And it really allowed us to reinvent a bit ourselves there. So ultimately, I talk about disruption initially. I think it's less so about disruption. The risk is complacency. If you are not adapting your organization, then you are really at risk there. And the other thought I had around that is, so as a CTO, so the guy that is supposed to know everything about AI, so I spend far less time thinking about the latest agent. I've got people thinking about that, but actually I spend far more time thinking about how to translate the hype into reality, bringing back people into what is important. So when it's about the executive at Datamaran, sometimes it's about bringing them back to what we can really do. So yes, we can be AI first. That's every company, every startup wants to be AI first, but that doesn't mean that you can simplify your strategy into 5 prompts. And for the people, so the teams, on one side, I think it's about supporting them when they want to try all of the tools, when they want to use them, embed them into that, but also asking them to not forget about their judgment, not forget about their experience. The LLMs are not thinking. We are thinking. We are accountable as people. And I think it's a key thing. That's how I look about the hype. We don't trust that everything will happen magically. We are still ultimately accountable. And I'll stop there, otherwise I'll go too long.
No, it's all very interesting what you say, Jerome. So thank you so much for that, and we will build on that a little bit later. Roxana, from a CPO perspective, what's your view on the hype, and how are people in general, and in particularly in commerce tools, dealing with the constant change and the pivoting and handling that?
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Well, first of all, they are not quitting, which is important to start with. And it's very interesting, even if we look in the tech market in terms of turnover, how things are evolving in the sense of right now, there is no job hopping. People are hanging on with their jobs because they don't know yet where to and what's the good direction. But for us, it was like a blitzstorm. We were really having fun implementing our roadmap, and we pivoted literally the following week to how do we build this AI-first organization. And the wind is big today. It's really interesting only to think about...
Hold on to your chairs, people.
The AI. We are here discussing about technology, but the nature and the power, just looking at this interesting dynamic. What I wanted to tell you from where I sit is that the pressure is huge. We are discussing about a lot of philosophies about AI, but the reality is the investors, the shareholders are looking at this as there is a golden opportunity, decrease the headcount, increase the productivity, show us the money. On the other side, the employees are questioning, right? Like, what's happening? Can you guarantee my role in 6 months, 12 months, moving forward? How do we upskill? What's happening next? So I feel like I'm trapped in the middle of, just trying to please everyone, but truly not having the answers.
Let us check who's in the room and see if people recognize what you say. So are there any investors in the room?
We're a dying breed.
Yeah, no? Anybody is recognizing what Roxana is explaining, what's happening in cultures and in companies? Yeah? Do you want to share something about it?
Putting you on the spot, huh?
Yeah, exactly. I think I've done enough sharing because I was just on the panel before you. But no, I think what you're saying is true. The issue is that people don't realize AI can't do everything. It just can't. Maybe in 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, it will. But even if it could, do we want it to? And these are the questions I think that we're not asking. And that, to me, is going to... The companies that don't ask that are the ones that are going to put themselves at a disadvantage. So I think what you're saying is true. I work for Microsoft. We're big tech. But I see that. I see where, yeah, maybe we don't need these people now in these particular roles because AI now is going to make us more efficient. But then you remove those people from the roles, and we're not more efficient. Yes. Because the AI is not ready yet. So I think there's a time and a place for everything. And I think that we're really pushing the narrative of AI without asking the right questions and being curious enough about when should we implement it, how should we implement it, still keeping humans at the center.
I love that. So I had an interesting discussion with the chief people officer from a company that adopted Copilot, and they were, last year, the third biggest adopter. So 4,000 people in their companies, they were experimenting with AI already for a year. And they had, like the CPO and the CEO, they had the honest discussion in terms of, do we see an impact? Zero increase in productivity after 1 year of full adoption. So now the question is, how do we scale for impact while we don't scale for headcount? Even more so, while we decrease the headcount, right? Because it's coming. And the reality is, Commerce Tools is a SaaS tech company, globally spread out, 600 people, right? So we are in the middle, messy middle, how do we call it? And what we do truly right now, we live from one quarter to another. There are 3 things I would like to share with you because those are my mantra for Q4. The first one is we double down on clarity. So what is the purpose? What are the values? What's not changing? This sort of stability gives people the permission to move fast. The second thing is around cross-functional teams. There are no functions anymore, no departments, no business units. We work in pods. So our engineers are heavily immersed in go-to-market. They participate in customer meetings, they have the insights, they have the know-how and the power to quickly pivot the product roadmap. Go-to-market, the same thing. Like we need to properly leverage and upskill their tech because our customer persona is changing. They know AI, they know tech as well. And the third thing is speed. I mean, we were discussing last year about working smarter because our competitors work harder. Forget about that. Our competitors work harder and smarter, and we just need to be faster, like velocity now. And what we are doing for that, really going through this decluttering exercise. So is it agentic AI? No. Is it bringing value to our customers? No. Forget about it. You don't need it. Park it. Just focus on what is the stake. So basically, with those 3 things in mind, we are trying to survive until Q1.
So maybe to reinforce a couple of thoughts. First of all, we don't put headcount targets against it whatsoever. I think that's unfair. And I think it will only prevent people from really adopting and experimenting with agents. We just want them to try things. And we don't know if it's going to create efficiency improvements or whether things are going to be speeding up. I don't have a clue. We don't put a target on it. On the contrary, we actually create additional headroom space for people to experiment. We call them, so we speed things up as well. We went from a 1-year strategic planning cycle to 6 months just to set new priorities every time. And as part of the cycle, we define what we call jet skis. Our company is run by a Brazilian now. All of a sudden, there's tropical references everywhere. But we call them jet skis, which are like experiments, project type, pilots, where we ask people to come up with, to create the additional headroom, headspace, FTEs, to just try and create a couple of experiments.
Yeah, no, I think it goes back to that, making space for people, to giving them the luxury to feel comfortable, the psychological safety of being able to experiment. So it's a mix of making space, but also giving them the tools and the environment to do so. Like, similarly to what you guys are doing, we're building a sandbox environment where people, just like playing with Legos, can bring different elements and run quickly an experiment. I got our VP of product just building very quickly a new feature, putting it out there, testing it with a couple of clients even. And that's we go back to the agility, we go back at that. But you need to feel that your job is not on the line to want to invest in that also. And I think that's a critical part. And I personally think that we need people. Agentic AI is amazing, but it's like the ideas are not coming from them, and I don't think they will come anytime soon. And this is where we need to all focus on. Our differentiator is our judgment, is our ability to think ahead and to see the problems and to frame things. That's
But that's my my aha moment in the last couple of weeks and months is exactly this one. This is not a tech revolution. It's not. It's not about tech. It's a people transformation. So like everything that's like toolings, absolutely, platforms, systems. But how do you build the trust? How do you make people to adopt them? I was reading McKinsey has a very cool study like 1 month ago. 80% of the companies are experimenting, right, with AI tools. But the adoption rate is under 20%. So people are still like, oh, hold on, I don't know about that. Or they're experimenting, they gain some productivity, but guess what? They monetize it for themselves. So if you get 20 minutes back, you are not going to maybe, say, oh, I want to work harder and I take on new tasks. No, you are going to walk your dog, you are going to go to the gym, you are going to do something for you. So the point is, going back to the tech versus people, I truly believe this is a transformation about people, not about tech.
Who agrees? Yeah. Any questions or any remarks? Yeah?
I can add to your idea. Actually, McKinsey found out that they had to switch the manpower to do more clearing the data, not because they save time in processing the presentations. They have that assistant that works, but actually they employed more people work to clarify the data in order to make sure that the inputs within those presentations are correct and you don't have any aberrations. So basically, the really good companies are going to hire more people in order to deliver a better result and better products, for their customers.
This is truly revolutionary.
Yes, and it is one study published by McKinsey, how they allocate resources on that. And it's an interesting approach because they found out, okay, they save some, but the savings are transferred on other type of resources to manage with their new assistant they built, the AI assistant, to help their presentation. Thank you for your insights.
Thank you so much for your remarks and your input. Thank you so much. Any other questions before we move forward? Yeah? All good? Yeah? Right. Okay. Next, the next phase of this conversation. I think I've moderated a couple of sessions yesterday and today, and I think what comes back all the time is that the adoption of AI is failing in a lot of situations. And I think we should discuss a little bit more about how to make sure that teams and companies have an AI adoption and change that will be sustainable in their organizations. So let's move towards well, tips and tricks for the audience to take with them into their companies and into their teams to have a better AI adoption. Is there anything that you would like to share about that, Seb?
Sure. Can I elevate it a little bit more towards a broader hobby horse of mine? As you can see, I'm here to support the European agenda as well. Let me take off my process hat and put on my deal room hat for a second. So you already introduced Deal Room. We're sort of an intelligence service. We publish a lot of reports. We work a lot with the European Commission to sort of create, to do research, data-driven research in the state of the European tech ecosystem. And one of the things that annoys the hell out of me is how the Americans create the whole narrative and the hype around AI at the moment. Because let me tell you 4 big realities. Yeah? The first one, a lot of the foundational research on AI comes from here, from Europe. Yeah? If you look at the top 10 schoolers in AI, one of them is Chinese, 2 from the US, 3 from Canada, 4 out of Europe. Yeah? Second data point, the most important AI hubs for the big tech companies, for instance, Google, is London and Zurich. For Meta, it's Paris. Yeah? Third data point, I forgot it.
You're on the roll, though.
I'm on the roll. Yeah, it's coming, it's coming. No. Third data point. Yeah? So we mapped out all the data scientists that we could find around the world. There are more data scientists here in Europe than there are in the US. Of course, we know the big hubs are London, Paris. Actually, the most dense place, I know there's a lot of Dutch people here, the Netherlands is the densest place of AI talent in the world. Yeah? Secondly, Spain, also a massive hub. Number 5 in Europe is Madrid, number 7 is Barcelona. You've got a huge amount of talent here. Yeah? Fourth data point, let me quickly look. We are actually ahead in applying AI versus the US. There's more monthly average users of ChatGPT in Europe than there are in the US. Yeah? So this is this is being taped, I cannot use F words. But this is the bizarre thing that's going on. Yeah? We create it, we build it, we use it, and the Americans monetize it. It's insane. Yeah? And meanwhile, they create, because they have all the news outlets in tech, we just closed all of them here. Yeah? TechCrunch Europe, dead. The Next Web, dead. All the narrative is created in the US at the moment. And they tell us Europe is dead. My data suggests nothing close to that. Yeah? I think we need to get our act together. We need to be confident. We need to create our own narrative and invest in our own AI ecosystem, and we'll be fine. More than fine. We beat the crap out of them.
I was just asking for some response, but you beat me to it. Anyone wants to respond to this? No?
Maybe an American in the room.
Kim, you already said enough, it's fine. No, anyone would like to build on this? Jerome, what are your thoughts?
Well, you know, this is the second time that I hear is pitched there, and I think each time it's very motivating. You know, as a practitioner, as a European practitioner, it's just like you make me think each time, and it's true that what you describe is there, and we just have to reflect more. And as a company, we definitely try to follow a bit what you're saying, looking first at what's happening in Europe. You know, when we created Datamaran, we moved away with my co-founders from the US back to Europe. So we definitely had that opposite shift that a lot of are trying to do. We didn't consider going to California, and very excited to have built a company between Spain and London and then the Netherlands there. So can't just agree with what you said.
Yeah, it's
in a different place that we thought.
Sell the hell out of it. Sell.
Yeah, we have to change the narrative, right? Because the narrative is all about the America, and not about Europe. So, and here is where the gold is. So absolutely agree. Roxana, do you have any thoughts on AI adoption and how to make it more more sustainable? If you want to reply to Seb, of course, you're more than welcome.
I cannot compete with Seb here, so I'm like, yes, let's do it.
It's no competition.
I have it's like two quick reflections, all right? The first one is around let's use it ourselves. And I have a question for you. Do you know how many minutes, in average, we spend in Europe thinking, what should we eat tonight? Zero. Okay. Oh, that's a guy who uses AI. So it's 150 minutes a week. More than 2 hours we spend thinking and arguing, what are we cooking, what do we have for dinner tonight? And that's just, it's a small thing on, can you have a really cool prompt for you and your family and just ask the AI to just deal with that and give you the menu? How many of those really cool things we can use in order to improve our lives? So let's start at home first. The second thing is that I suspect many of you are leaders, and I believe, and I'm working with leaders because you are the change agents, right? And my kind ask for all leaders is to make sure that you make room for emotional safety when it comes to experimentation. So everything around trying out, building, learning, growing, failing, without people losing their job, I think it's extremely important in the months to come. And for me, designing with inclusion, making sure that you bring in diverse voices at the table early on in the AI conversations, that will make people to commit, right? To co-create and commit.
Fantastic. We're coming to a close already. It's just 30 minutes flew by. It's just been very rich discussion. So thank you so much for that. Two things that I get out of this discussion is that what I've seen before is that AI adoption is everyone's business, right? Not as a singleton role in an organization that should be responsible for it. It's everybody's business. And secondly, let's do something about that narrative around AI. We're here in Europe, should be proud, should be rocking it, and so change that narrative. Thank you so much, Jerome, Roxana, and Seb.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Fantastic. Muy bien. I was punching the air. Thanks, Jerome, Roxana, Sebastian, and our wonderful moderator, Gwen. I've got more AI stats for you, if you like. Here's a few. Sequoia Capital said that Europe has 30% more AI engineers per capita compared to the US. 3 times more per capita compared to China. 15 of the world's top 50 public supercomputing facilities in the world are in EU member states. The Euro HPC high-performance computing has now opened up to startups. The EU is putting its money where its mouth is, including 20 billion to be distributed this year via the EU's AI Gigafactories initiative. Dealroom's data platform reveals that as of May this year, a total of 85 AI companies founded outside the EU moved their corporate headquarters into the EU. And there is one legal framework covering AI in all 27 EU countries. Good luck trying to navigate the different states in America. California, Colorado, Utah, soon Texas. It's all different. So my goodness, if I have to listen to another well, I won't be unkind, but, I agree with what's being said there about controlling the narrative. It's very important we get it right. Okay, we are now going to move on to something completely different. It's kind of connected, but it's kind of different. This is all about building inclusive cultures in the era of AI. And this next session is hosted by our dear friends at Diverse Leaders in Tech. I'm going to tell you who's going to rock the stage now, and then we're going to give them a rocking welcome. So we're delighted to be joined by Global Head of Inclusion at Booking.com, and one of the few people who will pronounce my name perfectly here, being from Ireland. She is Olivia McAvoy. We're delighted also to be joined by the Regional Manager of Booking.com, Pilar Crespo, and our wonderful moderator who's coming back to the stage once again. She is the author of Exceptionals, founder and CEO of Diverse Leaders in Tech, and half of one of my favorite power couples in the world. I'm, of course, talking about Ingrid Tappen. Please, my dear friends, give it up for Ingrid, Pilar, and Olivia. Whoop, whoop. Amazing.
It's always so energizing when Oysen says, come and sit on stage. Welcome. Thank you for being here. let's just dive into it. Valencia is becoming one of Europe's fastest growing tech ecosystem. We just heard it. But here's the truth. Most companies are building AI optimized for speed and not necessarily for inclusion. That's not just an ethics problem, it's a missed competitive edge. A quick show of hands, how many of your organizations have diverse AI teams? 1, 2, okay. Keep your hands up if you're confident that they catch bias before it ships. Oh, you're okay. Well, we have a few people that can join us on stage here, but today I'm joined by 2 leaders proving that inclusion at scale is possible. Olivia, Global Head of Inclusion at Booking.com, and Pilar, welcome, Regional Manager Spain and Portugal at Booking.com. Olivia.
Yes.
How are you building and scaling an inclusive culture at Booking.com? And what's actually moving the needle?
I think in the first instance, there's such an obvious connection to our mission. So our mission is to make it easier for everyone to experience the world. That is a lot easier to achieve if you actually have a workforce that reflects diverse perspectives. And it's also about the inclusion piece as well. But I think we really believe that this has been such an important feature of our success in the past, and we also believe that it's going to be a key factor in achieving our long-term objectives. So I think that belief piece is really, really important. In terms of what we do differently, maybe, I think ironically, what we do differently is that we treat inclusion exactly the same as every other part of business, meaning that we are a very data-driven organization, we are entirely evidence-based, and we treat inclusion exactly the same. So we launched something called Self-ID, where we invite people to volunteer their identity information across 11 different cohorts, and we use that information to measure impact. So I think treating it the same as we do right across the business is key.
Okay. You are a global leader. Pilar, can you share what is the ROI of starting early on inclusion, even if you're like a 50-person startup?
Well, I guess that inclusion is not only the right thing to do, even in the early steps, on the baby steps of a company. It's indeed a beneficial and advantage for business, for people, and for sure for the society. So the fact of having different perspectives, putting different angles, people that could add different values in the same discussion can bring a lot of opportunities, but also remove blind spots and create much more thoughtful decision. But also it's a way of retaining and attract new talent that is completely committed with this philosophy that Olivia explained. So I think that for sure this is part of the DNA of Booking.com from the beginning, and now 20 years later, we are happy and proud to say that we continue keeping those foundations.
So it's really a design principle from the get-go, and it's delivered return on investment over so many aspects of the business, if I'm hearing you correctly. Talent attraction, customer satisfaction, and better product. Okay, amazing. You lead the team across Spain and Portugal, Pilar. What advantages do you see from having such a diverse team on the ground?
Well, I think that there are some advantages that are really global, and it's positive for everyone. Everyone means everyone at the company worldwide. But speaking about my region, speaking about my teams, I think that it's quite clear that having a team of 140 people in 8 different offices across Spain, but also 2 offices in Portugal, bring new, different perspective, people with different nationality, but also age and gender, intention, interest, that making a very diverse and really enriching our decision-making every day, but also the reality that we live in our offices, vibrant atmosphere that can make us part of something global with a very strong component of local reality. So that is the beauty of our regional components as a part of a global and really big company at Booking.com, but I think that the beauty of feel that you can be yourself in your day-to-day with your colleagues, with your partners, with customers is something that is really unique, and I feel really proud every day to be part of a company that respects the local nuances, the idiosyncrasy and the identity of the local community that we serve every day, but as a part of the global vision and mission, as Olivia mentioned.
Yeah, so culture really as a business driver. Moving back to the business, Olivia, could you give a concrete example of where inclusion translated into better business or customer outcomes?
I mean, I'm a big believer that culture and inclusion collides with the commerce really, really easily. And I think the example that we often use is Travel Proud. So we train and equip our partners, our hoteliers, on LGBT inclusion. So if you see the little suitcase, the little rainbow suitcase attached to a property, that means that they have been trained on LGBT inclusion. And that's somewhere that we have definitely seen like huge brand recognition, big kind of commercial engagement as a result. But I did really want to spotlight digital accessibility. And I mostly want to spotlight it because it's a good example of where we had to course correct, where we weren't necessarily doing it great from the very beginning. Because we also have this culture of experimentation, as many tech companies do at Booking.com. So at any one time, there's over 1,000 experiments happening in the organization. But that kind of, do first, do fast attitude didn't always lend itself to having the most accessible product at the end. So we had to then think about that in a much more systematic type way. So now there's a lot of training for our product development teams. We actually have an accessibility lab in our campus in Amsterdam. And that means that the product team can actually go into that lab and that they can test the product in the very, very early stages. And I think that early stage, we heard a lot in the last piece, that early stage is really, really important, so that it's actually embedded and integrated. So now we have to course correct a lot less, and products are actually accessible from the very, very beginning. And I think, again, that kind of connection to the market, it's like 15% of the world's population has some kind of accessibility or disability need. That's a hell of a market, 15% of the world's population. So I think now we can really see the results of that. As a result of the work that we've done in that more systematic way, the platform is much more accessible to everyone. And we can really see that we have a lot more customers who are looking for accessible properties. And I'm sure you see that in the local market as well. So we're beginning to really reap the gains of that accessibility work.
Yeah,
and there's a fly trying to eat my face, just so everybody knows.
Okay, well, I love that. Also, the rainbow suitcase.
Travel Proud, yeah.
Travel Proud. I saw the movie of how they are trained, your partners, and it's like simple things as, I'm a part of the queer community, that you go into a hotel and they don't immediately ask you if you want single beds because they assume that you're just friends, and you're really contributing to that, not only as the travelers, but also the hotels and the partners yourselves.
One of the big things for me is that you don't get the really big slippers and the really small slippers, so that they actually kind of equate the slippers across the thing. It's the small things. It's the small things that make the difference.
Exactly. So moving on to AI and inclusive learning, which is also part of your strategy and where you're moving towards. Every pitch deck has AI powered in it nowadays. What lessons is AI teaching Booking.com about innovation and agility now?
I think, we sometimes think about agility as being like fast and reactive. And at Booking.com, we would probably say that agility is more cultural. It's about how we think. It's about how we experiment. It's about how we grow. And I think where AI is really kind of changing how we go about things is in that learning. Because obviously with AI, it's no longer about what you know. It's about how fast you can learn and unlearn and relearn. So I think that AI has really changed our course of thinking around learning. And obviously, being a tech company, we've had our product teams and our tech teams have been exposed to AI and machine learning probably for nearly a decade. But the big kind of shift that we're making is that we want to expose that AI, and particularly generative AI, to all of our employees. And so we've made that accessible for everyone. There's been a really big drive to build the capability, but also to build the confidence confidence, so that people aren't just using AI to kind of keep up or to keep pace, but actually to lead change. And I think that's the really, really big piece. So we are, and maybe we come at it for that reason, because we don't necessarily believe that AI is going to take over humanity or jobs. Yes, of course, it's going to disrupt jobs, it's going to disrupt roles, but we still see that huge, that human-machine collaboration, where humans bring that creativity and that judgment and that humanity has been really, really important. So I think there's a place for both there.
Okay. Pilar, how are you doing that, bringing on the subject matter experts and the non-tech colleagues on this AI journey? Do you have some practical ways of how you are building the confidence and that skill gap?
Yes, well, we see ourselves not only just a travel platform. We really think that Booking.com is an enabler of technology and innovation for our partners across the globe. So that is something that is, again, part of our origin. And back to 20 years ago, we also been there with partners when internet was in front of us, and sometimes they were not actually exposure worldwide in an international audience, or also they have not visibility thanks to the digitalization that we brought to them at that time. So at the end, we were there when they opened to internet, and it was super special coming with them over the past 20 years in this innovation journey. And now we are in a different era, and AI, we want to be there to enable the innovation with AI, and that need to start from us. So AI is part of our day-to-day for our teams. We are upskilling and reskilling our capabilities to be really equipped and trained. Actually, we have some internal resources. We have BeLearn, that is a big platform for learning, training, to be on top of those technologies that need to bring to our partners to be more successful in their business. But also, we need to connect with customers in a different way. Actually, we have seen also the first green shot of how technology is good for customers, good for partners, and actually thanks to automatization and the new tooling that we are serving to our partners, they are quicker, they are more efficient with the customer, and actually they are more happy. So more happy partners, more happy customer, we are more happy.
More happy, okay. I'm hearing you say that you're kind of learning from the past era, how you approached helping your clients become more digital, and using that same mindset, which I'm hearing is kind of a pillar of your organization, this continuous learning, and using those same learnings for the next era of AI. Interesting.
Yeah, we have a couple of mindsets, and one of them is a learner mindset, and the other one is a protagonist. So I think you have to be both in these. You have to have like this constant learner mindset, and you have to really adopt that protagonist mindset, which is back to that agility piece.
What is the protagonist mindset?
I guess it's to be proactive, to be kind of proactive even in that learning.
The hero in your own story.
In your own story.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Amazing. Okay, moving on to ethical AI, which is also, well, something that I think at these conferences talked about a lot. How does Booking.com ensure that it's developed responsibly and fairly? Olivia, I know you have a strong opinion and vision on this.
Well, I suppose as a global head of inclusion, one should have a strong opinion on this. And I think probably the first step to making, to achieving inclusive AI or AI inclusion is to make it accessible for everyone. That is the absolute first step. And I think we also have to acknowledge that, in the previous tech revolution, there were people who were left behind. So we know that women, underrepresented communities face systemic barriers every single day. And it is really important that we go into AI with our eyes wide open and make sure that women and underrepresented communities benefit from this AI revolution in a way that they probably didn't in the tech revolution. So I think the eyes wide open piece is particularly important, but the fairness and the inclusion has got to be embedded and got to be integrated. And the big thing that I would say to everybody in this audience is do not underestimate the power that you play in achieving that. So all of us in this room have some element of power in whether we achieve that or not. And we have got to take individual responsibility for making sure that that happens.
What does that look like when you say everybody has a power in developing this new AI?
So if we've got, a whole summit here of startup companies in the early phase, then I think it really is about embedding that inclusion at the very, very core and at the very, very beginning of all of that product. It is not, inclusion cannot be an add-on. It can't come afterwards. It's got to be embedded. It's also much easier if you embed it from the very, very beginning. So I think the embedding and the integration will be what means that we have AI inclusion or not.
Moving on to the future. What is, Pilar, a bold prediction that you have that you believe that how AI will have changed travel in ways people here aren't thinking about or maybe not even preparing for yet?
Well, predictions in this current time sometimes it's difficult, but I think that for sure we are committed to continue speeding innovation, inclusion, and diversity in our company, but also be contagious with our customer partners and the society in general. I will pick the element that I mentioned before, how we will add value to our partners, especially in the small and medium entrepreneurs. We believe that making easier for entrepreneurs, no matter the size, to experience the world and connect with a global audience and making their business growth is something that is part of our intention and commitment. But for sure also we want to do in a way that everyone for sure need to be part of a inclusive environment. The human oversight won't be replaced. I think that it will be more important than ever in the future, along to the innovation and technology journey that for sure we are one step there.
Okay, thank you. How about you, Olivia?
Well, if I was anybody here, I wouldn't listen to my predictions at all. And so what I think a much better idea is we've just released, Booking.com has just released our 2026 predictions, which I had a bit of a glance through, and they are very exciting. So I would go and find them and have a look. But what I will, of course, do is make that connection to diversity and inclusion. And I think certainly over the last 2 days, I've heard a huge amount about the hyper-personalization and how AI is going to lead to that hyper-personalization. If things are going to be hyper-personalized, then we are going to have to understand diversity. Because if you want to deliver for each and every person, then you actually have to understand a lot more about that diversity world. So I think there's a real natural connection, and diversity will actually play a much more important role. And the other thing I think that we see increasingly, and Pilar will see this on the ground, is that inclusion is a really big way to build trust with your customers and with your partners. So I think it will continue to play that role and being embedded. So diversity and inclusion are absolutely embedded. And again, I say that I think everybody will play a role to make sure that everyone genuinely does mean everyone.
Yeah. Well, I think that's a great last sentence to close this talk. Thank you very much, Pilar, Olivia, for sharing your insights. If you want to continue the conversation, we are hosting a meetup, Diverse Leaders in Tech meetup, and please join us if you have the time. And thank you. Thank you very much.
Nice to be here. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Oh, that's okay. You can do the old mic drop. That's all good. That was fantastic. Thank you as always. Brilliant. Honestly, I was expecting nothing else. That was great, great, great stuff. Now, my dear friends, we have a little break, a little comfort break, a little coffee break now. You're welcome to stay here because in about 10 minutes' time, we're going to be having a fantastic keynote, which is all about AI meets human insight and the future of unified growth. That is with our dear friend, Sebastian Ferreira, the Senior Solutions Engineer at the mighty HubSpot. And that is going to be hosted by our friends at Diverse Leaders in Tech. So make yourselves comfortable. You're very, very welcome to stay here. If you are staying here, here's a little exercise. Go and chat to somebody you've never spoken to before. Whoa, speak to somebody you've never met before. Just go up, introduce yourself. It might feel cringe, feel the cringe, do it anyway. And just see how you can help each other. That's it. It's so easy. So listen, that's your challenge. Or just sit and relax. It's all good. You don't have to do anything. Don't listen to me, certainly. We'll be kicking off in 9 minutes, and I will see you then. Absolutely. Thank you for being here. It's okay.
Hello.
That it's well, here in Valencia.
All right. All right, all right, all right. Amigos, how you doing? Great to see you all here. Come, come, come. We We're now going to find out what happens when AI meets human insight. It's really good stuff. You're very welcome to come to the front. There's many seats up here. Make yourselves comfortable. We're very grateful to our dear friends at Diverse Leaders in Tech for hosting the next session, which is all about the future of unified growth. Now, I know it's in the afternoon, but we're going to give our next VIP guest a big welcome as he comes to the stage. He is the Senior Solutions Engineer at the mighty HubSpot. Please give it up for Sebastian Ferreira. Thank you.
Thank you. How are you guys doing? All right. So in technology, as in life, we look everybody for someone that we have to count on and who needs to adapt and who listens and evolves. And we all know like that scenario is overwhelming, but what if I tell you that there's surely a person out there with the experience that you're looking for your company? And the question would be like, how do we find that ideal candidate? Have you ever interviewed someone from the first minute that you know will change the rules of the game? In every company, we know that there's always a decisive moment. Finding someone who can take up the next level, a process that is usually long. It's full of interviews, it's full of resumes, it's full of difficult decisions, until the one profile will appear there. And today, we're gonna check on that profile. We're gonna meet somebody that is very special there. It's a process where there's plenty of resumes all year long, and there's one profile that will stand out here. It's a different candidate, if I may say. She doesn't just promise to do everything, but she promises to do it better. And with her, there's nothing to look there. The first time we will meet her, she told us about her way of working, listen before proposing, understand before acting. So we're talking about someone that is confident, that is prepared, and that has a clear vision to help her team grow better. So she doesn't come to reinvent the wheel here, just to be honest. She comes to propose better solutions. And she makes clear that her contribution is where AI will multiply her reach. And from that first moment, we knew we were facing someone very different that leads with serenity and vision. So in the second interview in this story, she showed us something that very few bring. There was a plan, actually. So it's a plan to integrate marketing, sales, and customer service in one single post. And she told us stories about her experience where she not only improved process, but also she got boosted by concrete results. And with her, the numbers grow, but most importantly, the team confidence grows as well. So the references that you might see here confirm all the same thing. She just not was a collaborator, she's a strategic partner. And with her, the companies stop talking about growth as a wish and begin to experience every day. She has worked with high performance environments, integrating marketing and sales, and customer service in one single system. So all this trajectory demonstrates that she not only understands the challenges, but she knows how to solve them effectively. She understands culture from each company and adapts with a rhythm, always seeks to the best fit for the growth, and she doesn't limit herself to fulfilling functions. She becomes the engine of the team. So in other words, she helps defining who your brand is, adapts your message to that resonates with your audience, and amplifies your company reaches where it needs to go. So every great hire in the world begins with a brave decision. Today, you can either decide to incorporate her into your team and take the next step on the growth, and with her, the search comes to an end. Because it's not only about hiring somebody else, but it's about adding someone who makes everything easier. She's hybrid, and the forces will coexist here, which is strategy and the scale of AI. And because when she arrives, the process will end here. There's no more endless interviews, no more search to drag and drop. It's a good hire that will save dozens of failed attempts. And today, we bring you with a great revelation, call it that way. She's here today, right here at this event. And I thought I'd invite her to stage. You wanna see her? You wanna see who I'm talking about? Do you know who she is? She's HubSpot. She is HubSpot. When you think about who should fill that strategic place on your team, remember, she's ready to integrate into your company. She not only completes the process, she transforms it. Because when she joins, she doesn't just add to the team, she elevates it. And from there, the company will grow better. Now that you know the perfect candidate, let me tell you what the first diagnosis when she arrives at that company. She sees something that the others might not see at a glance. Brilliant teams make good decisions with incomplete information. This is what we have to remember, incomplete information. She understands that we're growing fast, but disconnected data with half of the picture. And because this is what she finds, marketing, it really doesn't know what happens with the leads. Sales, on the other side, have no visibility onto the real origin of the leads. And customer service, the poor ones, they're solving problems without marketing knowing what are the patterns here. So everyone here is making 100% decisions with only 20% of the available information. 100% of decisions with only 20% of the available information. And what we're really losing here is not efficiency. We're losing insight. And we're only 20% of the available information. That really affects decision making. And you might ask me, like, where's the other 80%? What do we do with that? Well, the other 80% information is actually there, but it's scattered. It's somewhere else. It's in sales conversations. It's in emails that we don't even find in Outlook or Gmail. It's where the customer explains something that they really want to buy. It's a customer that is explaining something on a support ticket that reveal patterns that nobody can see. And the intelligence here that determines that success is that it's completely invisible to most companies, sadly. Imagine 1 second if your marketing automation tool, whatever it is, could instantly show the sales team which lead just opened that campaign, just click on that landing page, just visited that webinar, or which prospect filed a support ticket. Imagine just for a second. And that's the difference today. The difference between noise and clarity. So unified systems don't just come as connecting data. That's one thing. But they connect timing. And timing here is everything in customer experience. So this is where she makes the difference. Her first rule would be, everything must be unified. Okay, we got that. But not connected, unified. And what I mean by that is structured and unstructured data, the famous 80%, for all the teams. So in a single source of truth. But because when everything is unified, every decision is based on complete intelligence and not assumptions. So this is where the alignment begins. One unified platform doesn't mean putting everybody on the same room. It means giving everybody the same reality. And then something powerful happens. Something powerful happens when people stop guessing. You stop guessing on your data, and the atmosphere in a team changes. You see more curiosity, more accountability, more shared wins. Marketing sees exactly what message generate real value, real revenue, real ROI. Sales has all the context and history on each account, and customer service prevents tickets. In unified companies, marketing dashboard shows real revenue impact, not just clicks. Sales reps will open a record and instantly see every interaction, form fill, and conversation that led there to that closed-won deal. And lastly, service team use the same intelligence to anticipate issues that they reach to the inbox. But then you will ask, yeah, but where's AI in all of this? Well, AI will make recommendations that make sense. once your foundation is unified, AI becomes a true ally. So instead of just random suggestions, it delivers insight with context. It can spot at-risk customers because it sees a drop engagement, because it sees a delayed invoice, because it sees a slower ticket resolution of SLA, all in one view. And that's what recommendations actually make sense. So you're probably thinking, we're surrounded by AI tools. I don't need one anymore. Like, are you going to add more tools into my tech stack? I already got chatbots. I already got content generator. I already got analytic box. Yeah, we know that. Everybody is on the boat of AI nowadays. That's true, but not everybody has the AI context of their business. And when you look for AI solutions, you usually find two approaches. Either you find an AI that does one thing, or either you're building into all systems. The data in this regard is very clear. According to a study of a more of 300 decision makers out there, we concluded in Spain and Latin America that 1 in 3 fully trust, I emphasize, trust the AI, what AI produces. And the truth is missing currency in the AI era. If your teams don't believe in the insights, then it's game over, right? So they won't act on them. That's why transparency matters here. Every HubSpot AI recommendation is traceable, always, back with underlying data. It's explainable, intelligence, not a black box. So the solution here is context plus actions momentum. Context will give you understanding, that's one part, but the action will give you progress towards that goal. And HubSpot unifies all relevant information about your customers, your teams, and your business, and we turn that into a foundation in our platform. So let's see how this actually translates into everyday life. First, I would like to show you Smart Insights. It's a feature inside of HubSpot CRM. And having all of this new data that's always up to date, only half of the battle. You need to know what to do with that data. That's exactly what I'm going to show you with Smart Insights. So right here, what you can see, in one click, Smart Insights create an overview of everything that matters. It gives you recent interactions. It gives you activity timeline with every customer touch point. On the right, it flags important changes to an account, and it shows you if a health score was dropping or if the deals is becoming a good lead and heating up. So Smart Digest gives you clear recommendations right here. And the CRM becomes then more competitive. It doesn't just store information, it gives you intelligence. Another way to make the AI work for us is through the connectors with ChatGPT and Claude. So HubSpot is the first and only CRM right now to offer these connectors. Imagine, just a second, having the perfect candidate we mentioned working directly with your CRM, analyzing every client with the depth of ChatGPT inside, with the depth of the complete context of your business. So these connectors bring generative AI into your workflow very safely. You can ask in a natural language, show me the deals, ChatGPT at risk this quarter, and get an answer back with the CRM data, not just guesswork. So let's see how this works in a short video. With the HubSpot Search Connector, you can enter ChatGPT, and you can have every conversation, every interaction, and every data becomes actionable. It will become actionable with insights that will drive results. Because when AI has context, the decisions becomes smarter. So this is an example between ChatGPT and HubSpot. You can do the same with Claude. You might ask me, like, yeah, but I got that already. Like, I could build just reports and get that data. But just doesn't stop there. It will give you results and recommendations upon it. So the possibilities are really endless. Here's one of my favorites that you might see at the screen. Thanks to the information we already have, we can identify common attributes of new customers, and we can identify similar contacts or create specific message to those buyer personas. So this really lets the marketeer identify those personas, convert faster, and uncover shared attributes here. and automatically build like lookalike segments. So instead of spending hours trying to slice that data, they just spend minutes and actions on it. So all of this, I'm saying it because all this talk about AI and unified data might sound like a powerful in theory, but we need to see like concrete benchmarks, concrete numbers. What does this actually look like when a company, a real one, puts it into practice? So let's move from what we have as proof. The best stories come from customers, and customers who live this transformation. So teams that started out fragmented, juggling between tools, struggling with visibility, decided to unify their system and strategy in one single source of truth. So one of those stories comes from Sesame, a leading Spanish human resources software company that realized growth wasn't held back by their ideas, but by their infrastructure. Sesame faced the classic challenge of growth, the need to unify marketing and sales efforts to remain efficient. But they require a centralized and automated solution to manage all of their digital operations, to lead generation from customer support. And you might ask, yeah, but what was the solution? Well, the solution was the unified HubSpot platform that was implemented as an all-in-one solution, provided a single, centralized environment for efficient customer engagement. And this included Marketing Hub, Sales Hub, Service Hub, Data Hub, ensuring that the customer data and all of those interactions remain consistently cohesive there. And the result after implementing HubSpot platform is that Sesame Human Resources saw dramatic improvements there. Their leads, they increased by 90% in 2 years, essentially doubling their funnel, if you think about it. But even more striking, their annual recurring revenue, it jumps 299%, nearly tripling their subscription revenue. That's massive. These numbers show not just more leads, not anybody lists just more leads. We need meaningful leads and scalable impact on revenue growth. So I would also like to tell you about the case of another company. This one is called FinCargo. FinCargo is a platform of foreign trade focused on Latin America SMEs. And they began to use the HubSpot connector with ChatGPT to accelerate obtaining of insights. So FinCargo was one of the first companies in LATAM to implement ChatGPT connector with HubSpot. And they use it to integrate as a really operative and to... Oh, sorry, yeah, I thought it was here. Apologies. to start to see those gaps faster. So yeah, getting back into my train of thought, they use the ChatGPT integration to create and to interpret a reporting system that goes beyond just data, okay? So the truly interesting thing here about FinCargo, about this case, is that these insights in ChatGPT do not stay on a dashboard or they don't stay on a fixed Excel. They are converted into specific actions that impact the business. So FinCargo managed to reduce contactability time by 80% and the sales cycle by 53%. The AI giving humans leverage, not replacing them. It's giving power of leverage. It's not replacing the humans. So let's go back to the perfect candidate that we have before. With her, we're not just adding somebody to the team. You are choosing unification over fragmentation. You are choosing decisions based on competitive intelligence and not conjectures. You are choosing for your entire team on having shared superpowers. So this is the heart of unified growth. Every startup out there will hit a ceiling. And not because lack of talent, but because of lack of alignment most of the times. When you unify your data, your people, your purpose, that ceiling will disappear. So my question for you guys today was, are you ready? Are you ready to work unified? Because the future of growth isn't human versus machine. That's Terminator. The future of work is human plus machine, if I may say. And it's aligned by a single source of truth, moving towards those shared outcomes. That's it. Thank you.
Muy bien. The future of work is not man versus machine. The future of work is not Terminator. I'm very glad to hear that, personally. The future is man, woman, and machine. Absolutely brilliant. I love it. Okay, my dear friends, we are now moving on with our program. And I just wanted to say thank you very much for being here. If we haven't met already, my name is Oisín Lunny. I help great people, companies, and organizations tell their best stories through podcasts, through media, and through events like VDS. And if you find me on LinkedIn or visit my website, oisínlunny.com, easy to find. There's only one name like this. It's a crazy Irish name. I live cerca de Barcelona, pero mi castellano es fatal, disculpe. So it's an old Irish name, easy to find. And if you visit my website, there's a link there where you can sign up for a free mixtape, because I'm a real music nut. I've loved music forever. I grew up with music when I was in the many decades ago in the 90s. I was in a band. You can probably tell just by looking at me. It was a radical hip-hop band, and I swear to God, this is a true story. We recorded with Gangstar, we toured with Depeche Mode and U2. We really had, some good times. I wish I could remember more of it, if I'm quite honest, but it was good times. And so if you find me, oisínlunny.com, you can sign up for a free mixtape. I have a radio show every 2 weeks, and I will send you a selection of fresh music every 2 weeks for your inbox and for your playlist enjoyment. So, my dear friends, we are going to move on to the grand finale of the Santander stage at VDS 2025. This is our ultimate session. This is the big finale, and we are absolutely thrilled to be exploring the concept of better materials for better cities and a new era of scalable solutions. I'm going to tell you about the 4 VIPs that we have joining us very shortly, and just a little reminder that we do like to share the love. So we share the love by sharing on social media. All you need to do for our organizers, for the VDS Mothership, to see your posts and maybe amplify them, is use the hashtag VDS2025. VDS2025. And then our organizers will see it, they will feel the love, they will say, oh my goodness, we had an excellent crowd here for the last session on the Santander stage. So if you want to do us a favor, share on the social media when our wonderful VIP speakers come to rock the stage. So we are delighted to be joined very shortly by partner at Move Energy, Miriam ter Horst. And we have a replacement speaker whose name I didn't get a chance to write down, so I'm just going to go to my photographs here and see what the speaker's name is. We are absolutely delighted to be joined by Etienne Geoffroy, which is a fabulous French name if ever I heard one. That's brilliant. I do like French names. We have a wonderful moderator who's going to be joining us very shortly, Alvaro Miguel Cabrera, the CEO at DTB, and our wonderful replacement speaker is none other than the plant manager at Stigma Valencia, Alejandro Fuster Morales. So my dear friends, please join me in welcoming to the stage Miriam, Etienne, Alejandro, and Alvaro. Thank you so much. Big round of applause. Thank you. Muchísimas gracias a todo. Great to see you all here. And I would like to say Alvaro is no stranger to the world of tech companies. We meet many times, and he always runs a great session. So, my dear friends, you are in for a treat. And remember, sharing is caring. Use the hashtag VDS2025. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you, Oisín. It's a pleasure for me. Thank you to VDS, Valencia Digital Summit, and beautiful Valencia and Startup Valencia for this wonderful opportunity to share this last session of the Santander stage to talk about, how can we help cities be greener by enabling collaborations between large-size corporations, innovators, and investors. I think we have the trifecta here at the stage. This is what we at the deep tech world love to have, the opportunity to have in the same place those innovators, those researchers, with the companies willing to collaborate with those researchers, and last but not least, the investors that that support all that innovation. So, since it's a very tricky technology, why don't we start explaining, the technology in such a way that everyone in the audience can understand. So please go ahead.
Yeah, so hi everybody. I'm Etienne Geoffroy. I'm co-founder of a startup based in Switzerland, in Zurich. And we develop insulation materials for buildings. And so the whole idea is that we make mineral foams. So we take a lot of mineral waste and then other minerals, and we make a foam. And at the end, it's like a stone that has 98% of air inside. So it's a very lightweight material, non-flammable, and very low energy. And the whole idea for us is to bring this technology to replace plastics and mineral wool that you use in your building. We are a spin-off from ETH Zurich. We are 15 people, and we are now 6 years old in our journey to scale up that technology.
Great. So for how long have you been working together and collaborating with Alejandro's team? And tell us a little bit more about how that started.
Yeah, so it started in a lab, 9 square meter. We got a first material that was as big as my hand, and we started to get money from the Swiss government. We had then the opportunity to come to our first insulation panel. Then we were able to make a palette of these panels, etc., and every time getting to some gates to validate, certify the product. And at some point, we reached a level where people from the field, architects, real estate developers, and installers validated the product. At that stage, we had the very strong luck to also team up with a former top manager of a big cement company, Holcim, and he helped us package our technology from the lab into an attractive business case. At that level, we were able to see the skills we have coming with the innovation, but also the skills we don't have, meaning how to bring a product on a large scale, to produce it, to sell it on a large scale. We realized there was a huge trust gap with the industry and the innovation we wanted to bring. So we teamed up with a machinery company specialized in the similar equipment to produce our product. And then we approached big players, like cement players, like insulation players, to do the first factory together. That's how we met with Simsa, which is a very dynamic cement company based here in Valencia, but also based across Europe. And we had the luck that they could invest in this first factory together with us to get this first factory up and running. And now we visited it today. I got the goosebumps the whole morning because a lot of the machines arrived. They are getting installed, and we are very privileged today to have Alejandro, the head of this whole cement factory. I think you can see on Google Maps a very huge building. And so this is coming to reality now, so I have a big smile.
Yeah, like a dream come true, like what every researcher in a lab dreams about, like everything they have believe and see in the ideation and creation process comes into life by enabling the potential of your technology through the best partner like Simsa. And so in your case, Alejandro, I want to take your point of view. Like, what did you see in his team in order to move on and start to collaborate with them to do this, kind of joint and create this factory together?
First, I would like to present my company.
Yeah, please.
We belong to a Turkish company founded 100 years ago. It's a big company in Turkey. They work in 70 countries. In Europe, in North America, South America, Middle East, and Asia. We have more than 7 business. Is in retail, industrial, financial, banking, energy, and building materials. We have more than 60,000 workers in the world. Our company is a big company, and in the past, we have a business called only cement. And 4 years ago, the company decided to convert the cement portfolio in a building materials portfolio. And we rely with innovation and new companies to develop the market.
Awesome. And why? I'm pretty sure many different research groups have reached out to you in trying to collaborate, mentioning that they have the amazing and the best product in the world. How do you source what companies you want to, in this case, research groups you want to collaborate with?
One aim of my company is always to fool the market, to go the first in the market. And with the new direction of the company, we look for an innovation product that one key of our company is the sustainability. And we got one product, and we focus especially in isolation, because with our objective is the sustainability, we look for a new technology that they can, more than the characteristic of one isolation product, because they can develop, they can use waste material, they can load energy embedded inside. One for hard industry that we are cement is a key to decrease the CO2 emissions in our product. By this one, we focus in this type of company.
Amazing. And as you are all aware, deep tech takes time, takes a lot of investment, and takes obviously needs a partner, that trusts not only the technology, the market, but also the team. So I would love to understand, in your point of view, Mirjam, why did your fund decided to work along with his team and find out, they have all the capabilities to being able to collaborate with such, industrial partners like them?
Good question. So Move Energy, maybe for all of you, is a early stage investor based in Amsterdam, investing in hard and software investments all across Europe, focusing on decarbonization of the built environment, energy and transport. So when I first saw Etienne on a different stage, he talked about the business model that Phoenix had been able to develop over the years, but in actually only 6 years, in being able to get to de-risk the new technology to a certain extent that indeed a corporate was willing to invest and put their neck out, as they say in Holland, to really start producing the material at their location. So that was one very important element. So the time to market was perhaps more limited than other technologies would be. Something else was in the characteristics of the products, which is really, very high quality in terms of insulation, but then also in terms of fire safety, and then lastly also in CO2 embedded in the product. So lots of elements, but I think the most important was also the level of trust that we actually obtained with the team straight away. So the team being very complementary, like Etienne and some of his PhD students, very smart people, but then also a street smart person in terms of Jens, having gained his credentials also at the Holcim corporate, that could really together combine this in a workable business model. So those elements were really important to us.
Yeah, you mentioned de-risking, you mentioned the quality of the product, you mentioned obviously the interest of the industrial partner to collaborate with them, but you emphasize on the team. How important, in this case that is not usual, to have and to find researchers with business skills, Mirjam, how important is to have that diversity within the team, especially when you're dealing with researchers, of finding someone in the team or from outside that will lead, the business part of the company?
It was absolutely crucial in this case, I think, because usually it can be something like, if you're an early stage investor, it can be something that you think, oh, we have to start looking for somebody at the executive level that can actually bring that capacity. But here it was such a logical combination already, then also in terms of personalities. Well, he's not on stage, but Etienne and Jens, they they just fit together like a glove, I would say. So no, it's crucial. It's absolutely crucial because there's many innovations in the lab that are really awesome, but only few make it to the market and get the opportunities that they now have with in partnering also with SIMSA.
And now I have to ask you the question. Like, we don't see it often. Researchers interested in the business world. What, came in order for you to go into the dark side and become more an entrepreneur, more a businessman than a researcher? Etienne, please.
I think I'm still in my period where I'm, in a naive way, really believe in the impact this technology can have. And the more we go with the future, the more my naive perception of vision is getting closer to reality. And I think here, for me, it was about understanding the skills I have and the skills I don't have. I'm a techie guy, and I understood my techie speech is not working so far away than the second lab next to mine. And so I think it was really, when I started this whole thing, I approached insulation players. I didn't tell them who I was. I didn't tell them what I was doing. I asked them what they need. And I think it was really important not to bias them, to be able to really figure out what they want and how they think. And I thought they would talk sustainability and so and so. This company exists for this sustainable impact it can reach. But the approach we have towards the market, it's a cost approach. It's a safe and healthy type of product approach we are bringing. And then behind the sustainability is a side leverage that the customer can play with. And so I think it was important to understand what we have, what we don't have. And eventually, I think, if I can speak for the rest of the team, I think we are good listeners, and we are fine to be wrong. And at least I can not speak for myself, but the rest of my team is very open to learn the next thing.
How important? We usually say our company that it's always important not to have all the answers, but ask the right questions. And if we are humble enough and resilient enough as entrepreneurs and understand that there are other people with different magic powers than ours, then if we are able to collaborate together, then our magic power is stronger, when we are able to collaborate and understand the potential of each and every one on the team. So I would love to congratulate you to have reached until the point you are right now in order to understand, those skills you have and the rest of the skills of your team. In your view, Alejandro, how important it was to collaborate with them? Because definitely your company is a very international company, as you mentioned, countries, many employees, you're switching from being an only cement company to a sustainability materials, building materials, and so on. Different cultures. This is Spain. They're coming from Switzerland. Huge separations in terms of culture, communication, and so on. How do you lower all those difficulties in order to communicate and speak the same language? Because we usually have the language of the academia researchers, the language of the corporate. Tell us a little bit more about the communication and how important it's the team in order to decide who to collaborate with.
Etienne knows me perfectly, but this is, for me, a quality of me. When I work in some work, only I try to enjoy with my work and to improve little a little. For me, it was easy by my character, but for the objective of the company, the main objective that is sustainability, all the characteristics that they have this product allow us to join together and work together. And another important point to work with them is all the synergy that we have with our experience in our product, on our market, on different markets that we have, that we can support this project.
Amazing. I think at the end, it's pretty much what Etienne was mentioning, understanding what are your strengths and believing that they can come, other companies with other strengths that can complement the strengths of your team. What do you think?
For me, that is important, and all these synergies. For example, we are developing in the plant how we know that is a dirty industry. We try to improve little. We implement solar plant in the plant. We are doing, we have the proposal to invest in hydrogen injection in the kiln to avoid CO2 emission, because for the company it's very important decrease our CO2 footprint. And with the new project, we want to develop wind plants in our factory. And at the end, all these type of energy we can develop, they can support this project, and they can manage how we are dirty industry, because one characteristic of this product, you can mix with waste material. This is another big opportunity for us and for the future of the dirty industries. And for us, all these characteristics are important to believe in the project and develop it.
Yeah, and in your case, Miriam, how important was to probably, I don't know how much you were involved in the process of having them communicate with SIMSA, but how was, and what can we learn here, you know, of this collaboration between researchers, spin-outs, and medium, and in this case, large-size corporations? What would you suggest to people on the audience that are trying to get some project out of the lab in order to collaborate with, you know, amazing companies like SIMSA?
Well, first of all, we weren't that much involved in getting the collaboration in place. It was already there, but it was one of the very strong points that we thought Fenex has as an opportunity for us to invest in. I think, if I understand well, I think what is been very important herein. So there's two sides to look at it from an investor angle.
Please.
So you're working with the corporate already. So will that minimize my return if I want to sell? That's one element. That's a negative way to look at it. But then if you look at the contracts in place, it doesn't very much so. But then also, having been able to talk to the people at SIMSA Sabanci during the due diligence phase, really brought forward the intention and the belief that they have in the product and getting the product to market, and the well, in fact, they were quite bullish on the opportunity that was lying there for them. So we weren't that much involved. So it was the two sides of that same coin, but that made us convinced to invest anyway, because the contracts that are in place do not limit us too much. And then again, SIMSA Sabanci is a very big player, so you never know what happens in the future. So it really ignited our interest to invest in Fenex. And I think one important element also in this respect is that lots of the major building material companies are looking for solutions like these. So secrecy and having IP protected is also very important. And I think that's also well placed in the hands of SIMSA Sabanci. And maybe something that we can learn from also within our core European context is the boldness and the speed at which Sabanci and SIMSA have been willing to operate. But I think Etienne is much better at explaining that. But not too much red tape, not too much negotiation, not too much legalization of everything. So I think that is something that we can also keep in mind, at least in the Netherlands, that I know of.
Amazing. Thank you for sharing that, Miriam. Because it's not usual. It's not what we are used to. Usually trying to collaborate with such a big company, 60,000 employees, there are many processes inside. You know, all the decisions takes time because many people have to approve. From your point of view, Etienne, how do you feel, you know, trying to collaborate at the beginning with a company that probably everyone in your field wishes to collaborate with?
I think the culture of the company is the key, and probably where we lost a lot of time with a lot of other companies more established in the mentality of innovation. And it's also having the champion internally that you know is going to drive the project. And here you want to make sure your champion is going to still be here during the whole process. That can happen, that the champion change in the meantime. Yeah. And I think that's key to make sure that you have an ambassador to push your energy further and to also push through all the stages. I think here also we are very lucky because we have the Turkish and the Spanish culture mindset, and comparing with a bit more Northern Europe, we saw something way more dynamic and much faster for same process, like 3-4 times faster to execute things. And I think this is really for us, we are lucky also to have found them. We are lucky to have this company willing to invest, willing to become a new insulation player. And I think we spend a lot of time trying to talk to number 1, number 2, number 3, where they wanted only to move by a bit their market shares, where we would be very proud to work with them, to have a nice name, but in fact, they are not moving at all in terms of strong innovation switch.
How do you find that champion within the company? What are the characteristics of that champion in your potential customer?
So we look for champion within the customers, within the investors. I think we have 2 of the champions that we identified for us. And I talk about it this morning, but it's a lot about the click, how with the people, the chemistry. And also, I go now to the investor side, we talk to many investors. When we talked to Miriam, we listed all the challenges, and she said, how can we help? What can we do for this? So we were not spending time on all the problem, we were spending time on the solution. And that was the same with Chimsa and Sabanchi. It's really, and Alejandro is the same, is you give them an idea, you think you are crazy, the day after they come with a bigger one. And so I think it's quite unique, and that's why I think we are really lucky.
Awesome. You were mentioning the differences in terms of culture, Northern Europe, and then Spain, Turkey. Tell us a little bit more about that.
I'm originally from France, and I had to deal with the administrative, heavy culture of the French. We talked to the very big building material company there. Every time we talk with one, we thought it was the champion, but no, you cannot actually fight so easily.
The champion of the champion.
Exactly. And I think here this takes very, very long. And even you can see on the NDA negotiation, on the little contract you have at the beginning, statistically, every time we spend a lot of time with the NDA, nothing happens after. Good. So
good. Take note.
It could be, for us at least, it was like that. So you see all the layers of the people involved. It's already giving you the culture of how they can innovate and participate with risky ventures.
Yeah. How difficult, Alejandro, for you, in your position, trying to get the best teams as the Etienne is leading to work with you when probably in your best interest, in your job position, it's, again, trying to collaborate with this type of companies, but then you have a structure of your company. How do you handle those 2 worlds of, going after the processes within the company and trying to stay lean and move fast?
Today I was talking with my friend Etienne about this topic, how we manage my position in the plan. I recommend all the people to work like this. I think it's more important to engage the people. If you engage in the project, you will get your goals. For example, we manage our stakeholders all engage with our project. We have a good relationship with the community, with Valencia community, with the town hall of the Buñol town hall, that is whereas our factory. When we talk with the workers and all the people involved in the project, always we say the same. You should engage with this project, because at the end we will have work. Every time it's more difficult to get industrial works in Europe, and every year will be more complicated. We need to innovate. We need to engage with this type of projects to survive the industrial in Europe.
Awesome. So since we have some minutes left, let's start with the call to action thing, so people in the audience can take something home. If someone is in a project related to Etienne's how they can reach out to SIMSA, or in this case, to you, and what should they bring in order, to make sense, that first approach, Alejandro?
A good idea. This is a key. A sustainability idea to develop in the future and look for a new markets, because now we are seeing that all the Asian industry are surprising us and overlap us, and we need to survive here in Europe. I mean, for me, this is a key issue.
Awesome. And in your case, Miriam, those founders, researchers turn into entrepreneurs and want to reach out to your fund?
Oh, I have multiple messages. No, they can reach out to our funds if they want to, if they're looking for a Series A investor, that's us, in the areas that I just mentioned, so decarb of power, transport, and buildings. But the message I would like to get across is, I think, so whenever you're innovating in a lab, please know also, please keep dreaming, but know where your restrictions are and when to reach out for help from people that have been working in the field. Because innovation does imply something new, but actually the roads to get there are not always new. So the roads of collaboration and trust, I think, have been walked many times. And I think the big corporates, like Alejandro said, are really seeking new innovations and way to go about their waste, to be less CO2 pollutant, and to look for sustainable solutions. So the corporates are out there and they want to apply new technologies, but they would like to do so at a de-risk stage and before getting there. So please make use of the ecosystems that are there. And I think Valencia here is doing a great job in incentivizing the whole ecosystem. And also with a large hinterland where lots of things can be built, like at the SIMSA factory as well. So that is something I would like to give to the audience.
And in your case, at the end, we as entrepreneurs, I don't know, we have like this belief that we have to, give back. When the company is doing right, we have to provide something to the ecosystem, as Miriam said, because the only way that we can all grow is that when the ecosystem grows and matures. How many people has reached out to you since you reached out Series A company? How many other researchers trying to get their projects into become companies has reached out to you in order to understand how you do it, your challenges, your struggles?
So I think in Switzerland, we are very privileged with the ecosystem around the big universities. We have the ETH Zurich with a very strong network there. And I think especially I call it the hardware people, so the ones who sleep probably less than the other ones. We are very near, very close with each other. And I usually, it's like all my colleagues, we are all supporting 3-4 companies in our spare time. And what I like is we cut the crap quickly and we already send them what they need. Awesome. Like, you don't have to tell me the whole story. These are the documents you need because I struggle to get them. So I know this is what you need. And I think it's like today we look competitors coming, people trying to be not necessarily with good intention. Now we are so much into it that I kind of say good luck. So it's like if an entrepreneur comes and say, I want to push that. At the beginning, I'm like, my God, I struggle to get this information. Why would I give them so quickly? I think that lasts maybe a few minutes, but then it was quickly. It's just because actually the true impact I've been seeking is starting now.
Excellent. I do agree with you. At the end, it's about getting the ecosystem stronger, bigger, larger, and providing that non-sugar-coated feedback. Because you have gone through that path, they're going to go. And depending on how resilient and humble they are, they will listen to you or not. And then you will see, if you will invest more time on them. Let's leave this panel with some learnings, okay? Because everything we have just mentioned, people in the audience will say, everything is always like that. Amazing, great project. Researchers turning into entrepreneurs, collaborating with an amazing company, with great partners as investors in the Series A. The picture looks beautiful, but as entrepreneurs, we know that the path is very complicated. What have you learned from the difficult times to move on?
Yeah, I think you mentioned the word growth, grow. For me, I hear change, and I very often think of this curve of the change where you first get scared, then you start getting frustrated, angry, and only then you realize what actually can come out of that. And I think today, what we call the roller coaster is at the end of the day, this curve of the change. The problems, they arrive constantly. It's just how we adopt that change and how fast we can go in each phase. I know first I get scared if I hear this bad news. First night is like you think, you overthink. But you know now, I know it's part of the process. I know the day after it's better, and the day after I start talking about it, and then I start going through my curve as quick as possible. So for me, the years, it's about getting faster in that change curve.
Amazing at the end. Because usually situations that become problems usually are not under our control. But the way we act towards those situations and the problems, it is under control. So we can have the best attitude towards it. And I don't know if you agree with me, probably it's going to be easier to handle it as a team if we have the right attitude towards it. What learnings can you provide, Mirjan, in your opinion, seeing hundreds, thousands of founders, entrepreneurs, decks, etc., that people in the audience can take home as a learning, how to overcome those challenges, especially at the beginning?
Yes, keep a look at the long term, I think. So not be fixed on the short term. There's short-term problems, but also the long term and your conviction in therein will come across, and that will also enable you to, like especially if you're talking about piloting demos and first of a kinds, like what's happening here. You really have to not do it sequentially, but do it at the same time to be able to be ready for the next phase. So I think that is important, and I would like to encourage Etienne to keep looking at problems like that, because there will be problems once the machines start running in Buñol. So
reminder, Etienne,
that's it, and also Alejandro, and it's good that you connect in such a good way. So thank you.
No, thank you, Mirjam, for sharing. And Alejandro, just to close up with you, your suggestions from the learnings of collaborating with teams like Etienne in the difficult moments. What would you suggest to people in the audience going into different spin-outs, etc., from deep tech, how they should overcome those struggles, difficulties at the beginning?
I know this is a difficult process that we need to step by step, grow. We need first leave one step, stop, and grow again, and step by step solve all the problems. Because now we are in the beginning of the process, and I am sure we need to develop all the problems that we will have.
I'm going to finish with that. Remember, he mentioned in his statement, stop. When we are trying to grow a spin-out, a deep tech company, it's not always about moving forward so fast. There are moments that it's important to stop, think about, and move on. I want to really thank you, Alejandro, Mirjan, and Etienne, for this amazing time. At least I learned a lot, and I enjoyed this time. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Muchísimas gracias a ti, Alvaro, for the wonderful moderation. Thank you, Alejandro, especially for stepping in for Hamdi. Thank you, Etienne, and thank you, Mariam. That was great stuff. Okay, my dear friends, this afternoon, this is the grand finale for the stage now. This stage is closing up pretty soon. I just want to let you know about some things that are happening right after now. This afternoon from 5:45 p.m., join us again on the main stage of VDS for the awards ceremony and closing remarks. We are going to announce the best early stage startup and the best growth stage startup of VDS 2025, my friends. This has been drawn from more than 1,200 startups from 84 countries. They have participated in this competition, so you do not want to miss the moment when the two winners are revealed live on stage. And once the ceremony continues. We will be enjoying the closing party, which is happening at the lake area from 6:30 p.m. to 11 p.m. Prepare for an unforgettable evening, a magical evening where innovation and technology turn into celebration, my friends, with live music, DJs, and plenty of good vibes shared with everyone who made the 8th edition of VDS possible. I want to thank our diamond sponsors, our headline sponsors, Santander, for this wonderful platform. To all of our sponsors, thank you to all of the great speakers, the great moderators, and a massive thanks to the dream team right here for making it real. I hope I've got all the names. Thank you, Diego, Juanan, Laura, Ellie, Marina 1, Marina 2, Danny, Gema, and the entire AV and camera team. Thank you to our amazing photographers for making us all look €1 billion. And thanks to you for still being here. I'll see you at the main stage. I'll see you at the party for maybe a cerveza. And remember, my personal motto, ABC, always be connecting. Find me on LinkedIn. I will send you a mixtape. Muchísimas gracias a todos. Have a great evening. Thank you.